Piker, socialist, communist,
radical left influencer,
Hasan Piker,
dirtbag left,
Hasan Piker,
pro-terrorism, pro-Hamas,
Hasan Piker,
Hasan Piker,
Hasan
Piker, going on this vulgar rant, mocking wounded war vet for losing his eye fighting for our freedom.
Have you ever heard someone mention the Streisand effect and wondered what they were talking about? This phenomena is named after actress Barbara Streisand. Sometimes when you try to cover something up, you end up bringing more attention to it than if you had just let things be.
The assemblyman will not denounce Hasan Piker, who said,
America deserved 9/11, dude.
the assemblyman just said in his response,
Hasan Piker says America deserved 9/11.
There you go. There you have it.
My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
Now to the Michigan Senate race, where
El Sayed is campaigning in Michigan,
Appearing on stage at 2 Michigan campaign rallies.
He's proactively campaigning alongside Piker.
the man who says Hezbollah's flag is his favorite because it's dope.
Why would you align yourself for raging anti-Semites?
who has defended Hamas terrorists.
calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the evils. Lesser of two.
That's what I find a bridge too far.
When I went up to my good friend Chat and said, hey, can you walk me through some more controversial statements of Hasan Piker, even ChatGPT went out of its way to soften the edges of Hasan and give me context. Thanks, but no thanks, ChatGPT.
Hasan Piker is campaign poison. Placing yourself on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue is only going to make you look bad. It's going to be good for me. It's going to be good for the candidates that I work with. Turns out it was true. Abdul El Sayed at 27%. Oliver Larkin. Melak Kuros, everybody.
Nice to meet you, Hasan.
Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you for having me.
Oh my gosh. What's going on, man?
What's up, dude? Good to see you again.
And I really enjoyed that, yeah. How you been?
He's trying to get that out.
Wow.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I can't believe we already have a golden Kappa train. It's a hype train, baby. You already know what it is. We're live, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one because today is a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a very special day. Now, many of you who have been around the block already know why this is a very special day. And we're going to be talking about that. It's a very special day every single time this day comes around, no matter what. It's a very special day that we celebrate here at the HasanAbi broadcast, no matter what, unconditionally. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Some of you, like I said, already know why it's a special day. It's motherfucking Friday.
Mufasa, you know we finally here, right? Well, it's Friday then.
Why are the Brits hate you so much?
It's Friday then. It's Friday what? It's Friday.
It's fucked up Friday. It's fuck a fan Friday. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the freaking weekend. You already know what it is. Or some of you do at least. This is a cause for celebration because our forefathers fought long and hard to ensure that we have a sense of autonomy, a sense of purpose, a sense of humanity that we redeem on the weekends. And if you like a 4 or 5 day work week, then thank a union, thank an anarchist, thank a socialist, thank a communist, folks. Because it is freaking Friday. And as is dictated, I'm the suit guy, but today I am going cash, but still a little bit more profesh, right? A little profesh, a little cash. You know how it is. You know what it is. You know how it goes. Also, here's a little look into my ice. For those of you who are wondering, a little cash on this beautiful Friday. It's casual Friday. Eyesight, I feel like, I mean, not eyesight, but like the swelling is getting a little bit better. The redness is not. But it's definitely a bite though, because I can identify exactly where it is. You can't maybe tell from this camera, but like it's better than yesterday. There's a little bite right there, and then around it there's a lot of swelling. It was huge yesterday. It's definitely gotten a little bit better today, so you know, we'll be fine. Worst case scenario, I will be hanging out with a doctor tomorrow. Dr. Adam HaMAWY will be hanging out with me, Dr. Jihad. So, you know, in worst case scenario, I'll be like, yo, doc, can you look at my shit real quick? Like, can you fix me real quick? Big rallies tomorrow. We have some special guests to announce. Chris Rabb is going to be at the rally as well. And Ben Zobek, Elijah Dixon, Josh Paul, Nancy Hagans, Omaima Mansour, and HasanAbi Piker. That's right. Space is limited. Is it the kissing bug, isn't it? Yeah, I'm going to be like, doctor, give me a free one. From now on, every time I go to a doctor's appointment, I'm calling it hanging out with a doctor. Okay, to be fair, I am literally not going to a doctor's appointment. I am hanging out with a doctor, Dr. HaMAWY. But yeah, regardless, folks, you already know what's up. You already know what it is. You already know what's going on. It's freaking Friday. It is Friday, May 29th, 2026. And we're live, we're alive, and there's a lot to talk about. Did you see the racist shit Gottheimer said about HaMAWY? No, I haven't, but it's not surprising. He is a giant piece of shit. He's a horrible racist. Anyway, no suit today, but cash. We're keeping it cash. We're keeping it cash. I know I'm committing a parasocial crime by saying this, but holy shit, you've lost so much weight, dude. Thank you for saying that, but I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's actually the case, but maybe, hopefully. What's with all this flying? Do you not accrue points or travel card? I don't have either. Bruh. Yeah, it's really fucked up. You have the Black Republican jacket on, lol. Yeah, I love this jacket. It doesn't even fit me well, but I still wear it all the time. This fit is amazing, by the way. Thank you. All right. Folks. I'm a chud ass loser. You already know this. I think you already know this. I'm a total chud ass loser. I got nothing going on in my life, because this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. You know, this is where I'm supposed to be like, here's what I did last night. I did nothing, except this morning I did something. So last night I went to bed. Well, that's not even true. What am I talking about? I went out to aid dinner with the family. I was with friends and family, went to a Persian restaurant. I don't know why I say I'm a chud ass loser, because like that's not always the case. But I was with the whole fam. Fantastic times, fantastic vibes overall. Uncle Shaky Gurga, you know, everybody else. And so yeah, we did the aid dinner thing. And after that I came back home. I passed out. I woke up early. I worked out, and then after I worked out, I went to the tailor. I'm getting my shit tailored. All the jackets that I've been wearing, some of them are too big, some of them are, not fitting just right, including the really swagged out, old, the vintage suit. I'm getting all of that done up so that it can fit a little bit more proper style. So, a man surrounded by loved ones is never a loser. Heads up, king. Don't let your crown fall to the ground. Thank you. Stolen Chud Valor's 2026 version of Hossie stealing incel Valor. Yeah, where do you usually get your vintage suits from? Anywhere. It's just thrift stores. Tailoring's a hack. People don't realize it's way cheaper than they think it is. Not the tailors I go to, but they're dope. They're actually super sick. Like I don't want to dox anything, so I'm not going to say anything, but I'll just say I have the coolest tailors in the entire Los Angeles / California vicinity. Perhaps maybe in the United States of America, perhaps North America. I also have the Zhongshans coming. I ordered it from my Chinese tailor. I got tailors all around the planet now. It's kind of crazy. I'm balling. I'm freaking balling. I have my Chinese tailored suits coming in the mail. And I have a local tailor here too. New 52 Epic Chungus War Arc Hasan variant was better than the Civil Secret suit. Why get them tailored now? You are going to get so much skinnier and do shirtless Sunday. If I get skinnier, then I get them tailored again. So yeah, I got tailors and area codes. Yeah, Fox News is going to love this shit. I mean, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, dude, I'm swaggy. I am swaggy, son. I'm swagged out. But what was I going to say? What was I going to say? That's it. That's the reason why I'm late though, because my tailor is an old man, and I walked in at 10 a.m. this morning, and he was like, and there's a language barrier as well, and he looked at me like, come back later. Your shit's not ready, because I had to do a fitting. And he was like, no. And I was like, but we said 10. And he was like, okay, well, no. Literally. He was, he just straight up was like, no, come back later. But I was like, but you said 10. And he was like, nope, doesn't matter. So yeah. What do you think about the DOJ wanting information on Don Lemon subscribers? Yeah, it's nasty business. They're coming after all of the independent media as well. SGA cannot win with the refs. I'm sorry, I'm going to be annoying. I need you to watch this Attack on Titan Wemby in Wemby vid, 4th in a series. Attack on Wemby part 4. Okay, fuck it. Why not? Let's do it. I saw something of Jared McCain that made me really sad because I really like him. And I've met him on a flight before. He's like super chill, right? But I saw someone walk up to him at like a shoe signing or something and was like, yo, can I get a free Palestine? And he just looked up at him and he was like, come on, bruh. That's what he said. And I was like, really? Really? Come on, bruh. That's what you got? No AI slop. Okay, guys. Fucking, oh my God. You know what? We're not watching this because I want to be in a good ass mood. I want to be in a good ass mood. And I don't want chat to fucking, Hasan been falling for AI slop more and more. I mean, it just, yes, it's AI, man. It's AI. Like, I don't even use any AI. Like, it's not even a moral thing, right? I just don't use any AI. I'm a goddamn boomer, so I lucked in to opting out of all artificial intelligence. I don't use any generative AI. I don't use any ChatGPT, and you guys still like lose your goddamn minds. You're like, oh my God, it's AI. Like, calm down, fucking old asses. Okay, yeah, it sucks. It sucks. I know. We got to keep the vibes immaculate. Look. I'm a numbers guy. We're gonna grok it. We're going to ChatGPT it. We're gonna grok it. I'm a numbers guy. A lot of you in here, you're not numbers guys, and that's okay. I talked to CoffeeZilla. He's a brilliant guy, very handsome, very smart. And he says to me, Patrick, you're doing the cheating. and you're doing the financing and you're doing the multi-level marketing. I said marketing. I don't do any marketing. I'm a numbers guy. When somebody comes to me, I say, I chat GPT it, I grok it, I do the numbers. I don't do any of this multi-level marketing stuff. Okay? Anyway, that's a little teaser for you guys. Obviously, we'll be watching CoffeeZilla, have a conversation with Patrick Bet-David later. That's on the docket. I will never cloud it because Claudia is a woman, okay? And I don't like clouding it. I will grok it. I will chat GPT it. Grok is anti-woke. That's why I like grokking it. But I will never cloud it because cloud is a women's name. All right. Where was I? Oh, this ad feels a little too late, but it's good. What is this? An amazing troll of Spencer Pratt. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna grok it on the docket. Okay. Fuck. What was I gonna say? Yeah, we got a lot going on, man. We got a lot going on, folks. Why? Let's just blast off. There's so much to talk about. So much to discuss. Cloud is a badass with a giant sword, fake anime and video game fan. No. Cloud, the AI. Cloud AI is not a guy. It's a girl. Okay? What is this? I loved your eye looks better, King. I love your IG post. What IG post? Which one? I didn't post on IG, did I? I do not recall posting on IG. I didn't even do a blast off today because I was getting fitted. So yeah. A recreation of what I saw when I was passing my boss's desk. Are you canceling Hamawi because you got pink eye? Dog, do you think I have pink eye? Are you out of your mind? You must be Delulu if you think I have a pink eye. That's the point. You didn't blast off. All right, let's blast off and let's keep it going. Let's don't get it twisted. Don't get it freaking twisted. Check out this mailer I got from Pro. What is this? Okay, nice. Okay, everybody stop linking me stuff right now. I haven't even blasted off yet. All right, we're going to be talking about, is the war back on? Iran-US trade blows. Zoran endorses DARIALIZA. Dem machine gets mad. E.G. and CARROLL. DOJ weaponized against E.J. CARROLL. Don Lemon. Epstein, Fury Day 91. GLEN on JUBE versus Cult Freaky Friday. HAMAWY rally, New Jersey tomorrow. Get in now. www. What is CoffeeZilla? CoffeeZilla is a friend of the show who is very good. He's one of the best like investigative reporter YouTubers out there. He does like very comprehensive, very good investigations. Is DARIALIZA? Say it right. Did I say it wrong? DARIALIZA. Anyway. Let's blast off. He's the Nick Shirley of the left. He keeps sliding into his Patrick Bet-David voice. I know. It's fucked up. I know. He's Graham from Maine on Abdul El Sayed. Plattner told me one reason he's rooting for Michigan's fellow late millennial Senate candidate Abdul El Sayed is because I need a fucking lifting buddy in Congress. Okay, this is good. I mean, this is a bro down showdown type shit. Okay, Tom Steyer did a really good pro-trans video. I know I saw. I've never asked you to watch a video on stream, but the latest interview with Oxford Dr. Tucker is perhaps the most important interview I've ever seen on the matter. Are you going to watch it? Okay, chatter. I've literally interviewed doctors that have been to Gaza on this fucking broadcast. Okay? Don't ever come to me. I'm flying out to New Jersey tonight so I can park my ass next to a motherfucking doctor who literally went to Gaza. So, and not only am I endorsing him, but also standing next to him at a rally. So he fucking, with the hopes that he wins his goddamn race. And you're over here saying Tucker Carlson interviewed a doctor that went to Gaza. It's the most important interview of all time. No, it's only the most important interview of all time if you guys are not fucking paying attention. Okay? He did do a really good interview, though, and I respect it. Make no mistake. But don't act like plenty of incredible reporters, not myself, mind you, but plenty of incredible reporters haven't been, interviewing these guys for a very long time. They just don't happen to have Tucker Carlson's ginormous audience. I'm relieved you didn't yell at me this time. Free Palestine, in parentheses. I'm sure you'll agree. Controversial, guys. Controversial take, but free Palestine. Controversial, I know. Hot take, but I think from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Hot take, guys. Hot take. Probably scolding. The hottest scorcher of a take perhaps we've ever arrived at here on the HasanAbi broadcast, but from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. I mean, that one is actually, unfortunately, because our moral compass is so fried, that one is technically considered a hot take. I mean, Rashid Tlaib famously got censured for that one. That's how nasty this goddamn country can be sometimes. Finally, someone said it. Can we get a last-minute stream for Steyer so we can lock out Republicans and get Becerra to fuck off? I've already said what I've said about Steyer. I like him a lot, but there are obviously areas that I am, there's like, I got my red lines, man. I need him to be more firm and more committed on certain issues. I don't think it's that controversial. I feel like he's the best out of all of the candidates with viability. That I have no issue saying. But 7th of June. June 7th is 6th day by the 6-7 day, by the way, chat. Oh God. I mean, yeah, Javier Becerra sucks. Tom Steyer, definitely easy lock. Easiest log of all time. Tucker was cooking, but he dropped a few noticing dog whistles. Yeah, it's day 6-7. Please, Hasan, let more politicians into your home. The ladies love it. I'm voting Andrew Cuomo for the governor. Nice. Oh my God, you too. Me too. Yeah, people were mad about the Tom Steyer take that I gave, which I thought was like fairly, I mean, I literally said, look, he doesn't need my help at all. I think he's already spent $100 million on this race, or more than that, right? And what do you call it? Austin Ox, I think, clipped it and was like posting about how, like, it would be nice if Tom Steyer was more aggressive with his posture on the Israel issue. And I think that's a pretty fair take. I said, I basically said yesterday, if Tom Steyer should have said Israel's committing a genocide, I would have should have pushed for him, and he might still get into the top 2 without my aid, but he could not just commit to it. He did communicate on the issue of Israel far better than all the other candidates. But here's the thing, like, Israel never got brought up as like a significant factor in the California gubernatorial race, which is insane because California is not split on the issue of Israel, right? Like, there are obviously a lot of donors and big advocacy networks in California, just like there are in New York. But like, as far as the voter base goes, this is a 90-10 issue, right? And California is a very blue state. So from that perspective, it would have been beneficial to actually draw draw salience to the point of view on Israel, right? And it certainly impacts the people of California. Of course, Israel is a foreign country, but of course, things that pertain to Israel are unbelievably important in our domestic affairs. I mean, there's bills that like Scott Wiener has pushed in the state legislature, for example, like the anti-Palestine bill that basically makes it a hate crime to discuss history of Israel and Palestine from the perspective of Palestinians. Like, there are so many different things that take place. There's obviously a massive amount of funds in the California state that trade on Israeli stocks and things of that nature. There's so many areas where you could actually do California is the 4th largest economy on the planet, right? Like, as a individual state, California state would be the 4th largest nation state economy on the planet. Imagine if California committed to doing a boycott, divestment, and sanctions on Israeli bonds, Israeli stocks. I mean, that would be unbelievable, right? So from that perspective, yes, it is actually very important. It is very consequential. So I said he did not communicate on the issue of Israel. He did communicate on the issue of Israel far better than all the other candidates, but he still would not commit saying Israel committed a genocide. And I think that literally would have dusted Becerra. He came out and said Israel did a genocide. If he came out and said Israel did a genocide, the governor, I'm going to commit to making sure we're not spending our resources, the country doing war crimes, all this stuff. I think that genuinely would have put him far ahead of the pack. Israel would have been an actual point of contention in the conversation, and it would have made everybody else look ridiculous. Do you see what I mean? So have you actually been given a subpoena yet? At what point can this be prosecuted as defamation scheme from Fox News is getting ridiculous? I have not been the recipient of a subpoena just yet. What is this? Sudan rights groups accuses UAE of being transit point for mercenaries on the way to Sudan. I mean, yeah. I've already said it. Do you know Dax Shepard asked Ezra Klein about you on his podcast? Wait, really? What did he say? Is Dax Shepard the jacked guy? Because I think I was at a party where he was at. Oh, yeah, it is him. What did he say? What did he ask about me? Yeah, he's in. No. He is jacked now. Chat. He is jacked as fuck now. He looks like a Joe Rogan style person. Because I've seen him in person. He looks insane now. Yeah, he looks crazy. He looks like he's on the RFK tip. He looks great. I want to look like that when I'm his age, when I'm all grown up. They're talking about the article Ezra wrote about you. Oh my God, send it to me. I would love to see what the fuck the conversation looked like.
And one of the things I actually mentioned in this piece is that I was surprised when I go on shows like Andrew Schultz's Flagrant or Lex Friedman's show. And this was after this was on my Abundance book tour. So this was a year ago, right now, a year ago, basically March of 2025, April of 2025, maybe. And they would spend time on air on the show talking to me and complaining about how they were being called like this right-wing brosphere, but they had tried to get Kamala Harris. They had tried to get major Democrats on, and none of them would come on.
Yeah.
So the thing,
Ezra has been cooking defending you, Flip My Mom. I'm not actually a little bit surprised because he is like the king of liberalism. So when he was like, Hasan is not an anti-Semite, everyone needs to shut the fuck up, I genuinely thought people would have shut the fuck up. But they low-key just avoided it entirely. They just straight up did not, like, they kept pressing it. I was wrong. I thought he had all the motion. I thought when the king says, Hasan, I'm ordaining him with the he's not an anti-Semite beam, you know, it turns out it didn't work. On this issue, they just didn't even talk about it. Like, they didn't even act, like, none of the advocacy groups, none of the people even got mad at Ezra Klein. They did something much more interesting, which is they never said anything about Ezra. Because I feel like if they had attacked Ezra Klein, that would have actually drawn more attention to the issue. And instead of doing that, they just did not say anything, which was smart. I will hand it to the advocacy groups. They didn't say anything about Ezra Klein's piece at all, and they just pretended that it didn't exist. And then it kind of went nowhere, which is a little sad because I did think, you know, oh, Ezra's got my back. It's over. You know, it's we're safe. Like, I'm safe. I've been marked safe from being called an anti-Semite. Turns out, nope, not at all.
Thing was not that this like collection of podcasts or this part of the culture had decided like they wouldn't talk to Democrats. It is that to a first approximation, the Democrats had decided they wouldn't talk to them.
Yeah. Anyone, I'll be fair. We almost had Kamala on, and then we were talking to her people, and I was like, well, if she comes on, we have to talk about this, and we have to talk about this, and we have to talk about that. We have to talk about her life. And who people who are running the show are afraid. And they weren't on the right. They were like, yeah, you say whatever you want to say. No one cares. Like, it's just get out there. But they're so hyper vigilant on the left about protecting like personas.
This goes back to what I was saying a little bit earlier when I was saying that what the right came to understand under Trump is that attention is a volume game.
Yeah.
And just being in front of people is the single most valuable thing you can do. Whereas on the left, at least kind of up till
Connor, I loved abundance in Vape Nation until I found out about Ezra Klein's wife's service in the IDF. Stop, Connor. Oh my God, Connor, you should have Ezra Klein on Fortnite Fridays. Honestly, Ezra Klein on Fortnite Fridays would pop off, would bang.
Now you see someone like Gavin Newsom beginning to shift their positioning on this, but you know, Kamala Harris very much, she would much rather not get attention than get negative attention.
Yeah, exactly.
She did not want to take risks.
But you're right. Part of that is because the left will be like, oh, she said this bad thing, now we hate her.
Can't wait to eat themselves. Yeah.
It's like, well,
but that happens on the right too. The question is, how much do they care? Oh, all the time. Like, look at this stuff going on with like Ted Cruz and Tucker Carlson and JD Vance I mean, like Vivek Ramaswamy, right? I mean,
okay, you guys lied to me. You said why does this say Hasan Piker? They're not talking about me at all. They're just talking about like the manosphere and the right.
There was a mob of people at the Capitol who were chanting "Hang Mike Pence."
Dax has the HGH voice. I mean, Dax has the HGH body. Okay, his skin color currently resembles the massive growth under my eye. And when you get to that degree, it's obvious that you've been doing some freaky shit with peptides, which I'm in favor of, by the way. I am not disrespecting Peptide Peter over here, okay? I like it. I'm a numbers guy, I'm a peptides guy, okay? GLP-1 agonist. Call me the GLP-1 antagonist, okay? I'm a numbers guy. I like what you're doing to your body. I like it. I want to do it to my bodies as well. I would like some retatrutide, please. And maybe a little bit of HGH.
A certain point, the idea that the right will not come for you. Marjorie Taylor Greene broke with Donald Trump, like the death threats she got for that.
Yeah.
The right will come for you, but the right has begun selecting for a personality type. I mean, on the one hand, offers a lot of fealty to Donald Trump himself, or at least until recently when some people become breaking. But
GLP-1 Bert? Yeah, that's Fent Bert.
Beyond that is sort of like, yeah, come on, right? And J.D. Vance and Ted Cruz and these other people who weren't always like this, but they've created these political personas that are much more edgelord oriented and want controversy because they want to be in front of you. And the left was much more institutional, and people who rise up through institutions, they don't want to be talked to by HR.
Yeah.
The left had like a kind of personality type of like, I don't want to be called in the principal's office. And the right was like cutting school.
Yeah, exactly.
Doing donuts in the parking lot.
Exactly, yeah.
Tell me about Hasan Piker. I was unaware of him until I read this article.
So this is what this piece was actually about. And I'm just going to say this for the record because it annoys me so much that this keeps happening. So there are two headlines on this piece that people saw. One was Hasan Piker is not the enemy. The other is there is no liberal Joe Rogan. And by the end of the day, it was there is no liberal Joe Rogan, or this is why there's no liberal Joe Rogan, or whatever.
Yeah.
He changed.
Zaid Jilani will never stop with identity politics. I know. He is so obsessive, dude. He is the #1 identity politics obsessive. Obama was an alpha, and Hillary and Biden and Kamala weren't. Politics is shallow. Having more alpha dudes represent. It's like, dude, stop. You have become everything that you opposed, and you cannot comprehend it. There is a point where guys who are anti-IDPOL turn into the same thing as the IDPOL guys. It's long past that point for Zaid Jilani. Like, for every decent take that he has, there is like 15 takes that he accompanies that with like the constant anti-IDPOL shit. Like, it's so funny. I saw another one earlier today when he was talking about Zoran endorsing DARIALIZA, right? And some of the backlash to the Zoran DARIALIZA endorsement. And it was really funny because he is so anti-IDPOL brained that he just cannot even comprehend what the appropriate take is in that situation, where he basically was like, oh, it's over for IDPOL guys or whatever. Because like someone had this take. Where is it? Let me see if I can find it real quick because I want to. Yeah, the mayor has a Latino problem. Full stop. First, he comes for La Luchadora, Nydia Velázquez, and now for the first Dominican in Congress and chair of the Hispanic caucus. If you don't think that's a purposeful attempt to dismantle Latino leadership in New York, I have a bridge to sell you, says Taina Borrero. Okay? Now, what's really funny about this take is that the two endorsements that Zoran Mamdani put forward are Claire Valdez, okay, who's indigenous and also Latino, and motherfucking DARIALIZA. DARIALIZA Avia. I gotta fuck her last name up. I'm not even gonna try. Everyone is yelling at me about names. But DARIALIZA and Claire Valdez are both Latina. Chevalier. DARIALIZA is Afro-Latina, as a matter of fact. This is not just a Latino district, okay? This is not just a Latino district. It's a very black district as well, okay? DARIALIZA is Afro-Latina. So even from the identity politics perspective, it doesn't make any fucking sense, right? She was like, oh, I can't believe the first Dominican in Congress is getting taken out by Zoran Mamdani. It's like, okay, with who? With who? DARIALIZA is also Dominican. What the fuck? Avila. So what's frustrating about this conversation, what's frustrating about this back and forth, is that it doesn't even make sense from an IDPOL perspective. But yeah, I wanted to cover how silly Zaid Jilani's take was on it, because he was like, you know, it's over. Oh my God, he fucking tweets nonstop. Holy shit. Jesus Christ, where is it? Where the fuck is Zaid Jilani's take on this quote retweet? Anyway, I saw something and it pissed me off, but whatever. I'm not going to track it down. But yeah, I think guys that you tweet just as much. No, I don't. I mean, I tweet a lot, but not that much. Are you kidding me? Let's look. Let's look at my tweets. Blast off meme. One tweet about Asmongold. Oh, you found it. Thank you. I think it's great that Zoran doesn't care for race politics. This is America, not Lebanon, and the Democratic Party shouldn't act like Hezbollah and turn everything into tribal affiliation. Man, what are you saying? How is that the take here? How is that the motherfucking take here, bro? It's just so funny because, like, bro, they're also Latino. Like, it doesn't even make sense from a pure IDPOL perspective. Just you can say that, okay? You don't have to be like, what are we, a bunch of Muslims? Which he is as well. Also, don't you dare disrespect Hezbollah on my watch like this, okay? Hezbollah doesn't just, first of all, to say that Hezbollah participates in ethnic sectarianism is really funny because its inception quite literally is because of the Lebanese civil war taking place where the Shia population was getting slaughtered by the Israel-backed Phalangist militias. So, like, it's a real classic anti-IDPOL take that once again misses the forest for the trees and does this thing that a lot of like somewhat reactionary anti-IDPOL guys do, where they'll be like, you know what's really racist? Affirmative action. Like saying Hezbollah is engaging in tribal affiliation politics or sectarian politics is like saying the real racism is reverse racism. Okay? Not only is there modern, like one of the most impactful things that they've done in the last decade was to almost die entirely as a fucking movement to defend the Sunni population and the Christian population of Palestinians in fucking Gaza. The idea that this is just like a tribal fight is so silly because they notoriously are the only defensive paramilitary that is half competent enough to stop the Israeli incursion into Lebanese territory, where not just Shia Lebanese people, but also plenty of Christians live, right? The reason why I'm stuck on this take is because it once again betrays the rational framework that these guys seemingly operate off of whenever they have understandable opposition to the excesses of identity politics. Cynical deployment of standpoint epistemology, the idea that, as a Latinx person, you have to vote for Javier Becerra. Takes like that are fucking silly and stupid, especially if there's a better alternative out there that would be far better for the Latino population in California, right? Tom Steyer is, in my opinion, far better than Javier Becerra by a wide margin. That is a cynical deployment of identity politics. That's the excesses of IDPOL, right? That's fine. You can actually criticize that. You can actually criticize the excesses of woke 1.0. Okay? But these guys are so identity politics obsessed that they betray a rational framework in the ways that they tackle the issue, and they become reactionary. Latinx. Okay, whatever. I'm using it as a fucking joke, man. Calm down. Anyway, I like to use Latinx. Okay? Latinx. Help me explain to my sister. She literally told me she won't vote for a white millionaire, first of all, billionaire, versus a Latino. Yeah, tell your sister, do you want CalCare? Do you want comprehensive single-payer healthcare in the state of California? Because Javier Becerra is not going to get that for you, okay? Tom Steyer at least is running on that. Do you fucking despise PG&E? Because Tom Steyer is being attacked by PG&E. Every single corporation that has fucked you over every single corporation that's fucked you over in the state of California and in the United States of America in general is currently basically juicing Javier Becerra to the gills, okay? Every other day, there's like $500,000, $1 million, $2 million. Every other day, there's another super PAC that's like, we are giving $17 quintillion to Javier Becerra because that's our fucking guy. If politicians were forced to wear like a NASCAR jacket, their top contributors on their fucking sleeves, Javier Becerra would run out of fiber, okay? There is not enough suiting to fit all of the mega corporations that have funded this man's campaign. The two straightest men you know? Yeah, Adam Mogler's coming after the mold man, it seems. Javier Becerra, candidate for California governor, has just received $249,000 from the American Bev Association for his super PAC. ABA includes Coca-Cola, PepsiCo, Keurig, Dr. Pepper, Monster Energy, and Red Bull. It exists a lobby for pro-soda legislation. I mean, that one, I'm a pro-soda boy, so that one actually doesn't hit that hard. But Kalshi, you know, Chevron, like those are probably far worse because I do love me some Dr. Pep, you know. All right. Anyway, where the fuck was I? What was I talking about? Oh yeah, I wanted to. We took a brief sidestep, anti-id Paul, all this shit. Let's finish off this Ezra Klein convo, and then I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna talk about a bunch of other things going on.
The backlash. No, we write a bunch of headlines. There's an automatic popularity testing tool, and the winner wins out. And Joe Rogan is a better known name than Hasan Piker.
Yeah.
Okay, Hasan Piker is a streamer. He is kind of like a leftist, more kind of Marxist politics. Very sort of anti-colonialist, very anti-Zionist, and a sort of fight had, as he has gotten somewhat bigger, a fight had emerged in the Democratic Party about talking to Hasan Piker. And the particular fight I got involved in here was at Third Way, which is a centrist Democratic group. They want the Democratic Party to be more moderate. They had written a piece about how Hasan Piker is an anti-Semite and we need to draw a line against the anti-Semites. And that had sort of not gone anywhere. Then there was a Michigan Senate race where the more progressive candidate in the race, Abdul El-Sayed, did a rally with Hasan Piker. And then he got denounced by the other candidates in the race for doing that. And there was this big blow up about Piker and whether people like him should be platformed. And this is sort of why I wrote this piece. Look, I got a lot of disagreements with Piker politically. I think he's wrong on a bunch of things. I think there are other things I think he's right on.
Let's discuss, Ezra. Let's do the pod. The people are demanding it. Let's do a pod. I want to know. I mean, he's an abundist. I'm anti-abundist, I guess, somewhat. I'm the most, for the record, a big part of the conversation on this issue revolves around housing and what to do with it. And ironically enough, as a advocate for socialized housing, as an advocate for public housing, I am probably the most agnostic on the YIMBY-NIMBY conversation. I just want to build housing, and I want to also make sure that housing is I want to expand on the inventory of readily available housing 100%. But I also want to do that in a way where there are some restrictions to ensure that people don't have to move around. Okay? One thing I don't care about is the perspective of the people that go, you're destroying the culture of this neighborhood. I don't care about that at all. I want housing, though. I want more housing, and I love transit. So there is certainly a lot of agreements that I have with the YIMBYs on that issue. Autistically enjoying public transit and wanting an abundance of public transit. That's a very, urbanist take. That's something that they love, right? I love that too. So your YIMBY lol. No, because the reason why I'm not a YIMBY, I guess, the reason why I'm saying I'm agnostic on this issue is because I'm not in favor of I'm in favor of upzoning, but I'm not in favor of deregulation. Does that make sense? Like, I'm not in favor of building fucking dog shit ass 5+1s, for example, right? Isn't that what they're called? Like those ugly ass boxy ones. I personally think, and maybe this is, because my mom is a architecture historian, I believe that if you're going to build new housing, it has to, no, 5+1s are not cool. I hate them. I hate them so much. 5/1s are disgusting. 5/1s are disgusting. It is my most anti-NIMBY take. Okay. The 5/1s, the ways that 5/1s work, I would much rather, as an anti-brutalist architecture guy, I would much rather have the gray ass fucking city blocks than the modern looking 5/1s. Like I despise the way that they look. I hate them. I hate them so much. They're so ugly. They should be retrofitted to suit the current cultural taste, or the cultural taste and the architectural vibes of previous development. Okay? Anti-brutalist architecture, some communist you are, buddy. I mean, I don't mind the brutalist architecture. I'm just saying, there's eco-brutalism that I think is beautiful with Brett, all of Paris, basically 5/1s. If you dislike the look, not the content, that's fine. Yes, I despise the look. I think it's nasty. It was cooked up in a fucking shop with nasty little perverts. Okay, look at this, and chat will know what I mean. This. God, I hate it so much. I hate looking at it. I hate staring at it. It's disgusting. It disgusts me. Okay? It is genuinely the worst. The worst. Every single one is built like this and never built like this. Okay? That's my big issue. It's never this. It's always this. It's never this. It's always this shit. And this shit is so fucking nasty, dude. It is so goddamn ugly. It's so goddamn nasty. Wait, someone said goy brick. No. No. Stop doing this. Okay? Stop doing this. You went to, what is it called? CAD, right? You went into that architecture program and it literally looks like an Excel spreadsheet. Okay? This is the building representation of a fucking Excel spreadsheet. It's nasty to look at. It's disgusting. I hate it. Okay? Why? Why is it? I get it. It's the most efficient. Oh my God, capitalism. I love efficiency. I love efficiency so much. Fuck you. Instead of the goy block, give me the gray block. Okay? Give me Soviet brutalism, not this shit. Not me on AutoCAD right now on the second monitor, concerned. Architecture is a cultural development that changes with time. Maintaining historical aesthetics is just social conservatism, to be honest. You decided that some arbitrary point in time is the best style. Do you think this is a good style? Look at this. Look. It's nasty. Why the fuck would I want to look at a goddamn Xbox, dude? I hate it. I think part of the reason why I hate it is because I think the part of the reason why I hate it is because, one, it reminds me of an Excel spreadsheet. Okay. And that's nasty as fuck. The other reason why I hate it is because I know when I look at this, I know I'm like, this is the cheapest construction. That's why it's the most efficient. And that's why it's the one that they made. So this is where I definitely sidestep from the YIMBYs, because I have this belief perhaps it's wrong that the city that you live in and the way that the city that you live in looks, it genuinely impacts your development and your culture. And I feel like this is destroying our soul. Architects don't want this, the investors do. No, that's what I'm saying. 100%. Developers go for the cheapest option, and this is very clearly the cheapest option. God forbid architecture actually has dignity. No, exactly. This is exactly what you're talking about.
You've actually
from an
gone on the
architect.
record on other podcasts and have said that being an architect sucks ass.
Yeah, this is a really important point. Essentially, what's happened to architecture since the development of AutoCAD, especially, is that architecture has been largely de-skilled in a lot of ways. So drawing, for example, is not commonly taught in schools. Everything becomes abstracted, essentially. The computer systems are so complex now that basically, you know, those 5/1s, the reason they look like that is that they're essentially the...
Literally using the same image. It's the same image. That's an architect. I'm not an architect. She's saying the same shit. Look at that.
built version of a spreadsheet. So all of the materials, the aluminum panels, you can just plug and play. Whereas like if you wanted to add a curve to a building, then that takes like a huge amount of labor because you have to think about the flashing for like the rain. There's a possibility you could get sued if like something...
Wait, no, it's actually a different building? Shut the fuck up. No, you're fucking with me. It's literally the same photo.
add,
Hold
like,
on.
additional construction drawings because it's
Where is
clay.
it?
Whereas, you know, those 5/1s...
No, it's the same one, you fucking idiot. Shut up. That's funny. You got me for a second. I literally was like, there's no way. There's no fucking way that they used a different photo and it looks identical. It's the same one. It's the same photo. They straight up use the same exact goddamn photo. I agree with your point on that specific building, but I'm just saying we don't need neoclassical or Victorian shit forever. We can do modern, attractive design. Now, whatever this bullshit is, to be clear. Look. I understand that architects have a God complex, but sometimes it's okay to let their freak flag fly, okay? And this is the opposite of that. This is stunting art, okay? This is where capitalism is such a corrosive influence that it absolutely destroys what makes us human. We have now become servile to the machine. We have now become servants of the profit motive. It is everything that is wrong with modernity, okay? It's nasty. It's rigid. It's plug and play. It's disgusting. And I fucking hate it. Okay? Once we house every person, I'll give a shit about aesthetics. Okay, man, you're the most moral, okay? We can't have a fucking conversation about the impact of like not just city planning, but the impact of like any sort of architectural guidelines that move away from this disgusting, nasty 5/1 bullshit. Okay?
The reason they look...
You're so wrong about this, man.
Something leaks, you know, then you have to add... Like,
bro, they're building it anyway. I'm saying, like, make it a little bit more... Make it a little bit nicer. Make it a little bit nicer. You know what's really funny about this shit? Yeah, here it is. Here is the fucking beauty of what brutalism can look like. So what's nasty about this is that all of these modernist capitalists, they constantly chirp about the gray block Soviet brutalist architecture. They always shit on it, except this is literally that, but worse. Okay? This is also designed for utility, right? Just like the gray Soviet blocks are designed for utility, except there is an art direction there. There's some soul in this. And this, on the other hand, this, on the other hand, is soulless. It's soulless. You look at that and you immediately know what the thought process was in the development, in the design of this fucking nasty ass building. Architecture is bourgeois decadence in a manner as fashion, partially practical, but mostly pointless. Man, shut the fuck up. Stop. Okay? Your autism doesn't matter here. Okay? Art is what makes us fucking human. And architecture is the most human expression. It's something that you're fucking looking at every day. It's something that you're living in. You could not be further away from the truth on this, by the way. This is the corporate font version of a building. It is designed exclusively to maximize profits for a real estate developer. It's nasty. It's not decadent to demand that we have something nicer to fucking look at, especially because we're living in it. We're seeing it every day. I don't think you understand the mentality. Like a lot of people, here, I'll give you an example. People constantly talk about how like the average European has so much fucking swag. Okay? Oh my God, the average European, oh, they smoke le cigarette, but look at their outfits, look at the swagger they have. That shit is built into the system. And I think there are many hidden, invisible ways in which the average European person that's growing up, okay, in an environment that is nicer to look at, develops a sense of fucking taste. Americans are largely cultureless because every fucking city looks the same. It's one aspect of it, right? This is just one aspect. I'm not saying this is the whole deal, right? I've literally never seen anything like this. Please look at my alma mater's giant brutalist turkey library. Yeah, like this shit's fucking fire. The only thing brutalism has ever done wrong is the stupid Robarts turkey ass library. No, I think that's cool. I think you're wrong about that. I think that's cool too. It's far better than this because it has a soul. Yeah, Americans cannot enjoy the basic urbanism of Europe.
Jealous of Europeans? This is why. You cannot find this built environment anywhere in the United States.
Not wrong, Disney. That's it. The only place where you can find this is maybe a college campus or fucking Disney. And that's it. The only way Americans can experience a fraction of the urban planning that is built into every fucking European city, specifically the European capitals, but every goddamn European city, is a college campus, sometimes if you're lucky, or Disneyland. And that's it. And it's really fucking annoying. Falls Santa Monica has a walkable mall that looks like this. Okay, let's not stretch it, okay? If you start talking about Caruso properties, I'm going to lose my goddamn mind. I hate that shit so much because it's unbelievably, it's worse than Disney in terms of being fucking fake as shit.
Americans jealous of Europeans? This is why. You cannot find this built environment anywhere in the United States. It doesn't matter how rich you are. Even Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk can't live on a street like this, a place that a local European would take for granted. This neighborhood isn't even a nice one. It's working class, and it used to be a really bad ghetto, among the city's worst, until very recently when it was discovered by tourists, urbanists, and artists. And even still, it's relatively affordable.
So you're not against high density housing with commercial on the ground floor? It's just yes, dude, what the fuck? That's what I'm saying. But the problem, the area where I diverge from the Yimbys is that Yimbys have this autistic interest in just only making sure they're so trapped under the banner of fucking capitalism that they're like, well, real estate developers won't make anything if it's too costly. So we should just nix all of our interests in aesthetic expression. Fuck that. I'm not saying don't upzone or don't do mixed use housing. Don't do the fucking markets underneath with like additional housing on top. No, those are all great. I just think it's disgusting the way that we design them because we don't design them for any sort of like artistic expression whatsoever. It's just designed for maxing out profits, maximum efficiency, maximum profits. Yes, density enables transit. I know. These things go hand in hand. I know. I have a lot of thoughts about this. Okay. I'm not even against cubes. I'm not even against it. You know, I'm not the biggest fan of brutalism, but I would much rather prefer Soviet era government funded building blocks that look gray in the winter, because that's another thing. These guys always do this thing where they'll always post a photo from a complex, but in the fucking harshest winter possible, so all of the fucking greenery is dead, right? They're all fucking, you know, it's the winter. It looks like shit. Yes, it looks like shit in Eastern Europe in the fucking winter. It's already gray in the summer. It's extra gray in the winter. So they'll always post that photo and never post a photo in the spring where it's like beautiful and, you know, trees are alive and all this shit. But yeah, there's a reason why Americans, well, Amerifats love going to Europe and be like, oh my God, how beautiful. How did this happen? And then when you actually try to advance that in the United States of America, try to build a city that looks halfway like a fucking European city, they lose their minds. They go, this is 15-minute cities. You're a fucking communist. You want to kill me in a 15-minute city. You want to give me the gay vaccine. I will actually now fight to the death to ensure that this does not happen. I love driving 45 fucking minutes in my disgusting little tank, okay, in my Treatlerite mobile, 45 minutes both ways to grab a goddamn sandwich. It's fucking bullshit. That's called freedom, libtard. Look it up. That's the attitude always. It's nasty. It's weird as fuck. Americans, unfortunately, don't know what's good for them, which is why I am in favor of and a major advocate of never listening to the masses. Get them to vote. You get them to vote on a fucking ballot measure. Overwhelmingly passes. After that, you don't have to have conversations at town halls with a bunch of random boomer Treatlerites who don't want to fucking build additional housing. Fuck you. I've said this before. I'm a little bit of a psycho when it comes to this. I mean, I'm mostly joking. But yeah, the only time you should have a town hall on this stuff, the only time you should have a town hall on this stuff is to trap them. Okay? You have a town hall, and anyone that comes up to be like, oh, I don't think poors or black people should be coming to our neighborhood. If we expand on this fucking new, you know, subway line, then there's going to be too many poor people that are allowed to come to my neighborhood. You trap them. You're like, oh, that's great. Thank you, sir. Now you're arrested. Okay? Sorry. This was actually this was a red wedding style scenario, okay? This was a sting operation. That's great. We love your takes. That's fantastic. You're going to fucking prison now. Yeah, lock the doors in the town hall. Arrest every single person that is a naysayer. Yeah. A honeypot, if you will. The second paragraph on 501 buildings show how cheap they are. The name derives from the maximum permissible 5 floors of combustible construction, type 3 or type 5, over a fire-resistive type 1 podium of 1 floor, 5 over 1, or 2 floors over 5 over 2, as defined by the United States-based International Building Code, IBC section 510.2. Some sources instead attribute the name to the wood framing of the upper construction. The International Building Code uses type 5 to refer to non-fireproof structures, including those framed with dimensional lumber. Ugh. That's a joke. I'm joking. I don't think we should fucking arrest all the boomers. Maybe some of them. Okay, that's a joke too. We should arrest no boomers. They should be able to keep doing crimes against humanity. They should continue to rob us of our fucking future. A future where we could have walkable, dense housing filled cities. You know?
Look how beautiful it is. It has cobblestone streets, cafes lining them. A block away is the water where there's a tram that will get you to the city center.
Yeah,
for very
I
cheap.
hate that.
And all of this is totally unremarkable. It's just one of dozens and dozens of neighborhoods in this city that looks exactly like this. Go down on the street and ask some of the locals what they think about the area. They'd be confused why you would even ask. There's absolutely nothing remarkable about this. And yet we as Americans, despite being the most productive people, the richest people, despite having all these luxuries, this is something we're simply not allowed to have. And I mean that when I say not allowed to have. Zoning laws make such a neighborhood illegal. It doesn't matter if Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk wanted to build this in America, the laws would prevent it. There is no power or money that will allow you to have this simple pleasure that basically anyone living in Europe can enjoy.
People paying $2K a month to live in those buildings too in Brooklyn. No one can afford it, even the rich. Americans, please go to city council meetings. Stop letting boomers dictate your lives. It doesn't even matter, though. The problem is they only want to listen to the fucking boomers, man. They only want to listen to the goddamn boomers. They don't want to listen to you. They don't want to listen to anybody else. They only... Hold on. Thailand is getting really good at 15-minute cities. The only other way Americans can experience walkable cities is if they live in a Walmart company town. There's a Walmart company town? What the fuck?
The people who own Walmart built a town, and I have some thoughts on this. This is a little gossipy, but it's important and affects all of us. And please stay tuned for the Walmart headquarters because that was a wild thing to witness. So, the city of Bentonville, Arkansas, as you can see, dreamy downtown, gorgeous, walkable, cheap ice cream. It feels like historic small town America that many of us romanticize, but everything also feels a little bit off. I learn about cities for a living, and Bentonville has excellent ingredients that I wish every city had access to. It's super, super connected by greenways and car-free transportation, lots of plants. I'm always looking for grocery stores in downtowns, and Bentonville actually has an urban Walmart. So here's the weird part. At the museum, they said one of the goals of Walmart was to lower the cost of living for people, but in Walmart's pursuit of efficiency and profit and expansion, they have beat out small business owners and become one of the biggest forces pushing people away from downtowns and towards a more car-focused, disconnected world. Big box stores make their money by buying things in bulk and selling them cheaper than local stores can sell them for, but in order to...
This is Ben.
Wait, what the fuck? I spent a week living in Walmart's socialist utopia?
To do this and have parking for it, they need a ton of land, and all this encourages places to be more spread out, drawing people away from downtown and from local spending. Also, Walmart's not known for paying their employees well, and there are many ripples of harmful effects of their business model. Meanwhile, the Walton family has over $400 billion. The hypocrisy of Bentonville is wild to me because they knew that in order to draw people into their town to want to live near their corporate headquarters, they had to design a city that's the very type of thing their business model has destroyed. A friend and I stopped into a brewery downtown and asked the owner of the business who owns the building, and he said, the Walton family. So we said, how much of downtown do you think the Waltons own? And he said, probably 90%. That said, he has a high quality of life and enjoys living in Bentonville. Yeah, it's a good town. However, he lives a 10-minute drive outside of downtown. It's because places like this are unaffordable to everyday people because they're so rare, but they shouldn't be. Another amenity of Bentonville is the insane amount of mountain biking trails because Sam Walton's grandkids love mountain biking. Cool, money can do great things. Even more idyllic and strange is Walmart's corporate headquarters, not a car to be seen. Pedestrian paths and nature everywhere. It's going to be so lovely when these trees are all grown. But look at the names of the buildings on this map. Together, Hula, always, the art was also so weird. My friend said the vibe was subtly jarring. I've been to other corporate headquarters, even Amazon, which I don't like to give my dollars to, and it did not feel this unreal. One more thing is the gorgeous and incredible Crystal Bridges Art Museum. It's an extremely impressive museum.
There's something off about it. Like, there's something fucked with the vibes, right? Am I crazy? I feel like you look at it from afar and you're like, oh, idyllic small town America. And then you're like, oh my God, it's so soulless. What do you mean? Hula and hope. Yeah, it's like Severance. Gross. Anyway, I feel like I've made my point, and I didn't even need to make a point. I could have just shown you, once again, these two images. This is all I need to show you. I hate the 5/1s for their aesthetic displeasure. It displeases me to look at them, and I feel like looking at a nice building actually has a real impact in your life that you can't even comprehend. Especially as an American, you could never comprehend it because we don't live in real cities, with some exceptions.
Crazy statement that the Nazis and the current Israeli administration are the same thing. to some effect.
He once said being a liberal Zionist is like being a liberal Nazi, which, as I write in the piece, I think is a pretty repugnant thing to say. That he's defended that statement as saying he's just against ethno-nationalism, but what made the Nazis was not that they were an ethno-national state. There are a lot of ethno-national states. It's the industrialized extermination of...
Wait, but that's literally what Israel is doing. What do you mean? See, this is what I mean. This is... At the end of the day, you know what this conversation turns into? This hurts my feelings personally because the Holocaust was an unbelievably violent event, which is true. Like, the problem is the Holocaust is not a singularly violent event. Okay? That's the issue. It's not like there is a uniqueness to it in terms of the coverage of it, in terms of the way we learn about it. And some thinkers, way more intelligent than myself, have brought up the comparison between even Germany's former genocides or Belgium's genocide in the Congo, and have said that the reason why the Holocaust is treated as a unique version of a genocide is, aside from the industrial slaughter of it all, is the fact that it was a genocide of Europeans by Europeans, as opposed to a genocide of Europeans, or a genocide of non-Europeans, or Africans, rather, by Europeans. But that's it. There is an exceptionalism surrounding the conversation of Nazis and the Holocaust that doesn't really serve a productive purpose if we're having a real adult conversation surrounding what Israel is doing.
The Jews across Europe. So I don't love that comment. But I also think, and I want to say this, like, I don't think we should focus on the worst or most crude things people say. Piker is a streamer. He's like sits on air for 6 to 10 hours a day. Yeah. You're going to find like things that people shouldn't have said in that. And he's also somebody who's called out anti-Semitism in a lot of different formats. He's a Bernie Sanders supporter. He's like, so, you know, he's talked about John Ossoff as a good presidential candidate for 2028. So I think somebody who's repeatedly promoting Jewish Americans for the presidency, that's going to be a weird kind of Jew hatred. Yeah. And there are 2 points I wanted to make about this. One was simply that I think that there is an organized effort, and I'm Jewish, and I have a lot of very now conflicted feelings about Israel, but deep feelings about Israel. I wanted to be on a different path, and it's on very, very deeply. But so long as Israel is on this path, anti-Zionism is going to be a very, very, very potent political force. And the effort among some Jewish groups to conflate it with anti-Semitism is going to be very dangerous. Because if you keep telling people that if they oppose the Jewish state, they oppose Jewish people, eventually they're going to believe you. Mm-hmm. And you're making the anti-Semites' job a lot easier. So that's one dimension.
If you really said such terrible things, they would have more clips than just the same fucking clips over and over. Yeah, I know. But even like I've already admitted that like the worst sounding ones are just like me talking about ultra-Orthodox settlers serving in the Israeli military and like calling them inbred jokingly, which is a pejorative I utilize for all ethno-nationalist groups regardless, because ethno-nationalism or religious nationalism or supremacist thought revolves around genetic purity, and genetic purity breeds inbreeding, right? And it's just a substitute pejorative, but like that's one of the only instances where you can be like, we got him, right? Everything else is fucking ridiculous. Like the Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel. Like we can have a conversation around like why you think that's an irredeemable statement, but you're going to have a hard time defending your side on this, right? So that's that. Like with the exception of that, with the exception of like the "we got 'em boys" take, like there's not really much you can fucking complain about if we're having a serious conversation, right? But ultimately, like the liberal Zionism is liberal Nazism because Zionism is Nazism. Yeah, that's a bold take. It's a bold take if you have personal hangups about what Zionism means to you individually, what Zionism means to you personally. And I am willing to entertain a productive and constructive conversation that helps unshackle you from the personal social hangups and the developmentary hangups that you have on the issue of Zionism. I will always have that conversation with anyone that wants to talk to me about it, okay? Christian Zionists, Jewish Zionists, I understand the importance of social conditioning and how social conditioning has played a major role in the development of personal ideology that you find very important to your development. I really don't think that comment is offensive at all. Everybody jokes about Alabama and stuff. It's pretty common pejorative for conservative populations. There's a claim among anti-Semites that Jews are significantly more inbred than other populations, but it's clear you weren't referring to that. Yeah, I know. But I'm just saying that's the closest one you can arrive at that is like, oh, we got him, right? That's it. I like how his anti-Semitism metric is Hasan likes some Jewish people and not your defense against anti-Semitism and advocacy. No. He brought up the fact that an anti-Semite would not consistently fight back against anti-Semitism. He's to give Ezra credit. He has seen Aaron Regenberg's piece, and that convinced them clearly that I'm not like some fucking rabid anti-Semite in the way that it's being presented by a lot of Jewish advocacy groups that are actually Zionism advocacy groups, Israel advocacy groups that masquerade as Jewish advocacy groups, right? So he does bring that up in the piece. He briefly alluded to it while he was having this conversation with Dax Shepard. But yeah, a lot of the hangups or a lot of the discontent surrounding some of my more hyperbolic, they would say, hyperbolic sentiment or statements revolves around, I think, the personal hangups that people have about certain ideologies. It's very difficult for someone to come to terms with the polar opposite perspective, right? Did you say Dax Shepard? Yes, Dax Shepard, who is the person who's on the other side of the microphone here on this podcast. This is the Dax Shepard podcast with Ezra Klein.
And by the way, I know a lot of Jewish anti-Zionists, particularly young ones. Like, this has been a big thing in New York, where Zoran Mamdani's been running, and a lot of conflicts in the Jewish community have emerged, and I've done a lot of writing about this, so it's not my first time coming to this issue. I've done a lot of reporting about Israel and Palestine, and particularly since October 7th, and I've gone there and the whole thing. The other thing that I want to say about this is that talking to people is not a reward for their agreement. I'm not saying you cannot draw lines, but in the way attention actually works now, when people have earned it, and Piker has attention that is not like up to third way to grant him or not grant him, the decision of whether or not you will talk to him, I mean, you can decide who you think you'll have a productive conversation with.
Yeah.
But the idea that people should be off limits for conversation.
Because, and just say, everyone, because I get criticized of this, like, you're platforming
Yeah, you're
them. This is the great, cuts through all other arguments.
I just don't, I don't think it is
a Bundesliga. Yeah, I'm an Abundist.
Good way to think about politics in a diverse society. And I think you should be very, very careful with it. You can come up with a list of like shitty things a lot of people have said. And you also need to open up space in your own mind that them being in conversation with you and with others is how they will
Pax Abundica.
change, and also maybe how you will change and how you will understand them better. And I do believe, like, going back to the moral imagination of what it means to live in a democracy, that part of it is being open to these complex and difficult conversations with each other. I talk to a lot of people on the right, and it's an ongoing thing on my show that I really try to have people on the right on who I truly disagree with, right? Not like never Trumpers, but people who are like foundational theorists of Trumpism. Yeah. And they do want an ethno-national state, and they want things that I find genuinely appalling.
Yeah.
And I still want to understand them. Yeah. And I want to make myself more understood to them, or at least try, when I think we can have a productive conversation. I think that there is a genuine challenge we are all going to face if we want the country to work, which is, how do we live here with each other?
Exactly.
You know, I've been thinking a lot about Obama recently, and Obama in 2008. and Obama before that in 2004, when he rises up with his famous, speech about there not being a red and blue America, and all of the hope that he pulled forward in people to be in this country and to be in politics in this country could feel profoundly different than it did then. And now it all looks quaint, right? The divisions of 2004 versus the divisions of 2026 are gentle. But it didn't feel that way then. And I think one of the difficult things is that Obama won, and, his win had...
Anyway, all right. Well, that's good conversation. I would love to, like I said, I'd love to have a conversation with Ezra. Would love to have a conversation with Ezra about liberal Zionism versus anti-Zionism, and things of that nature, and why I hold the positions that I hold. And you just burped in my ears, in your heart. I just texted him again to see if he'd be down to do it, because we were supposed to have a convo many moons ago. We were supposed to have a conversation about the manosphere, but then Charlie Kirk got shot, and then they dropped it. They went in a totally different direction about and then he wrote the piece about Charlie Kirk, ironically enough. But I was supposed to be on Ezra's podcast many moons ago. And we were going to talk about the manosphere far before this became the main point of contention, manosphere, where we're at with all of that. Yeah. But I just wanted to show you this brief clip that I showed you yesterday. Asmongold is the largest right-wing political content creator in the U.S. His view counts eclipse the Daily Wire. Here he is, openly admitting that he's a funnel for Nick Fuentes and his repulsive neo-Nazi worldview. And strangely enough, the ADL never tries to deplatform him. Perhaps it's because he spends most of his time demanding I get deplatformed or imprisoned while being in favor of funding Israel. Fun fact. I had a coworker told me they had to turn you off because you burped in the mic like that. Okay, well, we need stronger warriors, okay? We need stronger warriors. If you are pulling out because I burped into the microphone, we're not cut out for this, okay? Sometimes I'm going to burp. I can't believe I lost a viewer to a burp. Sometimes you're going to hear a burp in your ear, like a little baby burp, not a big one. I have a coworker that's subscribed because you burped in the mic. For every two coworkers, or for every one coworker we lose in the suburbs because I burped in the mic, we gain 2 in blue collar towns, and we can keep winning in towns in Ohio, in Pennsylvania, Mississippi, and all around the country. Okay, just remember that. Anyway, this is the Wemby Power Hour. We're gonna do a quick Wemby mention because he was wearing this fit. And apparently he talked about it.
J'ai une petite question sur ta tenue avant le match. Est-ce que c'était un petit clin d'œil aux moines? Est-ce que c'était pour l'Aïd? Et qu'est-ce que tu as pensé du match de Dylan Harper? Et est-ce que tu penses de sa capacité à toujours drive, à toujours être agressif vers le cercle?
Deux questions qui n'ont rien à voir. Ouais, ça n'avait rien à voir avec les moines. Oui, effectivement, c'était pour l'Aïd. Et
Bro, a Frenchman dressing up for Eid like that? Big. Considering that Emmanuel Macron straight up thinks that all manner of Muslim garb should be abolished. Okay?
pour Dylan, ouais, c'est impressionnant comme toujours. Et on ne peut pas savoir à quoi va ressembler un joueur avant qu'il soit passé par ce genre de match. Et ça fait plaisir de savoir qu'il est comme ça.
He straight up said it. I wore it for aid. That's sick. SGA fell down on back-to-back shots, but the refs didn't fall for the bait. I prayed for this. Hater report.
Inside. It's off. Rebound by Harper.
No call. No call. Okay. Pretty good. Pretty good.
Harper accelerates at Wallace. Wallace gets hands in there to tie it up, and he takes it away. 2-on-1. SGA and Caruso.
Dude, double flop. That's crazy. You rarely ever see the double flop so close to one another with no calls. Incredible. These refs can go eat a dick. Oh, okay. Classic Oklahoma Tel Aviv Thunder fans, okay? Oklahoma City, sister city to Tel Aviv. Classic Tel Aviv Thunder fans. Oh my God, I can't believe the referee didn't give us every call. You don't watch basketball? True. Yeah, Novara defended me. But that's for later. We'll talk about that. Also, absolutely unhinged attack from Josh Gottheimer on our boy Adam HaMAWY. Oh, the other Asmongold thing I wanted to show you was this. This guy says, Schopenhauer spoke about this. Asmongold responded with, men are naturally more attractive than women on average. That's why women need makeup. This isn't me being gay. It's science. Look at a peacock or a cardinal, male versus female. Females get mogged. Greek statues dedicated to the peak aesthetic form, overwhelmingly men. Buddy, you couldn't have made a worse point if you fucking tried. Greek aesthetics? You mean gay pedophile aesthetics highlighted the beauty of man over women? Wow. That's crazy. Thank you for making a salient point, okay? Wow. This is just Nazi shit? I know. To which I replied with the ultimate ratio. I said, this is gayer than having sex with a man. 53,000 likes. Greek statues just have just as many women. Just saying. No, I know. But this one, I mean, dude, being able to fucking ratio base boosted ass Asmongold like this on Elon Musk's Twitter is pretty fucking wild. I hope you're ready for the Hasan isn't white and he's fat narrative, because that's what he has word vomiting earlier. Hasan isn't white and he's fat. That's what he's saying. Bro, a guy that looks like Asmongold probably shouldn't ever bring up the way that another person looks. It's very odd. Is he trying to? Yeah. Oh my God. I realize what he's doing. He wants me to prove to him that I'm not fat by posting more meat pics on Maine. Oh my God. He wants meat pics. Oh my God. He wants meat pics, bro. That's what it is. Five head. He was like, oh yeah, based. Yeah, based. He's negging you. You're being groomed by the mold man. This your glorious empire? What the fuck is that? Okay, dude. Come on. Come on, man. God damn it. Fuck you. Mods, ban that person. I mean, are you trying to get me banned? Luckily, we, pulled. It's a historical work of art. It's technically not gay porn, even though it looks like it from afar. But that's crazy. See you on Kick? Yeah, it's over. Technically, it is art. It's historical art. But you should still ban that guy. Candid from the Stavros birthday party? Okay, shut up. Silly Billy, thank you for the 26 community gifted subs. Suspicious that you hit that right as that one brief photo quickly was on your screen. So you're banning people for enjoying art now? Yes, because that's, again, that's, you know, it's a little too close for comfort there. Okay. Where were we? Oh yeah, two of the straightest men you know. Nicolas J. Fuentes also agreeing, obviously. I assume the counter to that from the dumbest people you know of all time is going to be, you're using, I thought you guys were woke. Why are you using gay as a pejorative? Well, they don't even know the word pejorative, but they'd be like, why are you using gay as a negative? Not based. Something like that. Something along those lines. You know what I mean? That's so get excited for that take. I suspect that's what's coming. What is this? Ricky $2. I gifted 20 subs the other day and didn't get a thank you. Can I get one? Also, I got banned later that night. Feels bad, man. Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Ron,
all right, let's get to the motherfucking news. Did you see that Nephew and Maya had a small beef? Yeah, I did. Nephew was in the wrong on that one. 100%. But you know, I'm sure that they've patched it up behind the scenes. And audiences go extra hard. And when you go extra hard against Maya, that's unacceptable. Okay? Only I get to do that. Nobody else. My mortal enemy, Maya Higa. Only I get to yell at her and make fun of her. And nobody else.
Tell CBS News a deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz may be close, but this is not the first time we've heard such optimistic talk. MTS Tayyab has the latest.
So we're not there yet, but we're very close.
What is this fuck-ass haircut, bro? Get out of here. You cannot try and looks max out of this, okay? What is this fuck-ass haircut, bro? What is this man doing? Meanwhile, his daddy is apparently pulling the exit cord, pulling the rip cord out. He's flying to fucking Argentina.
Keep on working at it.
U.S. sources tell CBS News a tentative memorandum of understanding for a 60-day ceasefire has been reached and is waiting for the signatures of President Trump and the Iranian leadership.
That's what I do. I negotiate. They negotiate. They're very good negotiators.
That's what I do.
But in the end, we have all the cards because we've defeated them militarily. Look.
There were fears the ceasefire could collapse after the U.S. and Iran traded strikes twice this week. On Thursday, Iran's Revolutionary Guard released this video of what it said was a missile launched towards a U.S. military base in Kuwait after U.S. aircraft carried out what the military called a, quote, defensive strike along Iran's coast. Under the proposed deal, Tehran and Washington would lift their dueling blockades on the Strait of Hormuz. But other thorny issues, including Tehran's nuclear program, ballistic missiles, and sanctions relief will be negotiated later. So too will the ceasefire in Lebanon, which has seen intense attacks this week as Israel expands operations against Iran's proxy there, Hezbollah, a red line for Tehran. Michael Oren is a former Israeli ambassador to the U.S.
Is there a diplomatic end to this that Israel could be satisfied with?
We'll have to say, okay, that deal is your deal, Mr. President, and the Iranians. We cannot be beholden to that deal, certainly if it risks the lives of our citizens here.
And overnight, new U.S. sanctions on Iran's oil trade were announced, despite the ongoing negotiations to reach a deal to end the conflict. While global financial markets have responded relatively positively to the news a truce may be close, until the president signs it, it isn't done.
Could the fact that Israel can't reach Argentina with their nukes have any relevance to the deal moving there, you think? Well, first of all, Trita Parsi kind of spoiled that for us, saying that Israel already has nuclear-armed Dolphin submarines that can be anywhere around the world, and therefore their coverage of nuclear payload delivery is the entire planet, unfortunately. And secondly, Argentina is already little Israel. What do you mean? Argentina has become spiritually led by the Israeli government, and sometimes maybe even literally led by the Israeli government under the banner of Javier Milei. And therefore, you're not really escaping Israel. You're just living in Israel, but Latin America at that point. So
until it's done. Vlad.
Truer words never spoken. MTS Taib in Tel Aviv, thank you very much.
Well, Krishnan, here we are again. Maybe a deal, maybe not a deal. There was some sense that progress was being made, given Donald Trump said he was holding this meeting in the Situation Room. But in the last few minutes, we've had two separate Truth Social postings from him, which would suggest he is now out of that room. And those Truth Socials did not mention Iran, suggesting he has moved on from that. We also don't know who was in the room with him. Certainly his Secretary of State and National Security Advisor, Marco Rubio spent the morning at the State Department.
You mean Lubio? You mean Marco Lubio?
With his Pakistani counterpart. Pakistan, of course, a key intermediary in the diplomatic efforts to solve this conflict. And then the man in charge of the military operation in the Middle East, Pete Hegseth, the self-styled Secretary of War, well, he's thousands of miles away with US troops in Asia. So it's unclear who he was discussing this with. He did lay out his demands, once again, demands we've seen before on his Truth Social before entering the Situation Room, saying Iran must agree to never have a nuclear weapon. It must immediately reopen the Strait of Hormuz, remove any mines underwater that are there. And when it comes to the enriched uranium it has, the US would go in and take that, and the US would destroy it. Also, Donald Trump saying that Iran would not see any economic relief as yet. Almost immediately, that was rebutted by the Iranians, who say that no agreement has been finalized. They say any memorandum of understanding would involve $12 billion of their frozen assets being unfrozen and immediately given back to Iran. There is no provision for the US to take that enriched uranium and destroy it. And also, when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, they say that they will continue to monitor ships there and security measures, which is very different from Donald Trump talking about unrestricted traffic there. So once again, it feels like the same sticking points remain. And despite the suggestion that a high-level meeting has taken place in the Situation Room, if you look at the two things that he's just put on his Truth Social, they're endorsing candidates in House races for Congress. They are not talking about the situation in the Middle East.
Kate Fisher. Well, joining me now is Ali Vyers, the Iran project director at the International Crisis Group, who was involved in the negotiations that led to the 2015 Iran nuclear deal. How do you square these vast differences between what Trump says the deal is and what the Iranians say it is?
It's good to be with you. I think they're totally normal. This battle of narratives happens all the time. It's not a new thing. Both sides are trying to claim victory here. And I think we should take every claim with a truckload of salt. The reality is really somewhere in between. But I do believe that we're closer than ever to finalizing this memorandum of understanding.
Why do you think that? Because we've sort of been in this position for a while. Trump keeps saying he's about to sign a deal and then doesn't. Why does there seem to be this consensus now that we are nearly there?
Well, there are two key reasons. One is that if you look at the amount of work that has gone through trying to bridge the remaining gaps, especially by the mediators, Pakistan is in the lead, but behind the scenes, there's also Turkey, Egypt, and Saudi Arabia, as well as Qatar. They've done a lot of work to bring the two sides to the finish line. So that's number one. And number two is that there is now, I think, no illusion about the fact that the alternative to this agreement ranges from unpalatable to outright ugly for both sides. This was really a lose-lose dynamic, and its continuation is not going to put either party in a better position. And that's why I do believe that we are close to finalizing this deal. But also, let me be quite clear and temper expectations about what this deal is.
I'm Argentinian and I'm opposed to the Israel project and genocide. Brother, I'm not talking about Argentinian, the population. I'm not talking about Argentina as a whole. I'm talking about the government. I'm talking about Javier Milei. Very specifically, I brought it up.
It is just the one page.
And his closeness to the Israeli government. I mean, he kissed the wall recently. You know,
official agreement that doesn't really resolve anything other than consolidating the ceasefire and reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
The Fars news agency, which is sort of semi-official, isn't it, in Iran, has got an explanation which is that Trump is going to claim that even though the memorandum of understanding doesn't have in it the things that he is claiming in his Truth Social, he's going to say, yeah, but they've agreed to do that verbally. Things like allowing the Americans in to help extract the uranium and then have it destroyed. Does that sound plausible?
Look, to my understanding, the MOU will include headlines of some of the things that will happen in a final agreement on the nuclear issue. It would not have any technical details, any implementation plans, but it would say that Iran would dispose of its stockpile of highly enriched uranium. It would probably also say that Iran would accept restrictions or suspension of its uranium enrichment program for a period of time without really specifying exactly how long or what would be the mechanism. Or it would say that Iran would allow the IAEA, the UN nuclear watchdog, back in without, again, explaining how that is going to happen. Same applies to sanctions relief. And this is why, as I said, this is just really scratching the surface, and you would need to have a lot of very difficult negotiations to follow if the two sides are to reach a sustainable and comprehensive agreement.
I mean, if this is the deal, what's America actually achieved?
Not much. We're really back to where we were right before Operation Epic Fury, with the Strait of Hormuz open and the nuclear issues almost unresolved.
And an economic chaos in the bargain for the whole world.
Of course, yes. And a very high cost for the United States as well. This war exhausted U.S. munition stockpiles, did cost 13 American lives.
Yeah, but think about how good Israel feels. I'm just saying. Why is nobody factoring in Israel's feelings on the matter? I personally think destroying the petrodollar, destroying the notion that America is the most powerful hegemon on the planet that can be anywhere all at once and its force projection capabilities, ripping apart possible security allegiances that we have in the Asia Pacific surrounding China, going to China and basically capitulating on all of the demands that China has in terms of normalizing relations across the strait, the Taiwanese Strait. All of that is good because at the end of the day, the most moral country on the planet is happy. Okay? Accelerating the American empire's demise at the behest of America's most consequential ally, the tiny nation of Israel, is a good bargain, I think. I mean, he's J.D. Pondon is the accelerationist dream. Let's be real. He is bringing that up. He is creating the environment of an accelerated demise of American empire, whether we want to defend it or whether we, find it to be horribly violent for no reason or not, doesn't really matter. It's happening. Trump is the great nation builder. This is true.
And did cost the United States tens of billions of dollars in addition.
To be honest, Iran is much worse. What is this? What's the root of all evil? Why are we defending Iran at the end of the day? At the end of the say, a democratic Iran is good for everybody. Yeah, really? What if Iran democratically decided to continuously pummel Israel as long as Israel maintained its ethno-nationalist project? Do you think that America would be like, well, they're a democracy? Do you think America bombs countries because they're not democratic? Why has America not bombed Saudi Arabia? Why has America not bombed Qatar? Forget Israel. Dumb fuck. America is only doing this because of Israel. You have deluded yourself into thinking Iran is a net negative on the world? Brother, let's not start this conversation, okay? As an American, it is a little ridiculous to continue advancing this narrative, don't you think? America doesn't bomb countries because they're not democracies. America's, as a matter of fact, installed anti-democratic institutions in democratic countries because those governments were not aligned with America's interests. Those governments were not aligned with capitalism, for example. Think about Chile. We've done that in literally Iran, as a matter of fact. Democratically, the Iranian population democratically voted for a guy that threatened Western capitalist interests in Iran. So we installed a motherfucking puppet. And then that puppet was toppled by the Iranian Revolution. That is why Iran is now the Islamic Republic of Iran, led by a system where there's a parliament, but then there's also clerics and a guy overseeing the entire structure who has final say. Okay? The supreme leader. Either are bad for them, that's right. Why not, though? Let's talk, mate. Either are bad for them, that's right. I don't think it's up to us. It should not be up to us. I think it should be up to the Iranian people. And not only are we starving Iran for decades at this point, but our interventions of Iran have probably set back any sort of additional democracy initiatives in the country. Regardless, it doesn't matter right now. And I say this over and over again. I've been saying this over and over again. For Iran to continue existing as a sovereign state, the Islamic Republic must remain intact. The IRGC must remain intact. It's that simple, because the alternative is complete destruction. Destruction of thousands of years of culture and history. Okay? Destruction of a country, balkanization of a country of 93 million people. For all of its faults and failures, the Islamic Republic, and for all of its domestic repression, and there's plenty of that, the Islamic Republic, in spite of the unbelievable amounts of external intervention efforts led by the United States of America, numerous Western forces, and certainly Israel, Iran has been able to keep this very diverse country together. It's been able to keep this diverse country intact. You got Turks, you got Azeris, you have Balochis, you have Jews, you have Christians, you have Sunnis, you have Shias. Iran is a massively diverse country. And you have Kurds. Can't believe the Turkish guy forgot the Kurds for a second. Didn't Iranian people really try, though? I agree with I agree that bombing the shit out of them might not be the answer, but we shouldn't glorify their right to defend themselves. Wait, what do you fucking mean glorify? They have an internationally protected right to defend themselves. What do you mean glorify? What are you talking about? Glorify Iran's right to defend itself? Iran has a right to defend itself. That's just reality, okay? There is no glorifying their right to defend themselves. They have that right. And as a matter of fact, they've expressed that right quite well. They have a right under international law, okay? We, on the other hand, do not have a right to engage in a war of choice by way of perfidy, which we have done so twice now, led by Israel. This is a hard concept for many Americans to grasp, but the reality is we are the bad guys in this equation. Our government is the bad guys in this equation, okay? You can cope and dance around that issue all day, every day. You can say, oh, well, they're very repressive. They're a theocracy. None of it matters, okay? None of that matters. There is no standard under international law that dictates that the American government can just choose to bomb a country because they're a fucking theocracy. That's not real. That's not a real concept. We just invented that in our minds to justify the atrocities that we commit. And it's funny because we basically designed this international law structure, this framework that we operate off of. We designed it to our benefit, and even then we can't abide by it. We have to constantly expand the permission structure of what America gets to do.
To its reduced credibility throughout the world.
Ali Vaez, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Now, while the world waits to see if this peace can be found, last year's ceasefire deal in Gaza is further unraveling after...
Yeah, of course, but it seems that everyone will benefit from regime change. No, that's not true. I just described to you that that's not true. Israel's goals in Iran, and it's important to understand what Israel's goals in Iran are because they are the only party that matters that are spoiling this fucking ceasefire negotiation process right now. Israel's goals in Iran is complete destabilization of a country that has 93 million people in it. Okay? So objectively speaking, you're absolutely out of your fucking mind. Okay? You're wrong. You are unbelievably wrong. It is absolutely more beneficial for Iran to remain intact and to maintain its sovereignty under the banner of the Islamic Republic as it stands currently than it is to advance Israel and America's interests in Iran, which are to rip it apart piece by piece and reduce it to a fail state with warring factions where there's constant ethnic tension, there's constant religious tension. So, yeah, no, you're wrong. Regime change is the worst option here. Look no further than what has taken place in Libya.
Benjamin Netanyahu declared he would expand Israeli control to 70% of the territory. Hamas called it...
But again, this is a very Western conversation, right? It's a very Western conversation to wax poetic about the benefits of imperial ambition, to advance imperial ambition and to destroy other countries. It's like, oh, well, it's beneficial for everybody. It's violent, but it's beneficial. It's not. Was it beneficial for the little girls that went to Minab? All 160 of them? Was that beneficial for them? Was that a price you were willing to take? That was a price you were willing to pay. Talk to the families who lost their loved ones. I don't think they would be, I don't think they'd be on board with that.
Ethnic cleansing, while the spokesperson for the Board of Peace, that thing set up by Donald Trump to oversee the truce, has said it won't comment. Jonathan Rugman reports.
Also, the civilized and tame the barbarians mentality is an old colonialist mentality, right? And it doubly doesn't work with Iran because Iran has a rich tapestry of culture. It's very diverse, and it's been around for a lot longer than the United States of America has. Iran has some of the smartest people on the fucking planet, a working educational system. It's one of the oldest civilizations out there. It's so funny to be like, yeah, we got to civilize and tame these barbarians when you're talking about fucking Iran. They could make that argument against us.
Gaza was in flames again last night. Israeli airstrikes almost a daily
You missed their
occurrence.
greatest point? What did they say? What else did they say? Keep running your mouth. Can't wait for you to be locked up away from humanity. Tubby keeping on. You're one to talk. What? What fucking morons in this chat keep running your mouth? This is just copium, brother. This is just copium. Because none of this stuff aids you either. You just know that you're weak. You know that you have power. You know that you have no power whatsoever. So you think American force projection is an expression of your individual power that you have. You're like, my life sucks. I can barely make rent. Groceries are more expensive than ever before. I'm never going to be able to get a fucking girlfriend. I have no disposable income. I have no free time for myself. My boss fucking hates me. And I have to basically reduce myself to a wage slave every goddamn day. Okay? And I know that it's like unbelievably powerless. I recognize that powerlessness every day. I live in a deep, dark pit of despair. My life is boring and it sucks dick. But at least America is a powerful country. So then when you feel that America's expression of power that you associate yourself with because you have to hold on to anything you possibly can, right? Yes. You do now do something about it and keep your mouth shut. Wait, keep talking about yourself. We all know you hate your life. Lock him up. See, you're doing it again. Even when you say lock him up about someone like myself, that's again another instance where you're recognizing how little you have. So you just hold on to the big, bad, powerful government taking care of one of your personal invented enemies, me. Okay? That's it. You got no hope, no future prospects. So you turn around and you're like, oh, well, at least the government is like arresting a dissident. You don't even think about what that means for America's future. You don't think about what that means for your own personal civil liberties because there is eventually going to be a time when maybe you find yourself at odds with the government, but now they've destroyed the First Amendment, so maybe you're going to go to jail. Maybe a loved one is going to go to jail if that precedent set is destroyed. You don't think about these things at all. You're just reactionary. And you're thinking to yourself, I don't have anything but at least the fucking Trump administration, one of the most corrupt administrations we've ever fucking experienced, is at least taking care of the enemies that I have invented in my mind. Right? Can't wait for you to crash out on your live again. Will that make your life better? No. Like, let's say the Trump administration arrests me, prosecutes me for some fucking bullshit, right? And I go to prison. Your life still sucks. You still wake up in the same dusty-ass bed every day. You still have the same dog shit job. You still have the same financial problems. Do you not understand this? Like, this is not me trying to fucking dunk on you, by the way. I'm not dunking on you. Capitalism dunked on you every fucking day of the week and will continue to dunk on you. And you are deluding yourself into thinking your life is shit, bro. Keep running your mouth. Yes, dude. The fucking unbelievably fortunate Twitch streamer who basically wins the lottery every goddamn day of the week's life is shit. You're right. As opposed to Red Beard Guy 26 on his fucking 8th sock account. Like, come on, man. I'm trying to fucking reach out to you, brother. Jesus Christ. Yes, my life is ass, dude. My lobster is too buttery. My steak is too fucking juicy. It sucks. You don't understand. Yet you crash out and get all pissed. I do. I got nothing to say to terrorist. All right, man. Yeah, I'm the one crashing out here. Okay. Keep being cool, calm, and collected as you've been so far.
It's here. After 7 months of a so-called ceasefire, this is not the full-scale war it was, but neither is it peace. The Israelis gave advance warning they would bomb here, so these Palestinians, using their phones as torches in the rubble, had time to evacuate first.
Let him chirp, let him chirp.
But their homes joined thousands more in ruins. And Israel is still not letting Gaza rebuild. Its government's stated goal is to take more territory, which forces those who returned here during the ceasefire back to the tents they used as wartime shelter.
I can't believe that I returned to my house from a tent, and today we'll return to the tent again and stay there forever. But what if there's more displacement? Where will we put up the tent then?
A senior Hamas commander was taken for burial yesterday, his Kalashnikov lying on top of his body. Hamas has refused to disarm and it remains in charge here. But 5 children were also reported killed in this one Israeli attack, which left 28 people dead or wounded in all. And so familiar scenes of grief and cries for revenge. This man lost his wife while his daughter is in intensive care. Israel's longest-serving leader is in easygoing electioneering mode, telling this new ultra-Orthodox combat brigade that October's ceasefire line in the Gaza Strip has been consigned to history.
We now control 60% of the territory of the Strip. We were at 50. We moved to 60. My directive is to move to, let's go step by step. First of all, 70%. Let's start with that. We are tightening our grip on them from every direction.
So, from here in Gaza to Lebanon and to Iran, 3 ceasefires currently defying the definition of the word. More than 900 Palestinians killed since this one started, along with 4 Israeli soldiers. Long after Washington declared a truce, the unfinished business of life and death in the Middle East.
Like, even from the purest, most selfish expression of Americanhood, how is this improving your lives? It's not, right? It's not at all. As a matter of fact, this is negative. Like, if you cannot recognize the inhumanity and the actions that Israel is taking here, understand that they're doing this with our government's political cover and our government's weapons. We build these weapons and we give Israel money to purchase those weapons. Your tax dollars are what is killing these random people. Our tax dollars have contributed to this genocide. Without our government aiding and abetting Israel the entire way, Israel would not be able to do this genocide at all. We have to live with that moral culpability. But even many people who just look at a bunch of brown people from afar and they think, oh, they probably deserved it. Who cares? Whatever. You have to understand. You have to understand that this doesn't even benefit your life in any meaningful way, shape, or form. It doesn't. It's actually, it has a negative effect on your life. So I say, let's stop them from getting away with this. And then people turn around and say, I'm a fucking terrorist. It's so sad. Because they believe that they've bought in. They believe that they have a buy-in to this system. But they don't. But all it takes for so many people is simply to believe that as long as America is the domineering force around the planet, they have some kind of benefit, that they're reaping some sort of reward when they're not. When all signs point to the fact that they are not reaping any of the rewards whatsoever. They're being robbed blind. As I've said a million times over, every dollar that is spent on a bomb that Israel drops on a school is a dollar stolen from you. Because that's a dollar that could have been used to build a school in your neighborhood. That's your productive output that was used for the death machine to kill other people's kids overseas. You get none of that. You see none of the benefits of that. So yeah, it makes me sad when I see brutish responses to this kind of statement. You know, thought terminating terminology. Like, oh, terrorist, you're a terrorist. I'm not going to listen to you. I hope the government comes after you. I hope the government destroys your life. Okay, let's say I get killed by the American government. And you get a moment of respite, I guess. You get a moment of happiness where you're like, oh, this guy that really fucking annoyed me because I have no self-control and I couldn't tune him out. I simply could not turn the channel. He got killed. You're still waking up tomorrow in your own body, and all of the anxieties that you have about no hope for a better future will remain. Be a little bit more stoic about everything, if you can. They'll move on to the next guy that annoys them. Okay, the government takes care of them too. What next? The next guy. The government takes care of them too. After the 15th guy, they're going to realize, just as the trans panic stuff didn't work for many of these guys, right? Because they're still angry. Like, eventually they're going to realize the system needs to change. It's the system that's fucking them over. So many of these guys were like, oh, the transgender stuff that Kamala Harris cares about is silly. It's stupid, right? Donald Trump signed off a litany of executive orders that barred transgender athletes from participating at the collegiate level, participating at high school athletics, all this stuff. Did that actually fix any of your tangible, real life problems? No, of course not. Do you even remember that happened? No, you don't. You still got to go to work. You still can't make rent. You still have no free time for yourself. You have been told a lie, okay? This is just red meat. Jiggling keys in front of your eyes to shift your attention elsewhere. to a more vulnerable population, a marginalized population that doesn't have the same protections that I guess you do in comparison to them. And it makes you feel a sense of power when you're crushing someone more powerless than you. But that doesn't actually improve your life at all. Will you be covering Russia hitting NATO, Romania? Are we going to war? It doesn't seem like it, but I briefly talked about it last night, but I don't know what else to say about it beyond, you know, I doubt that I doubt that NATO is going to war with Russia.
Well, I've been speaking to the former Israeli hostage negotiator, Gershom Baskin. I asked him his reaction to Netanyahu's order to take control of 70% of Gaza.
Israel was supposed to be occupying temporarily 53% of the Gaza Strip, where the entire Palestinian population of more than 2 million people are in the remaining 47%. But Israel is already occupying 60, and they're going to go and take 70, apparently now, as Netanyahu said. But this has to be understood in the background of the failed negotiations with Hamas for disarmament and decommissioning their weapons. And a recent decision by the Board of Peace of President Trump to begin the implementation of phase 2 in what's called the Green Zone, the zone where Israel is occupying. What's missing from the discussion, of course, is the pressure put on Israel to begin a process of withdrawal from Gaza. We haven't heard anything about that. We've only heard about the other direction of Israel taking more land in Gaza.
Yes, so the skepticism we all held that phase 2 would ever go anywhere turned out to be correct.
Well, until now, yes, but I've had talks with the Americans who are behind the attempts to negotiate with Hamas, which have been conducted by the mediators from Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey. They told me that the negotiations are over. Everything that was on the table is off the table now. And now finally, hopefully, they're going to move forward with what the people of Gaza need, which is housing and humanitarian aid and infrastructure and schools and public buildings, which has to be built in the area that has been flattened by Israel. There's been nothing standing in the area controlled by Israel. It's all been demolished.
What do you make of what's going on in Lebanon then? How does that fit in to the three-dimensional chess?
Well, again, it's a ceasefire without a ceasefire. And I'm sure the people in Lebanon see it even worse because there have been 50 villages or more that have been hit by Israel over the last months. But all this is supposed to come to an end when and if President Trump and the Iranians agree on the memorandum of understanding, which is supposed to give a 60-day ceasefire to the Iran war. And the Iranians have demanded that this include Lebanon.
I mean, what is your feeling now about where we are going to end up? You know, are we going to end up in a situation where mowing the lawn, as it, was cynically known, now applies to Gaza, Lebanon, maybe Syria and Iran? This is a forever war.
I think we're going to see this even perhaps increasing as we move closer to the Israeli elections, which look like they will be held in October. Because right now, Netanyahu has only failures to present to his public. He hasn't delivered on his war aims in any of those three areas, not in Iran, not in Lebanon, and not in Gaza. And therefore, we're going to see an escalation or a demand for escalation by the Israeli side in order for Netanyahu to address his base. And this will all be determined on the extent to which President Trump gives a green light for Netanyahu to be able to do that.
Doesn't talk about Bolivia, doesn't talk about Honduras, doesn't talk about Brazil. There's a pattern here. Yes, I'm secretly being paid by the Trump administration to implement the Donroe Doctrine. Hey, I don't know if you've been paying attention, but like one of the fucking major Latin American incursions that the United States of America is engaging in is in Cuba. And the federal government is after me for my commentary on that matter. And not only that, but also I have talked about Bolivia. He's a gringo. What do you want him to talk about it? Yeah, I mean, I haven't talked about Honduras or Brazil. And also, I don't even know what you want me to say about Brazil. Lula has been very disappointing. He's been good on prosecuting Bolsonaro, but he's been insanely disappointing on a lot of the initiatives led by the Trump administration. He has been a tremendous disappointment. I don't know what else to fucking say. He has been incredibly libified. He even came out and was like, oh, Bolivia, please restore law and order. Won't send oil to Cuba. Said Bolivia needs the Bolivian government needs to restore law and order. You're uninformed. USA just declared criminal orgs as terrorists. Wait, what do you mean? I am not uninformed on that. I've talked about that.
Right now, my understanding is that the Americans don't want escalation and they will try to restrain Israel.
I mean, just finally, I mean, you spoke about your role in the past and you had a bit of a back channel going with Steve Witkoff. Is that still open?
It's more with Witkoff's people who are on the ground now and doing the negotiations with Hamas, controlling the process. I'm meeting with them and talking to them and trying to influence them. In fact, I'll hopefully be meeting one of the people on the team next week. And my push is to make sure that the implementation of the plan for recovery and reconstruction in the part of Gaza that's occupied by Israel is also the part of the territory that Israel will be forced to withdraw from, because the inclination of Netanyahu and his base will be to try and build settlements there, as they're doing in the West Bank with a very increased pace. And we know the most dangerous thing in this region is when the temporary becomes permanent. We have to make sure that the understanding of the Americans is that when they wrote in the 20-point plan of President Trump a real pathway to a Palestinian state, that has to be real. Because there's no dealing with the radicals and the extremists in the region. If there is no political hope for a solution to this conflict, there's no more managing this conflict. It has to be resolved, but it won't happen with the current leadership that we have in Israel.
Gershom Baskin, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ever since Zohran Mamdani was elected, there has been a lot of debate.
This was a big deal. We're going to be talking about some good stuff for once. Okay, there was a Times article that came out earlier in the day yesterday that was pointing to the fact that maybe Zohran Kwame Mamdani, New York City's very popular young socialist mayor, was leaning in the direction of endorsing a DSA slate congressional candidate, DARIALIZA Avila Chevalier. Young, he's 35, bro. Man, shut up. 35 can be young. In any case, I'll just say it. He's just trying to be like me, little bro. He's fucking Twitch streaming now. Little bro is trying to be like me, okay? And in many respects, I'm trying to be like him with the whole fucking suit game, okay? I will admit that. He definitely inspired me to wear more suits. But it's nice to see. It's nice to see people following the lead, okay? That stream was chopped. Okay, I'm obviously joking. This is wonderful. Zohran has endorsed DARIALIZA, and that's a wonderful thing that he did. There is some controversy to this decision, right? There shouldn't be, but there is. And we'll discuss that in a moment. But he did this on Jen Psaki. And that in and of itself is interesting as well. MS Now spent a good deal of time talking about Zohran Mamdani endorsing DARIALIZA, a DSA candidate, over the incumbent Espaillat. That's huge. The fact that this is also being discussed on MS Now is huge because MS Now has been the bulwark of centrist Democrats. This has been the stronghold of centrist Democrats for the longest time. So let's take a look.
About what that means for the future of the Democratic Party. And Mayor Mamdani has not been shy about wading into that debate. In New York's 10th congressional district, Mayor Mamdani endorsed his political ally, Brad Lander, in a primary challenge against incumbent Congressman Dan Goldman. A recent Emerson poll finds Brad Landers now leading Dan Goldman in that race by a whopping 34 points. Now, in the race to replace retiring Congresswoman Nydia Velázquez, the mayor backed fellow Democratic Socialist and State Assembly member Claire Valdez over Brooklyn Borough President Antonio Reynoso.
Yeah, Antonio Reynoso was the hand-selected candidate that Nydia Velázquez wanted to take over the district. She's outbound, right? She's leaving. And Zohran Mamdani endorsed Claire Valdez against her wishes. This was a big deal. But an even bigger deal is to endorse against an incumbent, especially a powerful incumbent that is a formative part of the Democratic Party machine in New York City and certainly New York State. That is a big deal, which is precisely the reason why Zohran took his sweet time with it. I will speculate here. I don't have any additional information into his decision-making. I haven't talked to him about this personally. My suspicion is he wanted to get the budget deal out of the way so that he could feel a little bit more free about making risky choices, because the way people play politics, unfortunately, in all cities, but certainly in New York City, is that they would have fucked him over on the budget thing. They would have absolutely tried to ruin the budget deficit ordeal. I think if he had made a risky choice before wrapping that up. And now that that's been wrapped up, he has a lot more bandwidth to make these sorts of choices. That's politics. Espaillat will consider that to be a rat fucking, and he'll say, oh, well, I endorsed you in the general against Andrew Cuomo. But people probably forget that Espaillat endorsed Cuomo in the primary. I'm glad he did this. I'm happy that he is getting a little bit more bold. He should be. This is the whole point of putting a movement guy, a cadre member of the DSA, into a position of profound influence like this. You filled the ranks with other like-minded individuals. His performance is a reflection on democratic socialism in the country. His performance is a reflection on socialism in the country. Every good decision that he makes, every time he gets a W, socialism gets a W. He knows that. His appetite for shaking things up is different than mine. His own calculation for shaking things up is certainly a different calculation than mine. I think he could be far more bold. There are certainly areas of improvement that need to happen. Dealing with the NYPD, which is a behemoth, alongside the Democratic Party machine in New York City and New York State, is certainly one of those areas that is in dire need of improvement. Who knows how that will pan out later down the line. NYPD is pretty much the final boss of New York politics. The other area of desperate need of improvement is the way he will be wishy-washy on Israel sometimes. Because the Israel lobby in New York City is also a fairly powerful institution. And it's clear that he's trying to do his very best to avoid the ire and scrutiny of Zionist advocacy groups. And yet he still receives it all the same. Because their anger about Zohran Mamdani has nothing to do with a sincere concern surrounding anti-Semitism. Their anger around Zohran Mamdani is that he's Muslim and an anti-Zionist, and he embarrassed the Zionist advocacy groups by winning, and winning without capitulating to their whims. As a matter of fact, he won because of it, not in spite of it. And that was a huge blow to the Zionist movement in this country. So they will always seek to punish him for that crime. I'm sure he understands that. But like I said, he has a different calculation. He is definitely a lot more restrained. I don't think he should be. I don't think it's good. I don't even think it's productive. But that's an area of disagreement that I have. Comradely disagreement that I have with the mayor of New York City, Zohran Mamdani. However, this was great.
Who has the backing of many New York Democrats, including the outgoing congresswoman whose seat it currently is. A recent Emerson poll found that race neck and neck, with the mayor's candidate leading by 2 points within the poll's margin of error. Now, today, the New York Times writes that the mayor has a choice to make in another contested primary. In New York's 13th district, 71-year-old incumbent Congressman Adriano Espaillat is facing a primary challenge from 32-year-old Democratic Socialist DARIALIZA Avila Chevalier. Congressman Espaillat has represented the district since 2017, when he became the first formally undocumented person to win a seat in Congress. He backed Mayor Mamdani's rival, Andrew Cuomo, in the Democratic primary for mayor last year, but was among the first Cuomo supporters to endorse Mamdani after he won the primary.
Yeah, well, Zohran is returning the favor. This is a risky play for Zohran. He's pissing off the Latino power players, which could come back to bite him in the city council and other institutions. DARIALIZA is the longest shot of the candidates he's endorsed, but if she pulls it off, it gives Zohran a lot more political clout. It's a gamble, and I hope it works. Yeah, also, sure, but like, this is DSA. Sometimes you got to remember who brought you to the ball, okay? The people that brought you there. You got to, pay the piper, I don't know, pay the toll, whatever the fuck you want to call it. But it's ridiculous. It would have been ridiculous. Congressman Espaillat has delivered real results to improve the lives of New York families. I'm proud to support my friend and know he'll continue putting New Yorkers first and being a leading voice for our communities in Congress. Of course, Kathy Hochul is going to do this, and she did this because Zohran did it last night. Who do you think is more popular in the state of New York? Kathy Hochul, specifically in that district, Kathy Hochul or Zohran Mamdani? The answer is Zohran Mamdani. The reality of the matter is this doesn't hurt his political movement, our political movement, not his political movement. And I think it's going to be very beneficial. Yeah, sometimes you got to dance with the one who brought you, okay? And DSA is that girl. That's number one. Number two, this should have been an expected endorsement. This should have been an endorsement coming off the rip. The entire DSA slant should be endorsed by Zohran Mamdani. And at this point, the only one remaining in the DSA slant that I think he has not endorsed is Aber Kawas, which is in dire need of an endorsement, in my opinion, and deserves it. But he has already made a lot of choices that favor the establishment Democratic machine. Telling Chi, actively petitioning to ensure that Chi Osei doesn't run against Hakeem Jeffries. That was one of them, right? That was a huge deal. Keeping the police commissioner, Tisch, in charge of the NYPD, in spite of the fact that the Tisch family spent millions of dollars putting out Islamophobic attack ads against Zohran Mamdani, and even myself, ironically enough, but that's besides the point. I can eat it. Did I say slant? I meant slate. DSA slate. Sorry. Apparently, he had promised an endorsement to Adriano. Who cares? That's politics, baby. That's life in the fast lane. To be clear, Espaillat and his supporters cannot clutch pearls over the mayor endorsing against an incumbent. Espaillat ran against Rangel twice and consistently endorses challengers to incumbents. Mamdani is playing by Espaillat's own rules. Zoran Mamdani is with DARIALIZA Avila Chevalier on MS Now, endorsing her for Congress in New York 13 over Representative Adriana Espaillat. That's the mayor's third House endorsement, and a really big one, backing a challenger to an incumbent who endorsed him quickly after the primary. This completes my congressional slate that I'm so proud of, Mamdani says, closing the door on endorsing in New York 12. This is my congressional endorsement in New York City. So he's not endorsing in New York 12, which is smart, by the way. For the record, that is a smart thing to do. New York 12 is a hot potato. If Alex Boris had not been such a fucking pussy and actually had a better take on Israel, he would be the lock of the century. And I say this, maybe after the election, I'll have more information for you. Okay? I won't talk about it now. I'll talk about it after the election is over. But that is a major mistake. Thirteenth district was Mamdani's second best CD, 65-31 over Cuomo. Yeah. Anyway. AOC even started endorsing DSA insurgent candidates for state leg races. Yeah. Team AOC, we are proud to endorse David Orkin, Christian Celeste Tate, Eon Huntley, and Eli Northrup for New York State Assembly to deliver in New York where everyone can afford. 3 of these guys are obviously on the DSA slate, and I've had them on the show. And then one is, I don't know. I don't know about this guy. But yeah, it's good. There's a lot of motion here. I like it. I'm happy. I'm excited. This is a movement that is growing. I never thought in my wildest dreams would we get to this point. Chris Rabb is also endorsing insurgents as well. My goat, my king. I'll see him tomorrow. Chris Rabb, proud to endorse DARIALIZA for Congress in New York 13. Across the country, voters want new leaders. As the daughter of a single mom, DARIALIZA knows working families need help as costs keep rising. She will fight to end Trump's billion-dollar wars and invest in our communities. The rapture is upon us. Why not have the smoke for Nithya, who decided to abandon her hard-won seat and run against a DSA candidate instead of supporting her, not to mention endorsing Bass instead of a DSA member? I choose to stay out of DSA LA conversations. I act as though I don't live here. And there is nothing productive to have this conversation at all. There is nothing productive. Trump just posted his longest crash out, by the way. Great. Does this confirm you are moving to Afghanistan? No, fuck no. It just shows me that I have a lot of work in my own backyard. And it's I take a little bit of ownership over it. I should probably be more active. Anyway, but that's neither here nor there, okay? What's the read on Junior Robert Menendez in New Jersey District 8? He's running against Musab Ali, who I like, but some people were saying they don't like him for some reason. Isn't Musab pretty good? Are you going to shock your dog again? Yes, all the time. I love doing it. Just like I love saying America deserved 9/11 every single day, I also love shocking my dog. Here, I'm going to do it right now. Yeah. Weakening the New York Dem establishment will make the Cali Dem establishment dig in further, I think. Doesn't matter. Mossab is good. It's just lefters. Wait, what's the problem with Mossab? What are the leftists saying? Let's see how your endorsements do this month. Wait, what is this? Wait, what the fuck? There's an endorsements tracker? And I'm one of them? What the fuck? 2026 Progressive House Tracker endorsements. Whoa. T-Bow5. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Chris Rapp is just copying you, bro. That's not how this works, man. What are you talking about? This is a network of, this is a coalition. It's a network of insurgent candidates that are either affiliated directly with one another by way of the Democratic Socialists of America, or affiliated with one another because of their advocacy on certain issues. Advocacy on certain issues like Medicare for all or anti-Zionism, things of that nature, even if they were at one point associated with the Democratic Socialists of America or still associated with them. Maybe adds Pelosi to that map. I just read his issues page. Seems to me, yeah. That's an interesting candidate as well. Pelosi running against Auchincloss. Why haven't you linked up with Mossab if you're going to New Jersey anyway? I don't know. I haven't like paid enough attention to his campaign. I just don't know. Guys, you have to remember I'm one person. Okay, I know it seems like I'm everywhere all the fucking time nowadays, but like I'm just one guy. Also, this endorsement tracker doesn't have Abdul El Sayed on it, which is really funny. Why the? Oh, this is the House. That's why. It's the House of Representatives tracker. Sorry. That's why. Okay. Abdul's running in the Senate. Become more than one person then. How is Kampa Najjar as a candidate? He's Palestinian. And he actually low credentially is like kind of pro-Israel, too pro-Israel for my taste. But I think in that specific race, he's probably the best guy. And the Israel lobby is coming after him pretty fucking hard. But yeah, he's I'm not touching that. No, exactly. Just duplicate yourself, bro. Okay, calm down. Mossab is an Abundus crypto guy. Still better than Menendez, but not good. Yeah, I mean... Look at your temperature in the bottom left. Endorser scoreboard. I mean, I've probably gotten cooked. Oh, I'm a 50-50 win rate. Bernie Sanders on a 75% win rate. I'm on a 2-win, 2-loss, 50% win rate. Track APAC is beating me with 56%. Justice Dems are at 63% win rate. This doesn't make sense. We all pretty much endorse the same people, by the way. So especially like Justice Democrats. Which Justice Democrat have I not endorsed? Bro, they got competitive ranked endorsements. Smear machine going overdrive. Yeah, This is so funny because I think we all endorse the same people. Don't we? Sometimes you don't explicitly endorse. Have you taken any interest in Sam Forstag? No. The Sam Forstag one is actually an interesting one because I don't think he's the most progressive in that race at all. And I don't really know why Bernie and AOC went out the bat for him. I mean, he's charismatic. He looks good, certainly, but he's not even pro Medicare for all. And that to me is very strange. I don't understand it. Yeah. Oh, May Vang in Sacramento. That's another one. Wait, I've endorsed my Vang. Sorry, hold on. Joe Mama endorsement when? Never. Okay. All right. Let's just fucking play
now the
this.
mayor
I
is
don't know
ready
why I've
to
been
make
holding
an
out.
endorsement in
I
that
gotta
race,
pee.
an announcement in that race, pretty significant. New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani is back with me, and joining him is Democratic House candidate for New York's 13th District, DARIALIZA Avila Chevalier. Mr. Mayor, I think the hint here is who is sitting next to you, obviously. But tell us about your announcement and why you decided to endorse.
You know, I am so excited to be sitting here with DARIALIZA, and I'm so excited to be endorsing her in her run for Congress. She is the daughter of a single mom caseworker.
Excellent.
And she grew up with a commitment to the very people that politics have left behind. And what I see in her is that commitment fulfilled.
Yes.
This is a New Yorker who has not only secured the release of our neighbors from undue ICE custody, also someone who has been on the front lines of that fight for affordability. And I can't wait for her to be introduced to so many across this city and across this country as we fight for that affordability agenda from New York City to D.C.
DARIALIZA, you're running for Congress. Your opponent, as you know, in this race is no stranger to contested primaries. For people who are, again, just catching up here, he primaried former Congressman Charlie Rangel twice before eventually winning his seat in Congress. That's part of our democratic process. But he is a member of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. He's led on issues like immigration, ones that you care about deeply as well. He was at the Delaney Hall ICE Detention Center conducting oversight this week. Tell us why you would be better to represent this district.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to be here, and I'm so excited to be sitting next to the mayor. I am someone who has felt deeply abandoned by the establishment politics that far too often see my community as merely a statistic, that far too often only shows up to explain away the circumstances that the politics that they have voted for time and time again, which have impacted our community in ways that they do not feel the effects of. And as someone who has had to live with the question of whether I can even afford to stay in the city I love, as someone who has struggled with this issue of affordability, but yet seen time and time again my tax dollars, New Yorkers' tax dollars, be used to bomb children and families abroad instead of being invested in our communities here, I am tired of that type of politics, and I'm running because I believe my community deserves the dignity of a representative who is going to fight tooth and nail for the things that they deserve.
You were an active part. I think people are getting to know you right now. So I'm introducing some parts of your biography here. You were an active part of the campus protests at Columbia University. And Columbia, of course, became a national flashpoint in American politics after those protests and after their decision to cave to the Trump administration last year. Columbia is in the district. And if you win, you'll be representing them in Congress. How are you thinking about that responsibility?
You know, I understand the enormity of the responsibility that my community has entrusted me with, and I do not take that for granted. I am deeply honored and grateful for this opportunity. And I, you know, like so many, I really feel that this is a fight to make sure that we are representing working class New Yorkers who have been left behind by a politics that only serves the interests of corporations, of corporate landlords, of special interest groups that are making life in New York deeply unaffordable for so many, while we watch atrocities being committed with our tax dollars. Our tax dollars should come back to our communities. Institutions like Columbia and corporate lobbies and real estate developers who are making life so unaffordable for our communities are part of this establishment politics that have failed us. And so I'm running because I'm fighting for the working people of New York 13. But even more than that, I'm fighting because I believe that we deserve a politic in our entire country that is actually reflective of a politics of life and not a politics of death.
Mayor Mamdani, I just outlined some of this. You endorsed in a number of these races. There is, I know you're well aware of this, quite a hotly contested primary in New York's 12th congressional district, where I believe you currently live.
Yes, I do reside within it.
You do. You would be a constituent of sorts. Are you planning to make an endorsement in that race before Election Day?
You know, this is the endorsement that I'm so proud to make, and I can tell you that this completes my congressional slate that I'm so proud of. And, you know, last June, last November, those victories...
By the way, this completes my congressional slate means that there's still room for DSA, the entire DSA slate. Yeah. New York 12 is the reason why they're asking him this. And it's really funny because New York 12 is the most like Los Angeles / California coded race that New York City has seen. It's very funny. Like, I'm glad that New York gets to have one of those because every other race is like, oh, do you want unlimited puppy cuddles versus permanent first world, permanent genocide all around the world. And then New York 12 is the most California coded race out there where everyone is just like, I'm just shitty. I'm a shitty candidate. I'm really dog shit. Yeah. If Cam Caskey had stayed in, he would have, like, that race would have actually been a lock, in my opinion. Are you still coming to Oxford next week? Yes, lad. I hopefully. Yeah, infinite diarrhea or free healthcare. Every Los Angeles race is like, do you want infinite diarrhea or do you want to piss your pants all the time? Those are your two options. UK gonna deport you? They petty as fuck. I don't trust labor. That would be insane if the UK actually waited out instead of like rejecting my or revoking my what was I saying? Instead of rejecting my visa, they just waited until I arrived at the UK and then they deported me. That would be really fucked up. So New York 12 is so dog shit that he won't endorse anyone? No, New York 12 just doesn't have an anti-Zionist candidate. And that's it. That's literally probably the biggest hang up there. Even Nadler's replacement, Lasher, is worse than Nadler on Israel. I don't know how the fuck that's even possible. Nadler's like 758 years old, and his replacement, Lasher, is actually worse, is worse than Nadler on the issue of Israel somehow. It's not like Nadler was great on Israel either, but certainly better than Lasher, Michael Lasher, who was Nadler's like groomed pick for that race. Alex Borez is handsome and has a bunch of interesting takes, interesting policies. Probably the more progressive candidate in the race, out of the top three. Again, also dog shit on Israel, even though his dad is fucking awesome on Israel, ironically enough. So there is that. And then yeah, Boris's father is based as fuck. So based that Jewish Insider wrote a report on how cool he is. And then obviously you have Jack Schlossberg, the Kennedy. He is a kook and also terrible on Israel as well. And what else? And then you have George Conway, who is, you know, irrelevant. Why do you keep defending Boris? Where did you arrive at this conclusion? What do words mean? When did I do that? Was it when I said he's more progressive on a lot of the issues and was the first one to suggest a very good piece of legislation, the 100% tax of the January 6th slush fund? Is that all it takes for you to be like, well, that's an endorsement and that's a defense of him? No, I'm just calling balls and fucking strikes. You called him handsome? What, he is. What the fuck? I think he's a handsome coward. That's what I think. And foolish as well. This district has a lot of Jewish voters in it. And that's the reason why every single candidate is fucking terrified and perhaps foolish about not pushing the boundaries with their criticisms of Israel. They think that it's a very heavily pro-Israel district. I don't think that's the case. That's my assessment. Because it's seen as a litmus test by so many fucking voters, sometimes what you think is diving on a grenade is actually helping boost your profile tremendously. What do you think of this? DARIALIZA. Mamdani vowed to back Espaillat. Now he's endorsing a DSA challenger. Yeah. Let's finish this video and I'll get into that in a second.
That so many New Yorkers rallied behind, we knew that they were not just victories for one elected office. They were victories of a movement that was seeking to turn the page on a politics of big money and small ideas, on a politics that would leave working people behind. And in Claire Valdez, Brad Lander, and now DARIALIZA, I see embodiments of that vision. And I'm so excited to not only endorse them and support them, but also that New Yorkers will have the opportunity to vote for them this June.
So no more endorsements coming from you in these congressional primaries, not even in the very hotly contested one where you live, it sounds like. Is that right?
I can tell you that as a voter, I will be voting in that primary.
But no more public endorsements.
In terms of my endorsements, this is my final congressional endorsements for New York City, and I'm so incredibly excited that it's DARIALIZA. And I just want to focus on her.
Jen is like, come on, New York 12, New York 12, New York 12, New York 12. By the way, Zoran literally did the technique that I've been begging politicians to do for years at this point, and he won. And not only did he win, but also the way he's governing, as I repeatedly explained over and over again, like every good thing that he does as the mayor of New York reflects well on socialism as an ideology and reflects well on the DSA, right? And he knows that, and he's obviously operating with that knowledge, with that understanding. He is, whether you want to admit it or not, whether you see him that way or not, is a movement leader. He's seen as a movement leader, right? So that's also This is also very good because here are the results. The Democratic Party needs to be cleaned up. Primary the old guard. Jeffrey should start packing his bag. There's a cost for throwing your lot in with AIPAC and not Mamdani. No more corporate capture of the Democratic Party. These are MS Now commenters. He's surrounding himself with women that deserve the role and are more qualified for the job. Go Mamdani, go. Mayor Mamdani raised the standard for every mayor in New York City, every mayor in every city. If I were mayor, I'd be asking myself, what would Mamdani do? No more corporate capture of the Democratic Party. This is literally what I've been trying to do. That reaction is exactly what I'm trying to get to. Let's level up that Golden Kappa train. Oh shit, we got another Golden Kappa hype train. Oh baby, ladies and gentlemen, we got a Golden Kappa hype train. You know who else is viewed as a movement leader? Hasan? What, me? I don't think I'm viewed as a movement leader. I think I'm viewed as a random dickhead on the internet, okay? And that's fine. I'm that. But my point is, this is precisely what I've been trying to get across. This is why I say we got to let 1,000 Zorons bloom, okay? Because the more good things happen under the banner of Zoran, under the banner of the Democratic Socialists of America, under the banner of socialism in general, the more people go, wait a minute, this just means like good governance. Any association of socialism and good governance is good because you get to tackle the built-in century-long Red Scare propaganda that has eviscerated people's ideological journeys into venturing beyond liberalism. Yeah, I'm a random dickhead with no motion, dude. I'm a chud-ass loser. Chill. Chill. Neon Light Bright, thank you for the 5 gifted. I think your dream of becoming the Rush of the left is happening, Low Kirk. First of all, Rush Limbaugh got his notes from the party. Rush Limbaugh never actually changed the Republican Party, just so you understand. So there is no comparison there. There's actually no comparison to contemporary or historic Republican commentary people because they are always loyal servants of the party. I'm not. Golden Josh Emote, yeah. Golden Kappa hype train, level 5, Plenty Andy. Oh my God, with the 50 bones. Back to you being just one lad. I've been saying this for a while. You just need to mobilize your chatters to run for offices in local areas. Your chat covers a 50-state region. You could definitely start an org and funnel some of these know-it-alls into positions. Okay, man. That seems like, a little far out there. I would rather work with an active organization that has or is currently in the process of building the logistics to make that happen, which is why I work with the DSA. Okay, what is this? Is this pro or anti-Jusha? I don't understand. Is this saying that the Kim Jong-un is a dark triad type figure? Is that what it is? Neera Tandon, I'm sorry, this is insane. Oh yeah, they're going through DARIALIZA's old tweets, which we will be talking about in a second. That's the other side of the story. Instantly, as soon as she gets a little bit of shine in the mainstream media, everybody starts going after her. The knives are fucking out. Rich, as a party, says if people want to make excuses because they're on Team Zoran and blinders be blinders, that's your choice. But make no mistake, he lied, broke his word, and stabbed a supporter in the back. Good luck, everyone. Everyone take a second to laugh at Rich as a party. Andrew Cuomo's hatchet man for whining about betrayal. Your boss created the IDC. That's like inventing the concept of a stab in the back. Yeah. So everyone was caught off guard with this Zoran endorsement, which goes to show how much Zoran has been glazing the living shit out of the New York, the New York political machine. Let's be real, because like, if there was any if there was any inclination that Zoran is a, ideological soldier of socialism, no one would be shocked by this. But even people in the know, myself included, were shocked by this, okay, in a good way. So that's it. Now we are the flame version. If we reach the level 10 hype train, sure, why not? I'll hit the We Are Charlie Kirk if we reach level 10 on the hype train. Okay? If you level up that golden kappa. Anyway.
This race, truly to me, it is a person who will be on the front lines of showing that a Democratic Party, it is not
throwing
enough
bagels
for us
on the
to
wall
simply be against federal policies that we see today. We have to be fighting for a vision that reckons with the fact that working people were not left behind just 4 years ago or 16 years ago. They were left behind a long time before that. And it will take a new generation of leadership to ensure that the heartbeat of this party is once again the struggles of the working class. And in electing a champion like DARIALIZA to represent uptown Manhattan and the Bronx, we could have exactly that in Congress.
I'm so grateful that you both took the time to be here. Let me ask you quickly, with like about 30 seconds left here, what's advice you would give to Democrats out there who are trying to balance between telling the story of what they're going to do on issues like cost of living and laying the case about corruption and other issues that their opponents are full of?
Silex with the 100 gifted subs. Oh my God. Holy moly. Holy moly, Zylax.
James Tallarico.
You know, I think that there are some Democrats who definitely don't need my advice. They're doing a good job. What I would say generally, though, is you do have to find the balance in showing that you're more than just not the other person. You are also someone who has a vision for what life will be like in this city and in this country. And it has felt like too long that the Republicans have had a monopoly on the terms of the debate in our country. The Democrats have just sought to respond to it time and time again. It is time for us to put forward our own ideas. It is time for uptown Manhattan and the Bronx to be part of leading what this country thinks is possible. And I'll tell you, when I go around this city and I see so many incredible monuments to things like the Four Freedoms, and I think about the way we used to distill our ambition into easily understandable ways that New Yorkers and Americans understood impacted their lives, I realize that we have come a long way from where we used to be as a party. It's time we have a new generation that not only takes us back to that ambition, but takes us forward to the tomorrow that so many New Yorkers are waiting for.
Wow, what a great takes. No notes. What can I say?
Perfect place to end. New York Mayor Zoran Mamdani and DARIALIZA Avila Chevalier, thank you both for joining me tonight.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us. I should note Congressman HasanAbi has an open invitation to come on the show and make his case to voters as well.
No. The Bronx has Richie Torres with 6 million for the primary. Yeah, that one is a more. I mean, that one is like pretty fucking lost, unfortunately. We will not be threatened. Mamdani rejects Trump admin's anti-immigrant tough talk. Not so interested in that. Don't really care about that as much. Introducing our administration's housing plan for the next 4 years. Literally your take bar for bar. I don't know what you're talking about. Saturday, come canvas for the DSA slate. Aber Kawaz, DARIALIZA, David Orkin. Get in there, chatters. Okay.
It's in a month till Election Day, and we're going all out for a beer.
This Saturday, we'll be all over the district.
Ridgewood, Elmhurst, Sunnyside, Woodside, Maspeth, and Astoria.
Hey, Senate District 12.
Yeah. We're going to be talking to our neighbors about the issues that matter to us.
Healthcare, housing, transit, climate justice, defending immigrants, and no money for war, and taxing the rich.
Level 9 hype train. We are one level away from We Are Charlie Kirk. I know many of you really, really want this. I know many of you want to hear the beautiful We Are Charlie Kirk symphony. Okay. You want the Jamaican one? No, the Jamaican one is level 15, okay? Level 10, you don't get the Jamaican one. That's crazy. You only get to carry the flame the usual style. Regular style carrying of the flame, okay? No plans to go by Manchester when you come to the UK, bruv. Fucking hell. Would love to go to Manchester. Don't think I'll have the time. Don't fucking think I'll have the time, yeah? Please watch this Trump clip. It's so good. Oh, yeah, I saw this. He was being gay as hell again. Don't worry. The Jackson Dart one. Level 15 hype train gets you the reggae. We are Charlie Kirk. Oh, and we've reached, ladies and gentlemen, we've reached level 10 of the hype train. You already know. You already know.
I'm gay and Lebanese.
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk.
That's right. That's right. Level 10 Golden Kappa train. All right, let's listen to Zoran introducing our emissions and housing plan for the next 4 years.
Let the largest city in the nation deliver the largest municipal housing transformation this country has ever seen. Our housing plan meets this crisis with the scale and urgency it demands. The first plank of our plan is all about building. Over the next decade, city government will build 200,000 new, affordable, rent-stabilized homes. Second, I am proud to announce that we will preserve and stabilize an additional 200,000 homes. And they will be made.
It's loud because the fucking weed is loud and the bitches are bad, okay? 200,000 new rent-stabilized homes and an additional 200,000 rent-stabilized homes that become, or homes that become rent-stabilized homes is 400,000 units, man.
Made possible by historic $22 billion capital investment over 5 years. The second plank of our housing plan includes some of the strongest and most expansive tenant protections anywhere in the United States of America. And as we empower tenants, we will place a special emphasis.
Bro, the fucking landlord struggle sessions are so incredible. I'm sorry. That is fucking phenomenal, all right? It's so good. It's one of the best parts of this agenda.
On those in the Bronx. I am proud to announce a legislative task force to overhaul our city's outdated housing maintenance code. We will also improve how 311 logs and investigates complaints. And we will support New Yorkers as they organize with their neighbors. If you form a tenant union, the city will stand with you. Finally, through our new citywide campaign, Fix the City, we will focus on the worst landlords in New York City. When necessary, we will take aggressive legal action to remove negligent owners and property managers. The third core plank of our plan is years overdue. We will deliver the transformative investments that public housing has long needed, but not received. City Hall will rewrite a legacy of neglect with the largest city capital commitment to NYCHA in decades. $5.6 billion over 5 years. We will prove that government can deliver on the solutions to the toughest problems, not just debate them. There was one elected official on the day that I launched my campaign for mayor. There was one. And it wasn't because she'd seen some secret polling, because that did not exist. And that elected official was Claire Valdez. Claire was there! Claire was there! Claire was there! And we need to have a leader who doesn't put their finger to see which way the wind is blowing. Will Claire be leading the fight to abolish ICE? We know that she will. That's why she's running. Will Claire be leading the fight to ensure Medicare for all? We know that she will. That's why she's running. Will Claire be leading the fight to bring an end to endless wars and stopping the genocide? We know that she will. We know that she will because Claire doesn't do these things because they poll well. Claire does these things because they're the right thing to do. And I'm here because we're so proud.
New York City is awesome, man. I love my country of the tri-state area. You don't get to fucking claim New York City if you're in the tri-state, okay? That's crazy. Motherfuckers be in New Jersey like, oh man, it's so sick that we are the tri-state, which is, of course, because you know that's a Jersey guy. You want to know how I know that's a Jersey guy? Because if he was Philly, he would ride for Chris Rabb, right? He'd be riding hard for Chris Rabb and be like, look, we got Chris Rabb in Philly. That's good. We got in Pittsburgh, we have Summer Lee, right? But there's nothing for you in New Jersey. I mean, I guess you got Ana Lilia. And then what do you have? Gottheimer. You know what I mean? You got Josh motherfucking Gottheimer, so you're so cooked that you have to be like, oh, come on, we're fucking tri-state, dude. Like, but don't worry, New Jersey. When we're done, you'll have Adam HaMawY, Dr. Adam HaMawY, to put numbers on the board, okay? Let a man have some hope. My cousin is in New York City right now. Can't believe she's enjoying Mamdanistan with me. I live in Texas, but went to New Jersey once, so I'm very proud of my mayor, Mamdani, that I want 100% my mayor. In Connecticut, we have Murphy and Blumenthal. Oh my God, don't even get me started on that shit. I'm from Glasgow, but that's basically NPC, so that's my mayor.
Of the campaign that Claire and all of you have built. We do not want to wake up on June 24th and ask ourselves, was there something more we could have done? It's in that shift when you're 10 consecutive not homes deep, when you are going up another 6th-floor walk-up, when nobody is answering the buzzer. It is in that shift when you ask yourself, why am I doing this? And when you have that answer, whether it's Medicare, whether it's fighting back against ICE,
God, he's so
whether it's
fucking
ensuring
good.
that human rights is something without exception from across this country to across the world, that's what will push you to knock on that next door and know that that next door could be the one that wins this race.
New York City has a new sheriff. Today, the mayor's office announced it fired former Sheriff Anthony Moran.
Man, this has been New York City heavy, bro. We got to fucking move on from this. All right, enough. Yeah, he appointed a new sheriff. The sheriff is a whistleblower. All the other fucking cops are crying. Anyway, the other side of the Zohran Mamdani endorsement story was, of course, Adriana Espaillat is mad, and all of the consultants that, you know, are a part of the Democratic Party machine are frustrated. They're yelling at Zohran. Espaillat does not deny or confirm. Under my repeated questioning, Mayor Mamdani said he would endorse him, says it's not the issue, and that this is about the voters. Also passes on critique of Mamdani for going against the established Latino leadership.
Immediately endorsing.
Does Espaillat regret endorsing Zohran?
Mayor Mamdani after he won the Democratic nomination. And if you win this nomination, do you expect him a day later to endorse you?
I never endorse outside of my party line. I have always been a Democrat. I believe in the values of the Democratic Party.
Yeah, he's literally saying, this is like a no take backsies type argument where he's like, well, I endorsed him because he was a Democrat. Okay, nice, dude. I mean, great. He's like, oh, I didn't endorse him because I believe in him. I endorsed him because he's a Democrat. And, well, guess what? In the fucking primaries, you made a bad bet. Plus, you're also AIPAC backed. Who gives a shit? Yeah, also Working Families Party has refused to endorse Espaillat as well. And, you know, Jake Sherman is crying, which is really funny. Founder of Punch Bowl News says, Zohran Mamdani, the mayor of New York City, endorses against Adriana Espaillat, the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. Where is the House Democratic leadership expressing their outrage? I wonder why. It's actually good. The fact that establishment Democrats are not chirping about this endorsement is actually very interesting. This is also part of the reason why I wish the CPC, the Congressional Progressive Caucus, was a little bit more bold. Okay? Because clearly, the Democratic machine recognizes that the party is unbelievably weak. And they don't want to fracture through factional infighting any further. This gives a lot of opportunity to the likes of Zohran Mamdani and AOC and Bernard, who doesn't care about this stuff anyway. He does whatever the fuck he wants, to endorse insurgent candidacies. But it is very funny where they're like, well, Adriana Espaillat is making it seem like he's the only Latino in this race. That's not the case. He's not the only Dominican in this race. He's not the only Latino in this race. As a matter of fact, DARIALIZA is both. DARIALIZA is Dominican. DARIALIZA is Afro-Latina. She's also Muslim, but that's besides the point. Like, so even the cynical id-Paul framing doesn't fucking work at all. She's younger. She's a woman. She's also Latino. Very stupid way to argue against it. Gottheimer is only, what is this? Gottheimer called Zoran an asshole. Massive betrayal. Remember when Zoran Mamdani is above all else loyal to the socialist movement and the anti-Israel movement. He doesn't give a rip about the Democratic Party or norms, apparently his own promises. Josh Gottheimer, what an asshole. Takes one to know one, big dog. Oh, that makes me so happy. The New York Times on Karl Marx. I don't know, man. You might have to read beyond that AI summary. What is this? Among the extensively educated, there is no more famous chronicler of class than Karl Marx, who held that there were effectively two inherently antagonistic categories, capitalist and worker. Marx's thought essentially waved out of existence the 19th century middle class of small-time farmers, shopkeepers, and doctors. They were petite bourgeoisie, a relic of an earlier age that would fade away under industrial capitalism. What? Marx failed to consider the small business owner while also saying petite bourgeoisie? Listen, usually whenever people say Marx failed to consider this, he has oftentimes written extensively about the things that they claim he failed to consider. Petite bourgeoisie is not one of those concepts that people even are stupid enough to say Marx failed to consider this about. It's one of those, just read the fucking book, bro. Please, just read it. What are you doing? Just read the book. Moments. But yeah, Espaillat seems to be very mad. Well, guess what? You should have thought about that before you were a stooge to corporate interests and Israel. Sorry.
So when our voters, the Democratic voters, choose a candidate, I follow that lead. We should follow our voters, and there's nothing wrong with that.
So the expectation is he should endorse you if you win this nomination?
That's entirely up to other people, but for my part, my behavior, I stay in the Democratic lane, and I support the candidates that Democratic voters have the right to choose every primary.
Thank you.
I kind of understand why the old guard is frustrated, because it's like, this is your whole life. This is all you've known, right? Yes. Rab also endorsed Malak Quiroz. This is all you've known. This is your whole life, right? And all of a sudden, some young upstart comes out of nowhere and is talking a bold game and just kicks you off your station that you worked tirelessly for. Democratic Party, one of the biggest issues within the Democratic Party's Democratic Party system as infrastructure is the seniority concept. Like, seniority has made this institution completely fucking hollow, rotted out, with no moral convictions whatsoever. There is a reason why it is a gerontocracy. There's a reason why Dems come across as complicit or unbelievably out of touch. It's because of the seniority system that exists within the party. So these kinds of initiatives are very good. Even if the candidates weren't great, and they certainly are, it would still be good. That's part of the reason why I also like, I'm not endorsing Tom Steyer, but we'll like lean in the direction of people who are breaking that system, breaking that machine. Because the reality is Tom Steyer is breaking the Democratic Party machine in California, which is why they have consolidated all of their support behind Javier Becerra. Right? So even if I don't, even if I have my scrutiny or skepticism of certain candidates, I still recognize the value of breaking that party system. Becerra is favored to win? Yeah, I hope not. Anyway, Adam Carlson says Zoran is being a ruthless politician, complimentary. People just aren't used to electeds on the left acting this way. True. To quote a buddy of mine who works in New York politics, some in the center act as if the left isn't allowed to play politics. That being transactional is somehow betrayal of their values. If your boss Andrew Cuomo had done something like this, no one would have batted an eye. I mean, look at what he did with the IDC. He literally orchestrated handing over control of the state Senate to Republicans, but he's not on the left. And he's an old school style centrist politician, so he just gets a pass on it. This is probably the best Adam Carlson take on the timeline. It's 100% correct. And that's precisely what took place here. And centrist Democrats are not used to the left operating this way. Part of that is because of AOC. AOC always plays ball, right? AOC has consistently played ball with institutional Dems once in office. And rarely do you ever have someone who is able to, one, start playing ball with institutional Dems and then fucking flip the script on them when there's an opportunity that they can seize on. On the opposite side, you have Ilhan Omar and you have Rashida Tlaib, who are ideological and, they have solid constituent services. Like, they do the job, they do the work, and they don't fall in line ever. But they also don't have the same, I would say, established relationships with institutional Dems and the center of the party. Which, by the way, I don't have an issue with. I think that's good as well. I think you need both. You need some Machiavellian leftists, and you need some, pure leftists as well. And the pure leftists keep the Machiavellian left in check. There's use for both. There's utility for both, and you need all of them. Okay? Just another cult. Hell yeah, brother. You're right. But at the end of the day, the idea that they have, the idea that there was an endorsement for Espaillat that was granted, that was a given from Zohran Mamdani, is silly. Okay, and I'm glad that he pulled this. I'm glad that he pulled this off. So, of course, Neera Tanden predictably is very mad because Zohran Mamdani, the most popular politician in New York City, endorsed a DSA slate candidate who is, who's been a part of the anti-Israel activism movement for a decade at this point. And Neera Tanden is going to get mad about that regardless because she is also a part of the old guard. And she goes, I'm sorry, this is insane. And highlights this, op from Politico. DARIALIZA Avila Chevalier, a Democratic Socialist running against Representative Adriano Espaillat in next month's primary election, called former President Biden a rapist and a war criminal on social media in 2020. Besides Biden, Avila Chevalier has targeted former Vice President Kamala Harris and former Mayor Bill de Blasio in her diatribes, slamming the former as a cop and the latter as a racist, the screen grab show. Nobody cares. Old tweets. We live in Trump universe, okay? Blank slate. No one cares. If you like it, then great. if you have worries about this this kind of sentiment, then you need to suck it up. Cover this Trump essay? No, oh my God. Oh my God, of course. It's also about the fucking Kennedy Center, isn't it? God, he's such a fucking idiot, dude. It is crazy. Like, I don't get it. I don't understand how people can't see. He only cares about the ballroom, putting his face on the $250 bill, and the Kennedy Center being renamed as the Trump Kennedy Center. Like, he is hyper fixated on all the dumbest shit. He cares about that a million times more than opening the Strait of Hormuz. I promise you. Okay? He literally only cares about this kind of idiotic aesthetic bullshit. It's so strange that his cult cannot comprehend this. Here, and this. He also cares about this.
Well, first of all, I wish I looked just like Jackson. This guy, I said, is he a male model or what? He's a handsome guy, like a beautiful guy, and a conservative guy. He said, I love you, sir. So when Jackson gets harassed a little bit, he's also loved more because we have more people than they do. And a lot of the people that you think, like people in Los Angeles, wealthy people that I see them all the time, they're hitting me a little bit, and they meet me and they said, sir, I voted for you.
Joining me now, Alabama Senator. And
well, first,
Jackson Dart, he's got a nice penis. I think. I haven't seen it. But he seems girthy to me. I would like to suck it.
What is this? Kind of an L for Republicans here? New Dem Senate candidate James Tallarico's mysterious girlfriend revealed, and she's vegan. What are we doing, man? I mean, actually, what the fuck are we doing? Like, what? This is parasocial, dude. This is straight. This is like the type of shit that like internet stalkers do. Let's fucking go. Yeah, AustinOx is so mad that James Tallarico has betrayed veganism, by the way. I'll just out him right now. He's like actually fucking bent out of shape. Brother, he is running for fucking Senate in Texas. He's going to suck down those barbecue ribs, okay? There's literally nothing you can do about that. Like, who cares, man? Come on. Come on. It's not the greatest betrayal of all time. Like, dude, this is the same as like getting upset. This is the same as getting upset that he would have like a different approach to fracking or oil in general. Like, he's running in Texas, okay? The expectation that he's going to not compromise on fucking the oil and gas industry, guns, and being fucking vegan is insane. Those three things are more important than God in the state of Texas, okay? Barbecue ribs, you're going to fucking eat them. There's nothing you can do about it.
And pussy too.
And you're going to be kind of agnostic about the oil and gas industry. You can't be like fucking outwardly against it. That would be ridiculous. And you definitely can't say you want to take everyone's guns away like fucking Beto O'Rourke was doing. First Texas Senate polling, James Tallarico 47%, leads Ken Paxton 44 by 3 points. Yeah. Yeah, and every time he eats another fucking piece of rib, his approval rating is going to go up, okay? So he better suck on them ribs. He needs to point to the meat prices and blame it on Paxton and Trump. Okay, that's not bad. Fine. He needs to be like, oh yeah, I'm not vegan. I love meat, and the meat prices are too damn high. I would like to eat more meat if I had the opportunity to do so. Yeah, meanwhile, on the Ken Paxton side, Ken Paxton's divorce trial begins June 24th at the Collin County Courthouse in McKinney and is open to the public. I mean, look, I've talked about Tallarico. I have my suspicions on him. I'm a little skeptical about, how he's presented himself so far. He's very good at messaging. Again, it comes back to like, feel like I'm a fucking broken record, but it is a decent litmus test. It's probably the best litmus test. Israel is the best litmus test, and therefore it's tough for me to sit here and act like he's super, super trustworthy for that reason. Hasan and James both tear into meat like it owes them money, but the way they do it couldn't be more different. Hasan treats it like a chaotic indulgence, all jokes and unhinged enthusiasm, while James bites in like he's defending the honor of Texas itself. Same carnivore energy, totally different flames. Oh God, I hate ChatGPT so much. Fuck! He's got it. Just saw he had one black bean burger and it was good. No one will be able to disagree. Even the dumbest of hogs have had them at their backyard BBQs. You should take a page from Rob Ford's playbook about eating meat. Yeah. Here's another good line. Trump is trying to make the population vegan with these insane meat prices. Something along those lines. Yeah. Yeah. Ken Paxton calls me vegan. Meanwhile, we're all going to be vegan if Donald Trump keeps up his unjustifiable wars all around the world. Oh my God. You know, his tariffs, his tariffs policy is making everybody vegan. Yeah, that's a good one. That's bars. And he has said things that are quite similar to stuff that I've said in the past. So if this is true, wait, what? Among John Cornyn voters, Paxton 44%, Tallarico 30%. Wait, what? Ain't no fucking way. There's no shot that's true. That's crazy. That seems fake as fuck. That seems like the fakest poll I've ever seen in my life, dude. What? Partisans coming home is like the most reliable voter behavior in politics ever, but 30% of Cornyn voters saying they'd vote for Tallarico is still completely insane. Yeah, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I just don't. I cannot believe it. This literally betrays everything that I know about American politics and the modern Republican Party. Okay? Straight up. That is the most unexpected thing I have ever seen. That is... What the fuck? Interesting anecdotal evidence on Republicans for Tallarico because of data centers? Wait.
Cheryl Shadden says the noise is as loud as ever.
It's like living on the edge of Niagara Falls, or you're on a runway next to a jet that's taking off, but this jet doesn't take off.
Morning, noon, night, she even hears it in her bedroom, and it's changed everything about how she lives her life, including her politics.
Red or blue, if you vote against data centers, we vote for you.
A lifelong conservative, she's so angry, she refuses to vote.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Data centers will unite the Midwest, Hasan, is the method, I swear to God. I mean, dude. Don't get me fucking started. I mean, hey, listen, I'm on board regardless. I mean, that does make sense, though. That is perfect conservative politics, by the way. You don't give a fuck about anything until it's literally slammed in your backyard. That is actually the perfect depiction of how conservative Americans vote. It's a perfect demonstration. You don't care about trans issues until, you know, your daughter or your son is like, hey, I might be trans. I am trans, you know? You don't care about gay issues until a loved one is like, I'm gay. What's actually shocking is oftentimes conservatives do this weird thing where they'll be like, okay, well, I'm pro-gay, but I'm still conservative and I'll still vote for the homophobe, right? Like they even still do that. So this is the shocking aspect of this is that the data center thing has gotten so out of hand that they're like, I'm willing to vote for a Democrat, which is the worst thing a conservative could ever do. Now I'm beginning to believe the poll maybe a little bit. Who knows?
For Trump-backed Attorney General Ken Paxton, who clinched the GOP nomination for Senate Tuesday. Instead, she's all in for James Tallarico, a Democrat seeking to flip a seat controlled by Republicans since 1993.
You're willing at this point to forego basically every conservative issue and let the Senate fall into the hands of Democrats if that's what it takes to kill data centers.
Okay, you're MS now, man. How about you calm down? You don't have to like fucking slam it that hard. Just be like, wow, what a great MSNBC reporter being like, hey, but don't you think that Democrats are the Democrat Party is the party of baby murder? Don't you think so? You should probably not vote for the Democrat Party.
Yep. My entire community is going to break rank. Everybody. All of us. We've had enough.
Breaking rank and coming together.
I voted for Trump.
Yes, my ultra mega mom was talking class warfare because of data centers and finally agreed with me about Medicare for all because of data centers. Well, however we arrive at that conclusion, I'm here for it. Let me just tell you how fucking awesome that is. Okay, great. This is why it's important to constantly showcase like the immediate impact of the policy choices that one party is making over the next. This is also why it's important to have Democrats that are more responsive to the needs of the base. This is why I constantly stress the point of Israel, right? Like Israel obviously doesn't materialize in an immediate problem in your backyard, or sometimes it does, but not in a way that you can see it. That's why it's important to point out like the whole anti-speech bills that pro-Israel Democrats and pro-Israel Republicans push for, right? It's because Americans by and large love the First Amendment. Right? Even if they don't fully grasp it, even if they don't fully abide by it, even if they sometimes think it's okay if their enemies are being punished against the First Amendment, they ultimately like it. They have a principled stance, and they fucking don't like it when Israel is shutting that down. They hate cancel culture. Israel does a lot of cancel culture. This is a good way to broach the subject matter with many Americans. Right? They hate the mismanagement of taxes. Again, great opportunity to have a conversation about Israel, about how many of your tax dollars are going there. So, Walter Maston went to Utah, and the data center hate has also turned hardcore Republicans against data centers. Oh, well, that's good. That's why I'm happy with the Nate Bluen convo that we had. It's really shitty how pharma companies now just hire contractors so they can just get rid of them if needed. Like these are full-time professional jobs, stupid at will Indiana employment. Yeah. Breaking. Andover, New Jersey cancels data center projects and passes complete ban. Rural New Jersey is fighting back against big tech. Dude, Americans love stunting development. And for the longest time, this led to, tremendous homelessness. But finally, it's for the greater good. Okay? I cannot believe it. I can't believe I'm watching a town hall full of people who are like, do not build another fucking thing in my backyard. And it's actually good. This time it's literally beneficial. I guess maybe it's not even because they just fucking hate data centers. They just hate things being built. Americans spiritually hate things being built, and they will stop it all the time. Yeah, I was wrong, okay? I make too many jokes about NIMBYism versus NIMBYism. It turns out it's the only thing that matters for Americans. And yes, they're all NIMBYs for the most part, overwhelmingly. So do with that information what you will. Like if a ton of new prisons were being built, yeah, we could stop that dead in its tracks too. South Carolina, 2020 president R+12, Senate R+26 in 2022, 2024 presidency R+18, 2026 early voting D+63. Wait, what? I mean, that's just early voting, but that's insane. One informal gauge I use to see how much of a political issue breaks into normie world is if it has hit fishing media. Bass, the major freshwater bass fishing organization, one that does not lean to the left, is now anti-data center posting. Hating these things can heal America. Anglers should be aware of AI's emerging relationship with fresh water. What the fuck? Oh, hell yeah. Bass Nation, ride up. Rise up, Bass Nation. Oh, my God. My lib grandparents in bumfuck North Dakota are going to be within the eminent domain line of a massive data center that Doug Burzum got approved while he was governor. Elon flew out to do a ribbon cutting ceremony in a town of less than 500 people. My grandparents are 75 years old and they're organizing a human chain line to disrupt the building and ask me on advice on organizing. That's fucking brilliant. Wow, that is amazing. Brings a tear to my goddamn eye. Holy shit, dude. Boomers rise up. Backlash to a Michigan data center made the treasurer of the town resign. God, they fucking hate data centers, dude. It's awesome. It's also incredibly annoying because these powerful institutions refuse to abide by the democratic wishes of the majority on virtually every other issue, right? They don't give a fuck when it comes to, they don't give a fuck when it comes to like Israel and shit. So it's good that there's like at least one area where they are forcing to, they're conceding or at least are getting legitimately punished electorally for not listening to the masses. It's good. It's like a muscle. Democracy is also like a muscle, you know? The more you use it, the more confidence you gain. So I'm in favor of it. I like it. It's great.
All right, something.
Yeah, Mamdani refuses to fucking go on the Israel parade. That people are obviously losing their minds over that. I feel like we've done too much Mamdani today. So I'm just going to skip all the rest of this shit. Yeah, he's not doing the Israel parade. He's sending Jessica Tish instead. You know, fuck the Israel Day parade. Israel can suck my dick. Okay, fuck Israel. And also fuck everybody who's like, oh my God, why is the mayor not going to the Israel parade? I don't know. Maybe because it's a fucking apartheid state that's doing a genocide. How about no Israel parade? How about Palestine parade in its stead? How about that? But yeah, enough Mamdani posting. I'm skipping the rest. All right, now to Newark's Delaney Hall ICE detention facility. Now, Delaney Hall is a private prison run by GEO Group. And apparently there are heinous conditions inside of Delaney Hall, and some of the migrants that are in detention there have engaged in a food strike and also a work strike within the prison system. And there's been a lot of demonstrations outside as well. And of course, the Department of Homeland Security and all the cops are behaving in the cop-like ways that they normally do. Let's take a look at the latest update as protests continue at Newark's Delaney Hall ICE detention facility.
Continue to gather outside Delaney Hall after days of sometimes violent clashes with federal immigration officers. Christine Sloan is live once again in Newark with a check of what's happening right now. Christine?
Jessica, it is fairly quiet at this hour, but as you can see behind me, protesters are starting to show up, many of them wearing masks. On the other side of the facility, there's a big tent set up by protesters. They have all kinds of supplies from eye solution to paper towels. But overnight, there was a tense situation between ICE agents and demonstrators. Those protesters yelling and ICE agents keeping them back. Department of Homeland Security Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen says, quote, rioters bit, kicked, and punched law enforcement officers. He also says New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill, a Democrat, has refused to allow state police to assist ICE officers. New Jersey's Immigrant Trust Directive restricts officers from enforcing federal immigration laws or assisting ICE agents. Dozens of Democratic lawmakers have been coming by the immigration detention facility throughout the week. They, along with family members of detainees, say conditions are not good inside and that detainees are not getting proper food or medical attention. One of those Democrats, Brooklyn's borough president.
These are folks that are really struggling in a detention center that doesn't meet American values and standards. And this is happening in the 250th anniversary of America. And like what our principles are and what we...
By the way, there's, so I was listening to Democracy Now! Cover this, and they predictably did a much better job than ZBS News. Zionist Broadcasting Service News. But so Anna Lilia Meia actually went to the facility and visited it. And some of the things that she reported on actually blew my mind. She said that first of all, there are people who have signed off on self-deportation that are still trapped in this fucking facility. Okay? It's actually insane. They are just being put through torturous conditions. There have been suicides in the facility. There have been deaths in the facility. I believe 18. Highest number of deaths in a detention facility since, I think, 2004. It's literally just a fucking concentration camp. It's for slave labor. And people are obviously protesting outside, demonstrating outside. Bro, I got leaked info from detainees. They're being poisoned and shipped all over the world. Yeah, that's the other thing. They've stopped eating as well. There's like a food strike. There's a labor strike inside of the facility. They sometimes have like phones that they get somehow, and then they call to the outside world and leak information from inside the a hunger strike. One of the most insane things I heard was a response to the hunger strike where they were like, oh, they want ethnic food. One of the DHS stooges came out and was like, oh, it's because they want ethnic food. If they want to have ethnic food, they can fuck off back to their own country to have their own ethnic food.
Stand for.
And yeah, they have a hunger strike because the food is fucking moldy and rancid, by the way.
This is completely unacceptable.
Now, Mullen says that health inspectors from New Jersey were allowed inside the facility on Thursday and that detainees are getting 3 meals a day and proper medical attention. Now, Cheryl had said...
Wait, was it Markwayne Mullen who said that? Oh, God. Fucking piece of shit.
...previously that...
Goddamn manlet.
Those inspectors were not being allowed inside, so...
Yeah, I already mentioned that it's a private facility. It's Geo Group.
What that report found inside Delaney Hall. Meantime, we are told that pro-ICE supporters are going to be rallying here tomorrow morning. We're live in Newark. Christine Sloan, CBS News, New York.
Christine, thank you.
Why is it so important for you to be here?
Because I feel what we are doing in this country is so unjust and inhumane. We are ripping apart families. We're causing tremendous hardship. And we all have a duty to speak up and not be complicit in this very, very cruel system.
This is Citizen speaking out about why she is protesting outside an ICE detention center in New Jersey. They are undeterred today, despite the chaotic scene that unfolded there yesterday. Dozens have been showing up to the Delaney Hall facility in Newark to support the reported hunger strike taking place by detainees inside the facility because of inhumane conditions they are facing. But clashes erupted there yesterday. Masked ICE agents pepper sprayed the protesters who were blocking access to the facility. They included Democratic Senator Andy Kim, seen here receiving first aid. At one point, New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill joined the protesters, but she says she was not allowed inside Delaney Hall. The governor writing this in a statement, quote, "My request to access the facility was denied this morning, raising even more questions about what they are trying to hide from public."
What's also crazy about this is that the congresspersons that were allowed entry into the facility tried to like sneak the governor in, and they denied it. Here's Greg Bovino commenting on the facility and doing a, what the fuck? Bovine Bovino is back at it. Another manlet. ICE agents at Delaney, hang in there. You have the world watching and supporting your efforts to hold the line. Every one of us wants to be shoulder to shoulder with you. In speaking with the Mean Green team, they send you support and are wishing you the best. Give him hell and live in the moment. Wait, what the fuck is he doing? Why did he post this? Oh my God, he just straight up is like, yep, I'm a Nazi. God damn.
View. I will keep fighting for answers and to hold ICE accountable. In response to the protests, DHS Secretary Markwayne Mullen called them a, quote, political stunt by New Jersey politicians and denied that there is a hunger strike taking place in the facility.
We begin today in Newark, New Jersey, where tensions remain high since about 300 prisoners at the ICE jail known as Delaney Hall began a hunger and labor strike Friday to protest inhumane conditions and due process violations.
He was flying through Newark to South America to talk to white supremacists?
Delaney Hall is operated by the for-profit prison company GEO Group. Federal immigration agents have repeatedly clashed with protesters and community organizers outside the...
Yeah, pregnant women are having miscarriages inside the facility. I went to Delaney Hall ICE facility in Newark, New Jersey. Detainees are not just on a hunger strike because the food is maggots. And people have also died. There have been 2 miscarriages due to denial of medical care. The detainees are also on a labor strike. The facility doesn't hire maintenance staff and forces them to maintain the facility for $1 a day. They also sometimes don't even pay them the dollar. I mean, this is straight up a concentration camp. This is like Nazi shit, right? I mean, we know this already. This is, you know, we're arriving every day. We're getting closer and closer to the final solution. I don't know what else to say about it other than it's, you know, it's happening in our backyard. It's happening all around the country. This is one of the place where it's happening and people are protesting against it, but it doesn't even fucking matter. The administration doesn't listen to anything. Getting closer to my ass, we're finally, they didn't know I said final solution. I didn't say we don't have concentration camps. We do. These are concentration camps. And of course, in the most like American capitalist version of concentration camps, they are literally for profit. Like, it does matter.
Jail. He said, why are you telling people that we're feeding them worms? Why are you telling people that we don't give them medical care? I said, because it's true. The conditions in there are horrible. They get paid $1.50 a day for a whole day of work. Their demands are not to get better conditions. Their demands are to get freed and be heard. Martin, my husband, gave my number to his inmates, to his detainees, to contact me if anything. I get phone calls. They are very much aware of what is happening outside. We made it very strong for them to know that they are not alone inside, that we're not letting anything happen to them. My husband personally told me to tell Unit 2 to pass along the message to every single person, to continue with the hunger strike, to continue with the labor strike, and for me to not give up on these detainees.
Well, Juan, we're going to go back to where you used to live in New Jersey.
It's crazy where to start it. Wait, what is Mickey Sherrill announces?
Okay, thank you so much.
Mickey Sherrill announces peaceful protected protest zone at ICE facility in effort to cool things
General
down.
Davenport, Superintendent Hangamule, and Lieutenant Colonel Sorotowicz. I want to talk today about the situation at Delaney Hall, a private detention facility in Newark that I've long said needs to close. For days, we've heard reports of unsafe, inhumane, and unconstitutional conditions there. I've personally heard from families, some of the hundreds of people being held, people who are fathers and mothers, sons and daughters, members of our communities, including people with no criminal charges against them and who are in this country legally. For days, I've asked ICE for access to inspect conditions, to see what's happening inside in New Jersey on our soil. I went there myself and I was denied entry. For days, my colleagues in our federal congressional delegation have done the same. For days, ICE has refused most of our requests, raising serious questions about what it's trying to hide from public view. Yesterday, the New Jersey Department of Health sought to inspect the site, but it was denied full access as well. And for days, protests have grown. We've seen increasing violence.
Cop can't stop autistically scanning the room, giving visual pat downs. What the fuck? Yeah, that's a state trooper, buddy. It's my home state. That's why they got that Nazi ass gear on.
Violence.
This is the New Jersey state troopers. They are the most bass boosted version.
arrest and pepper spray at Delaney Hall, as well as public threats from the Trump administration. And we've seen the risk to public safety rising outside of Delaney Hall. It has grown unsafe, and that's completely unacceptable. We know what ICE has done in other states, and we know American citizens lost their lives. And I refuse to let that happen in New Jersey. We all need to do everything we can to cool things down now. I will not give ICE the pretext to expand operations in our state. For that reason,
Tom Homan giving the game away that hunger strikes are happening. Yeah. Despite Mark Wayne Mullen lying about it. Yeah. So Mark Wayne Mullen is making it seem like the hunger strikes are not real. There's like it's bullshit or whatever. Here's Tom Homan admitting that they are real, and he's going to force feed them, which is, again, I mean, these are all crimes. Okay, everything that they're doing here is a crime. That's a crime on top of a crime, I guess.
We've done this since 1984. Hunger strikes never work. We're not going to change what we do because someone goes on a hunger strike. As a matter of fact, if it gets bad enough and the physicians feel like they're putting themselves in extreme danger, medical danger, then we'll force feed them. We'll get a court order and force feed them. Hunger strikes do not work. So they can put themselves in a position where they're not eating, but it's not going to cause them to be released. We are going to continue to arrest people. We'll continue to detain people. As far as complaining about ICE contract facilities, well, guess what? We're building our own warehouse facilities. We will have the federally owned detention facilities by the thousands of beds. So look for the future. And I've said from day one, we need to own more of these facilities when we operate them on federal land. And then that way we're not dealing with all this crap from the local politicians. And look, I've done this since.
The other side of this that like kind of doesn't make sense is that it's already unjustifiable and inhumane that you're just like black bagging random people living on U.S. soil that are simply waiting to process their paperwork so they can just like work on you. They're already working on U.S. soil. They already have like a handshake agreement with ICE, and now the Trump administration has decided in an effort to use them as red meat for the base because of their inability to fix the economy, to just like do this inhumane thing. Like they're simply pawns in this greater scheme, right? And it's exceptionally fucked up because these guys are more often than not waiting out their court date and waiting to process their paperwork, right? They're not doing anything wrong. But not only do they get grabbed and slammed into this private facility where they're working for $1 a day, if at that, in these heinous conditions. But also, some of them are already like, some of them are like, fuck it. Like, I'll sign off on the paperwork to self-deport. And they're still being kept in those facilities because these are private facilities. They have these beds. They have these quotas, right? Who is this for is the question. Like, even the most racist guy of all time would probably be like, okay, just get him out of here then. Why the fuck are they being kept in these prisons? Because even the most racist guy is like, okay, one less brown guy in the country, please. So this is an instance where like the interest of profit, the interest of capital actually takes a higher priority than even the whole underlying reason as to why there is this white nativist racist policy to begin with. Even the racists don't want to fucking keep them in the country. What is the work that they're doing? Why do they hold these people hostage? Half the work is running the prison itself. And the other half is just work that the private facility actually secures. They'll fucking make like school. They'll make like the desks for schools and shit. I don't know what the Delaney facility specifically makes, but it's slave labor. In some states, they used to make like license plates. But yeah, it is a slave labor concentration camp.
Reason New Jersey law enforcement is today establishing a peaceful, protected protest zone in the area right outside Delaney Hall. My administration will be working together with community members, faith leaders, advocates, and state police to help people move there today. Our top priority is public safety, and we need to take this opportunity to lower the temperature now. I've served nearly 10 years in the Navy. I took my first oath to the United States Constitution as a teenager, swearing to protect our rights with everything up to and including my life. I recently took an oath to the Constitution of New Jersey. I am going to protect people's right to protest peacefully, and I'm going to ensure everyone's safety. And I am confident in New Jersey we can do both. I'm also confident in our ability to ensure Fourth Amendment protections against unlawful search and seizure and First Amendment guarantees of free speech and free assembly. We will uphold the rule of law. Delaney Hall is a private detention facility run by a for-profit company providing zero transparency. I'm going to keep working with families and advocates to demand answers. I'll keep working with state police and law enforcement to keep all New Jersey residents safe. I'm continuing to take every action available to get the Department of Health inside the facility to do a full inspection, and I'll keep pushing to see Delaney Hall closed. I'll also keep calling on everyone there now, especially ICE, to de-escalate the situation, to act humanely, to protest peacefully, and to respect the laws and the Constitution of the United States. And now I'll turn it over to the Attorney General, who will share more.
The Justice Department launching a criminal investigation into E. Jean Carroll, the magazine columnist who successfully sued
We can't do anything as a private if it's a private facility. It's such a funny argument because it makes normies turn Authcom real fast in response.
President Trump for sexual abuse and defamation. Sources tell ABC News the investigation is allegedly centered around whether Carroll committed perjury during.
Yeah, this story is also very stupid. The whole point of this is during the deposition, they ask E. Jean Carroll if she's ever gotten outside funding. She says no. And so now it turns out that one of the groups was funded by Reid Hoffman, founder of LinkedIn, the hyper woke billionaire guy. So the Trump administration is trying to get her on perjury. But in order to establish that she perjured herself, they have to try and prove that she knew that Reid Hoffman was funding at least one part, like one of the groups that was one of the groups that was funding her process. And it has nothing to do with the fact that she actually did get sexually assaulted by Donald Trump, and that was proven in the civil trial. But they're trying to get her on a technicality so that they can just outright say that she's a liar. That's literally all this is. Okay?
Her civil lawsuits against Trump. Carroll was awarded a $5 million civil judgment in 2023 that found Trump liable for sexually abusing her in a department store dressing room in the mid-1990s and defaming her.
Weird series here. First, multiple reports that DOJ was investigating Carroll for perjury. Then DOJ denies that tweet below, while other news outlets report that DOJ is indeed investigating Carroll, except the investigation is actually about a nonprofit that backed her case. No, the nonprofit and the perjury are tied to one another. So it's actually not weird at all. It's literally tied to one another. They're saying the... Hold on.
Day after Carroll telling ABC why she decided to come forward.
I only decided to come forward until what happened. I thought that was enough. And then he said terrible things about me, dragged me through the mud, ground my face in the dirt.
The president has long maintained his innocence.
But as far as I know, I never met her. I never touched her. I would have had no interest in meeting her in any way, shape, or form.
Last November, the president asked the Supreme Court to overturn the case. And earlier this month, Trump won a delay in another defamation case in which he was ordered to pay Carroll more than $83 million for defaming her by calling her a liar and her claim a hoax. Now the Justice Department going even further, targeting Carroll directly. The new investigation just the latest in a long string of actions directed at the president.
I mean, this administration, this is the most Turkified America has ever been throughout its entire 250-year history, okay? I've seen this happen already. Recep Tayyip Erdogan did identical shit when I was growing up. I don't know what else to say. It's just fucking horrible.
President's rivals. Just last month, the Justice Department indicted former FBI Director James Comey, Trump's longtime nemesis, for the second time. Trump blames Comey for the investigation into Russian interference in his 2016 campaign and has urged his DOJ to go after him. The president has also been calling for federal prosecutors to use the criminal justice system to go after other political opponents, including former Fed Chair Jerome Powell, New York Attorney General Letitia James, Democratic Senator Adam Schiff, and former National Security Advisor John Bolton. Now, as for E. Jean Carroll, her attorneys haven't responded to our requests for comment. The Justice Department isn't commenting this morning either. And the acting Attorney General, Todd Blanche, is, of course, President Trump's former personal attorney. He handled this matter for him. We are told, though, that he has recused himself from this new investigation, George.
And, Mary, the case against Letitia James, the initial case against James Comey, both dismissed. Thanks very much.
Morning, we have more from a CBS Sunday Morning interview with former First Lady Jill Biden. She talks about the issues with aging that eventually drove former President Joe Biden out of his re-election race. She has been criticized for encouraging him to run again, but she insists there was no sign he could not do the job. Ed O'Keefe looks at what she's saying about that disastrous 2024 debate.
Everything we have to do with...
Nearly 2 years after these onstage stumbles cost President Biden a chance at a second term.
We finally beat Medicare.
Former First Lady Jill Biden revealed to Rita Braver in an interview for CBS Sunday Morning she hadn't seen him slipping.
Did you ever see signs that he was falling into cognitive decline?
This is awesome.
No. No. Truly. No.
With the COVID, excuse me.
But Biden.
That's good. Oh, nasty edit. Nasty edit. The producers snapped on that one. Okay. Nasty edit. Don't like it. Listen. This story is awesome. Shout out to Jill Biden, my queen, Dr. Jill Biden. Once again, coming out at a time when no one is asking for her opinion. To defend her own honor, because apparently, there are suspicions, or there were suspicions, that she was basically secretly running the White House in the show, and that Biden was incapable of doing it on his own. One of my favorite metas that I like to keep a close eye on are the Biden dead enders that still exist, by the way, that will regularly post new and rare Bidens on like Amtrak. And we'll be like, well, Joe Biden's hands are not purple, unlike Donald Trump. It's awesome. Okay? It's fucking awesome. Like, there are still people out there who are unbelievably pissed that Joe Biden was fucked over, apparently, by the rest of the Democratic Party, and that he was actually perfectly fine. He was actually perfectly fine and perfectly capable of running the country, and that this one debate was a total fucking flub, and that people really screwed him over, and then they're still mad. Okay, some of them are K-hivers, ironically enough. So, honestly, Joe fucked you all over, not the other way around. Yes, he did. I mean, he fucked the Palestinians over. Actually, his appetite for endless murder of Palestinian children is the reason why the whole country got fucked over. But, good luck getting that fucking point across to any dumbass Democrat who still refuses to reckon with that reality or even call what Israel is doing a genocide. But Yeah, he's a monster. And his legacy will be one of blood. They will only remember him with that. Every time I open the stream, you're stuffing your face? Yes, because I'm a fat ass. Get with the program. I'm not even going to get mad at you and say, this is the same time you tune in every day. That's probably why you see me eating. What you eating? What I eat every day. Chicken. It's always chicken. You don't even have to ask that question. The answer is always the same and it will never change. It's chicken. I love chicken. And that's all I eat.
Biden said watching her husband struggle during his 2024 debate with President Trump was scary.
I mean, as I watched it, I thought, oh my God, he's having a stroke. And it scared me to death.
And yet, right after that fateful debate,
You answered every question.
she led supporters in this chant.
I mean, people were saying he wasn't the same Joe Biden.
Well, I don't think that's true. He was the essence of the same Joe Biden. But yeah, he was slowing down. He was getting older. I mean, we all observed that.
Around that time, then President Biden, who at 81 was the oldest person to serve as commander-in-chief, occasionally appeared confused in public.
Look, I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president.
On Thursday, some Democrats criticized the former First Lady.
And the only thing I want to hear from Jill Biden is, I'm sorry. We should have said something sooner.
Now, while Jill Biden and her upcoming book tour is reviving the debate over her husband's health and fitness to serve, we should point out there are also questions about how much the current president is sharing about his health. After having what he described as his 6-month physical on Tuesday, the White House promised an update from the president's doctor. 3 days later, all the White House has offered is what the president posted on Truth Social. Quote, everything checked out perfectly. Vlad, we've checked. In previous years, it's taken anywhere between 2 to 4 days for the White House to disclose the results of President Trump's exams. We'll see if they do that this weekend.
Yeah, we'll be waiting. Meanwhile, I'm really looking forward to Rita Braver's interview on Sunday morning, and you can catch.
I mean, if you wanted a clean bill of health, you don't need to go to Trump. If you want to know how the president's doing, you gotta see what Benjamin Netanyahu's clean bill of health looks like.
That interview with former First Lady Jill Biden.
The government tried to get a list of my subscribers, your name, your information, and you need to know about it. The court unsealed a search warrant application that the government filed in my case. One of them, there were 5 of them. One of them was for my YouTube channel, right here, The Don Lemon Show. They wanted a list of my subscribers, your names, your information, a list of you. And the judge said no. All 5 warrants were denied. No probable cause. But they asked, and the question is, why? Why are they demanding this? Are they trying to put you on some sort of list? What were they going to do with it? This is not just about me. This is about something bigger than me. It's about the Constitution. It's about the First Amendment, your right to watch, to know, to be informed without your government writing your name down for it or putting you on a list or whatever they're going to do with it. I'm not going anywhere. So please make sure to click the link and watch my full announcement and sign.
This is the moment.
What do you fucking say to that, dude? Anyway, let's watch chatters. First, they came for the lemon heads. I did not speak out because I'm a Wolf Blister subscriber. Okay, calm down. Of course, critical support and unlimited support to the lemon heads. I am a lemon head myself. As you guys know, we're lemon bros. Yeah, the administration is doing this insane shit. Who has the Glenn Greenwald debate? Because I want to watch that. Yeah, they want to make anonymous dissent no longer anonymous. The U.S. Justice Department is seeking names, address, and banking information of Reddit and X users, ratcheting up efforts to identify social media critics of the government deportation efforts. All right, let's watch Glenn Greenwald on the Jube. I'm actually very excited about this. One journalist versus 20 Trump
We're in a major
supporters.
war.
This is probably the clearest expression of MAGA we've ever seen. And Glenn Greenwald is incredible at cooking these guys. Although I have my disagreements with Glenn, he does a great job here. So let's take a look at how fucking insane the Trump MAGA cult is, finally.
Are we in Iran?
I mean, sure, we're in a conflict, but I don't think this is where you actually got it wrong.
Is it
with
a
the last
war?
guy.
Have you ever thought about going and fighting in this war that you're cheering on?
I mean, I've thought about joining the military before. I don't know about this war specifically.
When your adversary races to arms and increases their offensive capabilities, it's going to create a security dilemma.
That's a madman
for the West.
mentality. Iran lost any civilians?
Yeah, I'm sure. That's how war works.
That's how war works? Like on the first day we vaporized 170 young Iranian schoolgirls by bombing an elementary school?
Is the Trump administration actually America first? Or has MAGA morphed into something Trump supporters no longer recognize? I'm John Regalado, and from Jubilee Media, this is Surrounded. Today, we're diving into Trump's foreign policy record, the conflict with Iran, the United States' relationship with Israel, and much more. I'm here in the center with our featured guest, independent journalist Glenn Greenwald. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. Great to be here.
Are you ready to jump into these debates?
I am ready.
Debaters, are you ready?
Dude, is the Trump administration America first? Is like a question not dissimilar to being like, is the Democratic Party the pro-labor party? Okay. Like probably the easiest dunk session of all time. And yet, of course, Republicans still think they can advance this fucking cause for some reason.
Let's get into it.
Hi, I'm Glenn Greenwald. I'm an author and independent journalist, and today I am surrounded by 20 Trump supporters. My first surrounded claim is President Trump is more of a war-making president than a peacemaking president.
If you would like to debate this claim, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
This is also, I feel like, Glenn basically making up for his bad analysis throughout the election. Like, I don't think it's I'm not one of these guys who's like, oh, Glenn, you fucking suck because you didn't like defend the Democrats, or Democrats are significantly better than the Republicans, blah, 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 all this shit. But I do. There was one thing that I've always been very frustrated with Glenn on, especially because like Glenn is a person that I had profound respect for. And he never went the full Matt Taibbi route, so respect to him on that at least, I guess. But Glenn Greenwald did. Glenn Greenwald did say a bunch of things that I was very frustrated with. One of the things that I always hated was that he was very skeptical of the Republican Party. He was very skeptical of the Democratic Party. Freudian slip there. He almost went full Taibbi. He was very skeptical of the Democratic Party, which is fine. It's worthwhile, but he never offered that same scrutiny to the Republicans, and I could not stand it. If you recall, one of the things I always got mad at, because I would criticize Glenn all the time. One of the things I always got mad at with Glenn was like, yeah, the Democrats are absolutely worthy of scrutiny. The Democrats are absolutely worthy of criticism. They do a bunch of shit. But if you don't have a consistent principled stance, that and don't actually entertain the same line of questioning with the Republicans, or take the Republicans at their word, then you're basically just a Republican. Like, you're a propagandist for the Republican Party, which is insane. Because at least like there are certain redeemable factors of the Democrats when you look at like all of the issues, right? There are certain redeemable factors of the Democrats as opposed to the Republicans. There's really nothing redeemable about the Republican Party at all. And then the Democrats can still engage in certain actions that make them irredeemable across the board, like, you know, doing a genocide. That's a huge one. Probably a pretty reliable red line for many.
Hey, nice to meet you.
Micah.
Good to meet
Good
you.
to meet you, Glenn. So first, I want to just ask, what makes a peacemaking president?
A peacemaking president is somebody who, in the first place, avoids war for their own country, either solves and resolves wars that they inherit or prevents wars from breaking out that they would get their country involved with.
Okay, so you agree that prevention is a part of what makes a president a peacemaking president?
For sure.
Okay, so then what about Trump's foreign policy is not prevention?
Well, the first thing that he did in getting to office, basically within 30 days, was restarted a bombing campaign that President Biden had prosecuted throughout 2024, that President Trump during the campaign had heavily criticized. Yet as soon as President Trump got into office, he not only restarted that bombing campaign, but escalated it. That was the one in Yemen against the Houthis. It went on for about 5-6 weeks, or entailed hundreds of people who were dead.
Was that not necessary for like global trade to ensue? Was the Houthis not attacking multiple different ships? And
no, the Houthis were only attacking Israel at the time that President Trump did that. There was a peace deal that President Trump engineered that ended up being very temporary, and the Houthis said for as long as this peace.
Also, Glenn is low-key the perfect person to present himself as like the former MAGA fallen out of favor, because he did, whether it was sincere or not, act like he genuinely believed Trump's statements. Glenn Greenwald might as well have been the only person who actually listened to Donald Trump act as though he was going to be the peace president and go, yeah, I like it. I like what he's saying and I believe him. Which, again, incredibly fucking stupid thing to believe. I never did, for the record, as you guys know. But it's like shocking that he did, it seems. But now at least is saying like, well, he didn't follow through on his promises. Well, yeah, of course he didn't. Glenn Deason said he did too. Dude, I'll put you on game. The reason why a lot of these guys actually thought Trump could present a different scenario or be a different kind of candidate, a different kind of president, is because the blob is bipartisan. Foreign policy is uniparty. But Trump is incredibly selfish and not a very ideological person. Okay? That's the reason why they thought, oh, because he's like an ideological person, maybe he'll actually cut deals that you would never expect from the likes of Biden or even Barack Obama. That's literally the only reason. A hope and a dream just on Trump's tendency to be pragmatic and self-interested. Because from these guys' perspective, and there is at least some truth to it, like I'm trying to be as charitable as possible to this interpretation to their worldview, but like Glenn Deason, Glenn Greenwald, these guys, they have seen over and over again every administration come and go and engage in maximum warfare, no matter who's in charge. The only reason why I never placed a lot of emphasis on Trump's pragmatism was because I also saw how he reacted when he was president the last time. So it doesn't even fucking matter if he's like a pragmatic guy or if he's not ideological, because like the outcome is still the fucking same.
Deal is in place. We won't attack ships. Once the Israelis started violating it, not letting food, they said we're only going to attack Israeli ships.
So here's a
and that's when
question.
President
Here's a
Trump
question
attacked.
for you, Glenn. Are we still in conflict in Yemen?
No, President Trump ended his own war that he started.
Okay, so then by your definition, did we not prevent further conflict by having this conflict, and would we not free up the trade routes in Yemen from being attacked by the Houthis? It's free, is it not?
It's like saying I stabbed myself in the stomach, but then I brought myself to the ER where I had a doctor fix me up, and that proves that I'm really interested in fitness and self-care. President Trump started the war in Yemen. He escalated the war in Yemen. It was stopped at the time that he took over.
Were the Houthis attacking people or not?
They were attacking a foreign country called Israel that is not part of the United States.
Okay,
so
do these international trade routes not affect America?
No, not when it's only Israel whose ships are being attacked. You can say the war is just. The question is President Trump making war or making peace? You can say, okay, he made war in Yemen, but I think the war is just. He's still a war-making president by definition. There was no war when he got in.
By the result of the conflict that it was a peacemaking military engagement. We have peace in Yemen now.
How did it end?
How did it end?
It ended by the Houthis saying, we will not attack anybody except the Israelis, and as long as they're denying food and water entering into Gaza. And they continued to do so. It achieved nothing. All it did was have the United States deplete our missiles, our military force, our resources. It was a war that didn't exist, that Trump created. Yes, congratulations, he ended his own war, but that is an example of a war-making president. That's just one example. There's obviously war in Iran as well, that he inherited a presidency where we were not at war with Iran. We are now at war with Iran. We've twice gone to war with Iran under President Trump. That's another war that he's made.
Do you not agree that Iran is a major threat and destabilizes the Middle East all the time?
I don't, but we'll get to whether the war is just. The question now is, does President Trump make more wars?
Well,
you seem to be acknowledging he makes wars, but that they're just. I want to go back to what you initially
agreed to, though, is that part of what makes a peacemaking president isn't just, oh, we don't start any conflicts. It's actually engaging in conflicts to prevent further conflicts.
Buddy, I don't know how to explain this to you, but you're a fucking moron. What do you mean? Oh, he's starting wars to end wars. So he's starting wars. A peacemaking president would end wars. A peacemaking president would retreat from the permanent militant posture that America has around the world. It doesn't make any fucking sense how you could argue with this. You're like, well, I agree with the stuff he's doing, so it's actually for peace. That's the whole point. That's the argument. Like, what do you mean? Oh, well, he ended those wars. Bitch, he started them.
Peace. Did you read 1984 by George Orwell?
Well, no, I'm just
asking.
I'm literally quoting what you said earlier at the beginning of
this
conversation.
George Orwell in 1984 described the most extreme kind of propaganda by war-making tyrannies. And one of the things citizens get told is war is peace.
Did you not admit that part of what makes a peacemaking president is stepping in and preventing further conflicts?
Yes, but you can't prevent conflicts by starting conflicts. Starting conflicts is starting conflicts.
Why can you not use
the wars that you start?
We got to pause here, Mike. We got to pause here. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
So in reference to Trump being a peacemaking president or a warmongering president, let's say, for example, let's start with the conflicts that he did indeed stop, right? For example, Pakistan, India. Pakistan nominated Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize. They said that he specifically played a big role in preventing that conflict. Well, India disagreed, but...
Dude. Okay, I hate watching this. I just like, I remember why I fucking don't like watching Jubilee. Because when I see people that stupid, I'm like I just don't want to be reminded that I'm living on a planet in a country where people are this fucking dumb. Because it's a very sad reminder that every time Trump comes out and says, I ended 9 wars, and we're all laughing around, we're like, haha, who believes this shit? Like, there are people who are eating that garbage up. There are people who are tuning in going, oh my God, that's my fucking president. He ended 9 wars. You can't even say these guys needed lobotomy. They have lobotomized themselves, man. They have purposely and willingly lobotomized themselves. That's why they agree with this worldview. That's why they repeat these kinds of talking points. You can only feel this way and talk this way and act this way if you have already been lobotomized.
Pakistan, regardless, said that he played a key role in preventing it. We had Thailand versus Cambodia also break out. Cambodia nominated Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize and also said that he prevented that conflict. I'd also say in reference to Venezuela, obviously no one thinks that Maduro was good there. The tyranny was crazy. The way that he was leading the government, everyone agrees. But he was able to take Maduro out, and Daisy Rodriguez, who's now the vice president, is very, you could say, subordinate or servile, right? 50 million barrels worth of oil, restricting Cuba, so on and so forth. And so I would disagree that he's a warmongering president.
Okay, the point is not he's a warmongering president. The formulation is he's more of a war-making president than a peacemaking president. So even in your examples, including in Venezuela, you're not denying that he used military force in a way that is considered an act of war by every country on the planet. You're defending the wars that he's making by saying they lead to good outcomes, which we can debate, but that's a separate question from the proposition. As far as these wars that you're concerned that I know he loves to cite, India was vehement that he had no role to play of any meaningful kind in mediating that conflict between India and Pakistan. That is a war that goes back, that conflict goes back many hundreds of years.
So does many of these other
Trump.
conflicts.
But even, let me ask you these questions, this question about these other conflicts that you named. Were those part of the 2024 campaign? Did
Not
anyone ever
necessarily, but I
mention
don't think
that? But you know why? Because they're completely trivial, and because the role that the United States plays in them is also essentially trivial as well. These we can analyze those, but let's be clear. The real question is, does President Trump make war for the United States? Whether he plays some ancillary role in this, well, we're in a major war.
Well, so we're
in a major war now, right? We're in a major war, aren't we? In Iran?
I mean, sure, we're in a conflict, but I don't think this is where you actually got it wrong.
Is it a war? Is it a war?
You can call it's a war and a conflict. There's no necessary, there's no disagreement there. It's a conflict and a war. It's both, right? But the conflict didn't start recently, right? In 1979, Iran kidnapped 66 Americans and held them hostage for over 400 days, right? So why did they do that? Happened well, because they're anti-Western. But hold on, just let me finish this. So the conflict with Iran, or our issues with Iran, in reference to specifically the Islamic Republic, started more there. In 1982, 3 years later specifically, there was the Beirut barracks bombing, which I'm sure you're familiar with, where 242 Americans were killed in Beirut. They were there as a peacekeeping force, actually. And guess who specifically? I believe in 2002, a federal judge actually ruled that Iran supplied Hezbollah and gave them intelligence to kill 242 Americans. On top of that, I believe in Venezuela, they have the Quds Force as well that is there. They fund three main terror groups. According to the FDD, they spent about $16 billion doing so, right? Hezbollah, the Houthis in Yemen. And by the way, the last guy, you were also wrong. $200 billion worth of economic damage in reference to the Red Sea, where 1/10 of trade goes through.
Were we at war with Iran when President Trump was inaugurated?
No, we weren't directly in
Are we
in
at
terms
war
of,
now?
Right, so I
he
think
made
I would,
that
I
war,
would say,
right?
wait,
He was
hold
a
on, stop.
No,
So
I
I'd
mean,
say
you talked a lot. I just
I
want
would
to get
say
an
that
answer.
we're already in a conflict. I would say that yes, generally, not like war in terms of declaring war conspicuously, but yes, we've been in a conflict, a long-standing conflict
The proposition
specifically.
is President Trump is more of a war-making president.
Right, I don't think any of those conflicts were made by Trump. That's where you're wrong.
India and Pakistan were in conflict prior to the war that you mentioned,
and
right?
we were in conflict with Iran.
Exactly. There are a lot of people who are. There are a lot of countries that are in conflict with one another.
Right.
They're not all at war. Most of them are not at war. The United States became in a war with Iran when Israel and the United States announced that they were attacking Iran and started a war with Iran. Of course, there's conflicts. There's conflicts between Brazil and Argentina. There's conflicts between Peru and Uruguay. There's conflicts between.
You're being vague.
I'm being very specific. I'm talking about a war.
So there's a difference between smaller conflicts or like a general conflict that's going on for a long time and like a large-scale war, and even like, for example, small military engagements. Like, for example, Midnight Hammer, we bombed Natanz, Fordow, and Isfahan, were more smaller engagements, right? And by the way, we pulled out pretty quickly, and everything was fine afterwards.
If Russia came to the United States and bombed 3 different nuclear facilities in the United States with B-52 bombers of the Russian Soviet analog, would you consider that to be an act of war?
Yeah, you're saying it would be casus belli, right?
No, I'm not talking
casus
about
belli means act of war.
Yeah, would you?
So it would be casus belli. That's the answer.
Okay, congratulations on using the Latin. I'm just wanting to. I don't want to necessarily test your language. That would be an act of war, right?
Yeah, the same way. Hold on. The same way that, for example, the IRGC, the Pakistani guy that was recently convicted, he admitted that the IRGC paid him and tried to give him intelligence to assassinate Donald Trump around the time where Butler happened. That's also a casus belli.
Were we
the
at
fact
war
that the
with
IRGC
Iran
tried
when-
to kill our president,
Were we at war with
that the
Iran?
electorate elected,
Were we at war
is an
with
act
Iran?
of war.
Were we
So
at
yeah,
war?
we've been in conflict
you
and
said
an
that-
act of war with
No,
Iran for a very long time.
Okay, but you
and
just-
it's funny that you're not mentioning.
You
you're not
said-
mentioning the fact that 242 Americans were killed in Beirut in 1982.
The United
Was
States
that not
has,
an act of
the
war?
United States has killed
Was that
countries
not an act
throughout
of war?
the Middle East. You know what President Reagan did in response to that? He said
Right.
the reason this happened is because we have a military base in Lebanon where we shouldn't be, and he withdrew those troops. That's because he knew that the reason we were being attacked was because we were interfering in that region.
Yeah, we were there
the
as a
reason that
peacekeeping force from
Iran
the UN.
took over and the embassy was because we had overthrown their democratically elected government.
Oh my God, he is fucking cooking. Oh my God, this is why I said it's so wonderful to have Glenn Greenwald do this. Like, this is one of those things where this is one of those things where he's the best at. He's the best at this.
In 1953 and imposed a savage, brutal tyranny on them that ruled that country from 1953 until the revolution in 1979.
Sure.
But these are all historically interesting points
That's
that we could
actually
talk
wrong.
about with the justification. No, it's not wrong. The point is, I asked you earlier, was the United States at war with Iran?
The answer is yes.
But you said no. And
it depends on how you're defining war. It depends on how you're defining war and long-term conflict. But let me hold on.
The point is, we were not at war, as you said the first time when I asked you, with Iran when President Trump took
He's
off.
the only person who's making people actually respond to the prompt instead of just spouting their bullshit. I mean, there are young people supporting this. I mean, these are paid. These are paid people, so it's not the same as, like, you know, a random guy that you find in the wild. But I'm sure there's some young people who are fucking dumb enough. This guy is at least like halfway competent. He's like halfway intelligent. Like, he knows certain facts. He's not just up there being like, oh, what is a war? Right? So he has at least some information. Like, he knows, it's clear he's a fucking nerd, right? He dropped the FDD statistics, which is, again, an Israeli cutout. But it goes to show you that he's at least capable of reading. Half of these guys are illiterate. He's not. But again, he's wrong. Like, he's just wrong because the prompt is 100% correct. It's like not even debatable. There's nothing you can debate about it.
Sure. He didn't talk about there being a war throughout
No,
the
he talked about
2011,
2011,
and we are now
2013.
in a
Like,
war.
all you can do is try to re-identify the terms and say, well, it's not a war, it's a conflict, and it's a broader conflict, and it's not. It's not. Would you say that Barack Obama ended the Iran quote-unquote conflict with a war, or did he actually do that through peace? The answer is he ended it through the diplomatic process. That's the difference.
And by the way,
I know it's hard to fucking find any American examples of, like, waging not war but peace, but that's at least one that you can point to from recent history.
He continued said Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. By the way, can you explain to me the reason for 60% rich uranium? No country that has tried to, or even been in talks of trying to get a nuclear weapon, has ever reached 60% and not gotten to 90%.
Because
which is
President Trump
grade. That's never, ever
invalidated
happened,
the
by
agreement where they were only at 3%. President Trump make this war.
No, that's not. The answer is no.
So
we have been at a general conflict with Iran, or you could say even a war. For
I am saying war
over 47 years.
And President Trump just forgot to mention that we were at war when he was running for president in 2024, and never said, "Hey, by the way, we're at war with Iran."
He openly said, no. He's been very conspicuous about this. He's been very clear about the fact that we have a conflict with Iran. We have issues with Iran.
A war.
They tried to kill
We do
him.
have conflict.
Right. Again, I don't think you understand it. Wars can also be conflicts.
Exactly,
So I
but
don't know why you keep saying-
conflicts aren't
Right.
necessarily wars. The question is, was there a war with Iran? And if so, why didn't President Trump bother to mention, hey, by the way, we're
He's
at
been
war
very
with Iran in
conspicuous about it.
2024, and
He's been
here's...
very conspicuous about it.
So
Well,
the war didn't
what
start...
would be the incentive? Just like, hey, we're at war with Iran? Look, everyone understands that we've been at a long-term conflict
Nobody understood because
with
it was
Iran.
never true. It
No,
was, we
and by
weren't
the
at
way,
war.
We got to pause here. Can we just hear your response and then we got to stop?
Yeah,
there?
there were several wars that President Trump started in Yemen, Venezuela, and Iran. You can say they're just or not, but these wars did not exist. Nobody said they existed during the 2024 campaign, including President Trump. And when he announced them,
Yemen
he announced
civil war
them
that happened?
as with the United States in 2024.
All right.
Dude learned conspicuous yesterday. I hate all these other debaters just emulate Charlie Kirk's methods, talk fast, talk confidently and loud, and bombard with lies. I mean, that's just that's a consistent thing. It's not just Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk didn't invent that method. Also, what's up with this guy also becoming a suit and tie guy? I see this.
Pass. Yeah, good to talk to you. Hello, how are you? Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Okay, so I want to get back to the prompt about peace versus war. So the way I look at it is the first Trump administration was a peaceful administration. There was no new wars that were started, right? We have the Abraham Accords, which Trump should have won a Nobel Peace Prize for because it was historic. And then we had some.
I mean, you could make the argument that the Abraham Accords was an attempt at peace. I'll take it. It just failed. It actually directly led to October 7. So it was a spectacular failure, but it was an attempt at peacemaking nonetheless, which is different than war making, right? Right? Yeah, it was a historic failure. That's what the Abraham Accords were.
Something that was ahistoric, right? So the Biden administration came in between. It kind of disrupted Trump's foreign policy. And under the Biden...
What? Oh my God. Oh my God. Am I hearing this right? If there's one thing you can say about Joe Biden's foreign policy, it was a direct continuation of Donald Trump. A direct continuation of Donald Trump. Down to the fucking pullout in Afghanistan. That was Donald Trump's policies that Biden actually committed to. He did not change course on Cuba. Every single thing that Donald Trump destroyed, every single signature foreign policy accomplishment of the administration prior, where Joe Biden was literally the vice president, Donald Trump destroyed it. Joe Biden never restored it. That is ridiculous. Biden didn't continue, lol. He made things worse. And that Afghanistan take is completely misleading. Really? Is it? Oh my God. Do we have a hog in here? Because that's awesome. Oh my God, we do. It didn't fail. It built Saudi relations. Oh my God, we do have a hog in here. That's awesome. This has been a long time. Because usually the hogs that we get aren't hogs. They're not real hogs. You know what I mean? They're often just like Asmongold cockroaches, so they don't have any investment in politics at all. So I love seeing. Please don't run away. This is awesome. Chatter, we love you. Hog at homonyms, nice. No. I say this lovingly. Please. I say this lovingly. We love right wingers in here. Okay. And like right wingers that actually have just strike the YouTube stream. Who did? What are you guys saying? Why are people coming in here to be like the YouTube stream got struck down? It got banned. Yeah, because I'm watching a fucking Jubilee video. So the pirate YouTube read broadcaster is getting struck down. What do you want? What do you want me to do? Fucking pick and choose what kind of videos I'm reacting to because like pirate broadcasters, you know, pirate YouTube rebroadcasters of my live stream are fucking having a hard time. What do you want? You think I did that? Just giving notice? What? It's not up to me. I don't do anything about that. It's just fans doing it. Anyway, hog at homonyms, nice. I'm not even right wing. You're not right wing. You just think I'm a constitutionalist. Yes, a constitutionalist. Okay, what do you think about Donald Trump then? Oh, God, this is so awesome. Do you think Donald Trump is following the spirit of the Constitution? Or just following the Constitution at all? Or is that more of a malleable thing for you? You know, a not insignificant amount of viewers think those are your channels. Oh, God, really? Stop, I'm gonna nut. Oh God, we haven't had one of these guys in a long time. Come on, I asked the question, just answer it. I didn't vote for Trump law. He's going after the WTO, NWO, globalist elites bounce around between countries, and he is fighting those corrupt structures. Why is it that people who like Trump are so fucking embarrassed to admit it in this community? I like Trump, dude. Just fucking say you love Trump. What do you mean he's fighting against the WTO and NWO? You think that Cuba will fall next? You think Cuba is a part of the New World Order? Is that what you think is going on? One of the poorest countries on the planet that we have directly starved for 60 fucking years is a part of the New World Order. You don't even call out the real Trump dirt. You say the same stuff as MSM. Really? Mainstream media is saying that Benjamin Netanyahu shoved his fucking fingers so far up Trump's ass that he's basically moving his mouth for him. That's a mainstream media perspective. What mainstream media channel are you watching that, by the way, these used to be a substitute for Jews, right? The WTO, New World Order, like, oh, it's the Jews that are controlling everything. And Donald Trump is the #1 defender of Israel. Robert Mercer, Stephen Breitbart, Bannon, etc. No, I fucking shit on Bannon all the time. The fuck are you talking about? Fuck Breitbart. Stephen Breitbart? Who the fuck is Stephen Breitbart? You mean Steve Bannon and Andrew Breitbart? Who's dead, by the way? Breitbart's fucking dead. Dumbass. Robert Mercer. Don't scare them away. Yeah, I know. I know, I should be nicer. This guy's awesome. He may believe he faked his death. Yeah, Breitbart did die on a toilet. It's true. He's a Tucker enjoyer? No. Anyone who thinks Donald Trump is going after the WTO and the NWO is an idiot of the highest magnitude. Donald Trump is a slave to capital. And these are mere, well, NWO is just fucking bullshit anyway. But like what you think is the New World Order is the Old World Order. It's just capitalism. Okay? And no, mainstream media does not fucking say those things. You, unfortunately, are stupid enough to believe that it does. Many right-wingers cope with the reality that their ideology is perhaps best expressed by liberal outlets. You blame Israel for everything and fail to recognize that they are under plausible deniability by the USA after World War II when Britain and France gave up Middle Eastern control slowly but surely. I blame Israel for everything. No, I blame America for everything. But there are certain instances where Israel is also at fault. What? Dude, I'm trying to understand. Mainstream media does say the stuff that you say. Really? Like what? You blame America but live here? Oh, America's blameless. My bad. I didn't realize America the beautiful, America the great. It's blameless. Yeah, America, small bean nation. You use capitalism and yet act different? All right, brother. All right, buddy. Hypocrisy. I know. Yes, I should be living in a fucking mountainside. Just living off the land. Capitalism is all-encompassing. It's the global organization of the economy. It's impossible to live outside of capitalism. Close the window, you can't handle it. All right, now I have to fucking call this guy, right? Dude, you're a fucking embarrassed Trump supporter. You can't even say that you like Donald Trump. You're like, I don't even like Trump. I'm not even right-wing. I'm a constitutionalist. I don't even like Trump, but he's also going after the fucking WTO and the NWO. To say that about Donald Trump is laughable. Are you American is the real question. Echo chambers chatters can't even law. Okay, you're starting to fucking annoy me because I don't like the air of self importance that you've designed around yourself. You still think I'm a Trump supporter, Lamau, just by being aware? Dog, you are not aware of anything. You have identified, and I will admit this, a very interesting point to like Trump on. And I say it's interesting because it's fucking insane. It's batshit crazy. You're not aware of anything. You've just figured out a way to try to say that you like Donald Trump without saying that you like Donald Trump and then claim you're a communist, Marxist, socialist board. Yes, I am. What's the point? What's the problem? Okay, what? Do you think that this is a community where that's just a automatic pejorative? Exactly, so hypocrisy. Explain to me how you can exist in a capitalist society without actually existing in a capitalist society. There is no world. There is no like socialist world out there. There's no communist society out there that I'm like choosing not to participate in. Okay? Why exist in a capitalist society? Okay, where is the communist society? Is it Cuba? Is that what you're saying? Oh, if you like communism so much, why don't you go live in Cuba? A country that we're fucking destroying the economy of? A country that we're about to bomb? That you personally said is next? You know, you're in your anti-New World Order agenda. Where is the communist society? Also, I'm sure there are plenty of things you disagree with respect to the United States of America, or at least Donald Trump. That doesn't mean you fucking leave America or Donald Trump behind and go somewhere else, right? Almost like a Jehovah's Witness going into an atheist event. Communism is the goal. That's your words. Yeah, and we're not there. So what do you mean? I'm advancing those goals. So there is no hypocrisy there. To the best of my ability within the confines of this system. This guy isn't American. Yeah, I don't think this guy's American. We should be there. We shouldn't be there. Okay, well, I think we should. What now? Have you noticed that you haven't made a single fucking coherent point thus far? Beyond, why haven't you pressed the communism button? Why haven't you invented communism and then go live there? Oh, and now you're talking about communism will just have people killing each other for the top. Oh, what? Unlike fucking capitalism? What kind of speculation is this? Communism will have people killing each other at the top. Do we have communism? No, we don't. So you're just inventing an alternative here to say it's bad. This hypothetical alternative system will be bad. Why? Because I decided it will be. Because it only bad things. Communism means bad things. Capitalism means good things. What now, libtard? That's your fucking argument. You argue like a child. More secret groups to control regions in the country. What? Okay, I'm done. Secret groups. What the fuck?
Administration, we saw the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, which was really a green light to our anti-Western adversaries that we didn't really.
Like a handful of fucking billionaires literally run the goddamn country and perhaps the entire world. And this dumb fuck's like, oh, a secretive group is going to be controlling a communist society. You're literally just inventing shit in your mind. I hope you understand that. You're just saying this alternative system will be bad. Why? Well, because I think it will be bad. There is no productive argument to be had here. Okay? Foreign billionaires aren't the same as American billionaires? Wait, what the fuck? Yes, they are. The fuck are you talking about? The number one American billionaire is Elon Musk. The fuck are you talking about? Billionaires have no loyalty to a nation, you fucking idiot. Unless you're talking about Chinese billionaires, in which case they do, because they're party members. That's pretty much it. I think this guy's an anti-Semite. No, I don't even think he's an anti-Semite. He said, you blame everything on Israel. Take the billionaires out of American society, then taxes go up for all Americans, moron. Really? What's the greatest period of American prosperity by your estimation, chatter? Quick answer. Come on. When was America truly great? Donald Trump says, "Make America great again." When do you think America made the most noticeable improvements, whether it be developing American infrastructure, or whether it be just developing America in general? When was the most prosperous time for American history? He doesn't know he's from the EU. Bro's gonna say pre-1865. Yeah, okay. All right, let's just get back to the video while this guy boots up his ChatGPT.
Defend U.S. hegemony abroad. Following that, the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, and then
Also, that guy's definitely not American.
and we saw Biden trying to re-engage in JCPOA negotiations as a legacy of the Obama administration. And he unfroze $16 billion in assets to the regime and then also waived sanctions so they could sell over
Whose
$100
assets
billion.
were those?
They're theirs, but they're frozen.
Iran's assets.
Correct, but that's going against the maximum pressure campaign. So if you don't want war, how do you then deter a belligerent actor if it's not maximum sanctions? What would your solution be then? To let them...
In general, in every other country on the planet except the United States and Israel, war is talked about as a last resort, something that you engage in only if there's a country that's attacking you,
Which war
or
are we
attacking
talking
your
about?
homeland, or attacking. What's that?
So the sanctions are a legacy of the Iraq-Iran war in the 1980s. So which war? We're talking about the current operation, which is not a war.
I'm talking
or,
about why we should be at war with Iran at all.
Right, the second.
And you're saying, what is it that we should be doing
Well,
to Iran?
I'm saying
and
my point with talking about the Biden regime, the Biden administration, was that they empowered. We could maybe use regime. They empowered the Iranian regime diplomatically, financially, which then positioned them for October 7th. And also the Houthis. It is true, the Houthis blocked off the Suez Canal for 4 to 5 months. We also had British military naval ships in the region, U.S. military ships. So they weren't just attacking Israel, although, yes, that was a part of it. So we saw a destabilized Middle East because of the direct
Okay, so
empowerment
let me
Iran.
just, it's interesting.
Okay, we did see a destabilized Middle East. It's true. Directly as a consequence of the Abraham Accords. Straight up. Abraham Accords were to formalize already cooled or normalized relations with the Gulf states without factoring in Palestinians into the equation. That's why October 7 happened, simply put. So, yeah, Trump's peacemaking efforts, guess what, also led to war. Shocking.
Because I think there's a very American perspective, because we are a country that is constantly at war, unlike everybody else on the planet. The last time China fought a war was 1979, and one of the reasons they're displacing the United States and every region in the globe, including Latin America and Africa, is because they spend their resources building up their country, while we have our country deteriorating because we spend so much time and money and effort and resources on foreign
wars. The other
wars.
take is that they don't have the conventional capabilities to enact a
They have a
full-out war.
massive, gigantic military. They just don't. They just know
but we still
that, which
deter
is
that
what,
because
by the
of
way,
our
which was what
military.
President Trump's primary political appeal was that we're constantly fighting these foreign wars. We have to stop fighting foreign wars in the Middle East so that we can focus on our own communities and our own country. And here we are back in another one. But I think the point about Iran is that the idea that we can just go and steal countries' money. As you said, it's
But that's not
Iran's
what the point of the
assets. They
claim
have
is.
oil
The
in their
claim is
country.
that we're a
Let me
war-making
just finish. They sell their oil to other countries. They receive money for it. We take that money using our dollar as the reserve currency. We steal it and freeze it, and then
We don't steal
somehow
it. We are
I should also say
punishing
that
a belligerent regime.
President Trump just lifted sanctions on Iranian oil at sea,
Right.
enabling
it was
them to
a
get
will
huge
of
amounts
good
of money.
faith. It was a good faith
No,
action
it was
for China.
because he
Yes,
needed
for
to
the
do that because
negotiations.
we need oil on the global market because of oil,
It's been
because
closed
gas
for-
prices are so
it's
high.
still lower than it was under the Biden administration.
No, I'm
at
saying
the
that
peak of the Biden administration.
because of this war, President Trump lifted sanctions on Iranian oil at sea.
Yes, as
they
a
are now
goodwill to China
charging
to bring it to the
money. They are
negotiation
now
table.
charging money for the Strait of Hormuz, and
Yes, 'cause that's the only
and there's
tactic they have
no
left.
way there will be an end to this war that we're currently
No.
negotiating unless the sanctions are lifted on Iran.
They're
Because
completely
there's-
wiped out at the knee. Let me just get back to what I was saying about the Biden administration because it's important. So we look at how diplomacy has never worked. The JCPOA completely empowered the regime. Same thing with Biden again. So Trump came into a region that was completely changed. Also just...
What do you mean the JCPOA completely empowered the regime? Again, what's it to you? Like, this argument is a complete misnomer. What do you? Oh, okay. It solidified the regime. All right. So why do you care? We're American. I don't know if she is, but as Americans, if we have a goal, and that goal that we've decided is to stop the nuclear grade enriched uranium, like the uranium enrichment program, if that's the fucking goal as Americans, then yeah, Barack Obama did that with the JCPOA. What is this? Your chat message was too long. He got FOSSA-botted. I'm American. I'm Texan. Hispanic. Oh, God. Third generation. Nice prediction on assuming me again. Wrong again on your assumptions. Interesting how you label people so fast. Does that help your base or voice? Not like this method you go by is converting people in a good way. You're using the engagement algorithm because you know divisive politics keeps engagement high. Oh, my God. I asked you a fucking question. I said, what period was America the greatest? Okay. And you said it's always great, but its potential was staggered, which is a non-answer because you're a fucking pussy, because you know that the answer is the post-war economy, post-World War II, where America basically was a functionally, centrally planned economy with robust social safety nets, robust social expenditure, and on top of that, incredibly high top marginal tax rates. And guess what? There were no fucking billionaires back then. That was the most prosperous America had been. Now, of course, there were a lot of social issues, right? There were a lot of social problems. But as far as our progressive tax system goes, that was the best. Billionaires are not necessary for prosperity. Billionaires are the ones who are by way of their controlled media apparatus, convince dumb fucks like you to vote against your best interest. Okay? That's the problem. You've been duped, but you think you're fucking brilliant. That's the difference between you and I. I know I'm stupid. You don't. Okay? You have convinced yourself that you have access to hidden truths, and you keep regurgitating dumber and dumber things in this fucking chat. Just like you think I engage in divisive politics because I know it gets me clicks. It's very stupid. I've had these exact same opinions since I started when I had fucking 30 people watching me. Okay? You don't want things to be solved, or else you would run for office instead of waiting time, live streaming, arguing with anyone's opinions. Okay, wrong on that part as well. Guess what? I have a lot more impact. I answered, you didn't like it. No, you didn't answer. You can't say it was always great. Okay? You can't say it was always great. That's not an answer. It's a cop-out. And secondly, the reason why I'm not running, but instead helping other candidates run, is because I can actually have a lot more impact this way than hyper-focusing on one fucking race alone. That's it. Oh, no billionaires back then because economics were different, lol. That can be quantifiable across different time eras. Okay. Adjusted to wealth disparity. A time of unprecedented economic instability was the Gilded Age. We have worse wealth disparity now than we did back then. That was the closest. The robber baron period was the closest to the current period of the American economy. And it wasn't fucking great for development back then. It led to the Great Depression. So perhaps you don't even have to be a socialist to recognize that wealth consolidation, power consolidation by American billionaires or American robber barons isn't necessarily good for American prosperity at all. Who do you endorse on the left in Utah in the midterms? Nate Bluin. Anyway, it was always great after the Civil War. Okay.
globally, right? I believe the Iranian regime bought 2.5 million acres in Venezuela, which is in our Western Hemisphere. So he came into a world where our anti-Western adversaries had gained strategic holdings that hinder U.S. hegemony abroad. So he went into the region and he said, okay, I'm going to negotiate with the Iranian regime. They didn't come as good faith actors to the negotiation table. Operation Midnight Hammer was a preemptive strike. They still continue to come to the table.
Was Biden at war with Iran?
I would say, yeah, it's hard to be at war with a regime that you're funding.
So Biden was not at war with Iran?
Well, we were at war with Iran via Israel, if you want to look at it as a proxy situation.
So Biden was fighting a war against Iran?
And also another thing, you keep saying that Trump started wars in Yemen,
I'm trying to
in
figure out
Lebanon. Again, but those are proxy wars funded by Iran.
Was
those
the United States at war
existed way before President Trump came into
Was Biden
office.
waging a war against Iran?
He was funding the regime and empowering them.
Okay,
so the answer is no. It's really hard to wage war against a regime that
exactly.
you're
So the war
propping
in
up.
Iran was started by President Trump in the second
The
term,
war
correct?
in Iran is happening. First off, it's not a war. It's an operation. We have highly discriminately taken out
What
heads
would
of
be
the
a war be?
IRGC.
I mean, the it's not a war, it's an operation is really funny. Okay. Would you consider it if the Chinese government assassinated our head of state, decapitated not just the head of state, but also the top of the branch, the entire leadership structure of the American military, and also blew up a bunch of schools on the way and murdered a bunch of little girls going to school? Would you consider that China waging war against Iran, or would you go, oh, guys, it's fun. It's just a special military operation? Yeah, Ukraine, is that a special military operation or is that a war? She has to be Israeli? I don't think so. I mean, I don't know. Maybe she is.
How is it not a war?
Well, it's not a war because the Iranian regime
We're
can't
blowing up
respond
their
in a way
bridges.
that
We're
necessitates
blowing up
war.
their bridges.
Yes, it's an
We're
operation.
blowing up their,
and they've been blowing
what's
up the
the
Middle
difference
East.
between a war and an No, I'm just trying to, again, the proposition we're supposed to be discussing.
Right,
and I
he's
realize why
war-making.
you don't want to and others don't want to is
No, I am. I'm
let
demonstrating
me-
how
let
the
me- I
regime
have
was
to-
empowered when
you
Trump
have
came
to let
to
me
office,
finish.
so it
You
necessitated
have
a
to let-
response that was different
you
than his
have to let
first
me finish.
administration when there was
Was
peace through
President,
strength.
you have to let me finish. What the question we're supposed to be debating
Which
is that
I answered.
President Trump is more of a war-making president
And I
than a
just said he
peacemaking
came into a
president.
situation in the Middle East that was vastly different than the one that he
No,
left
I
because
understand.
of
I
weak
understand.
foreign
I'm
policy.
trying to ask about war,
Okay, so
which
no,
is
what is the response then? So if it's not high pressure
was
sanction
President
action-
Biden waging a war on Iran? Yes or no?
Well, if you're talking about responding
Can you just
to all...
answer that? Why
so
can't
then
you
yes,
answer?
If Iran is considered the Houthis, the Hezbollah, Hamas, then yes, we
President
were waging
Biden
a war.
was waging a war on
yes,
Iran.
via our
I
proxies.
thought you said he was so favorable to Iran, that he was
I said
treating
he
Iran
empowered
so
the
well.
regime. Yeah, both sides of the conflict, but he empowered the regime.
Were we at war not with Iran's proxies, but with Iran itself under
well,
Joe Biden?
Iran actually broke the status quo of not engaging with Israel, our greatest ally, in May of
Did Joe
2024.
Biden wage a war on Iran?
It's not. First off, again,
Why
I
can't
am
you just
contesting-
answer? Why can't you just
I just
answer?
said yes. If you're going to consider via proxies, which
No,
you
I'm not. I don't
apparently-
mean via proxy. I mean
Well,
directly
you
with
said,
Iran.
Okay, but you're contradicting yourself because you said Trump started wars
I'm
in
only
Yemen,
asking a
and you defined it by the
question.
proxies
I'm only
in
asking a
Yemen. So you can't
question.
define war one way for Trump
I'm
and
only
then not
asking a
apply it to
question.
We got to pause there. We're out of time. Please return to your seat. Raise your flag if you would concede that Trump started this current war with Iran. Okay, so we got two people.
Oh my God, dude, it's insane.
Thank you.
My next round of claim is President Trump is subservient to the Israel lobby.
Yes!
If you'd like to debate this claim, please get to the chair in 3, 2.
That's a tough one. That's a tough one. Oh my God.
Whoa.
Hey, good to meet you.
Ryan, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
How to make it exciting. Nick Matau.
Dude, these are fucking banger premises. It's just how do you argue against that?
Okay, I think important thing to do with debates is to define our terms. Can you please tell me what subservient is?
Yes, serving the interest of someone else, taking orders from somebody else, taking direction from somebody else, not in every case, but as a general posture ethos.
Okay, so that's already a problem because subservient doesn't mean not sometimes taking the case, sometimes not. Subservient is literally defined as in a subordinate manner you are controlled by in a very direct way.
You want to set it up so that if you can point to one example where President Trump didn't do what Israel wanted, then that means somehow he's not subservient to Israel. That's,
Sure, right
you're
now.
just want to creating a binary framework where as long as you can point to one example
I can
where
point
the
to many
Israelis
examples,
wanted
actually.
something. Right, so that's why I'm saying that is not what this proposition means. It doesn't mean that in each and every case, President Trump is
Right.
fully and absolutely obedient to Israel. If you want me to concede that there are instances, I will be happy to point to some as well. well,
not
where
conceding
President Trump or
instances.
other
Okay,
presidents.
you're
So
just
that's
galloping.
not the question.
I understand. I'm saying that your claim, it's your claim. I didn't force you to make the claim. Your claim is not.
I like that we can't even have a fucking conversation about, like, he immediately came in with like define the term. What? This seems bad. Love your show. Please come my transmission soon. I would also love to do your podcast. Asmongold says he might be doing Alex Jones soon. Oh, hell yeah. It's an incredible collab. I love that. Hell, they should. It's Crank Central, baby.
There's high influence. Your claim is not any of that. Your claim is he's subservient. And if you're going to say he's subservient, that means something. Now, if we want to change what you're saying and you just want to say he has higher influence from, when you say pro-Israeli, do you just mean Jews? What do you mean by that?
No, of course I don't mean Jews. There are huge numbers of Jews who oppose Israel.
I'm asking.
Glenn Greenwald is Jewish. His answer is so funny. Look at his face.
And if you're going to say he's higher influence from, when you say pro-Israeli, do you just mean Jews? What do you mean by that?
No, of course I don't mean Jews. There are huge numbers of Jews who oppose Israel.
I'm asking.
Oh, God. It's so stupid. Bro, you told me these nerd-ass Republicans went extinct. This guy's one of the dozen Shapiro fans left. I mean, these are all influencers. They're not representative of the broader Republican movement.
Well, generally, when I debate this topic, a lot of people will say, like, you know, the Adelsons, right? Because they're Jewish, they're Israeli. Or do you mean pro-Israel, like you're talking about AIPAC, you're talking about J Street?
People talk about George Soros, but nobody suggests that he's pro-Israel. The reason people talk about the Adelsons is because they gave 300.
To be fair, George Soros is kind of pro-Israel, but like, you know, liberal Zionist style. I don't think he's like, I wouldn't say George Soros is anti-Israel. Or at least he's not anti-Israel, like, you know. Like, yeah, in comparison to Sheldon Adelson, sure, he's basically Hamas. But in comparison to, you know, someone like myself or just like the average anti-Zionist, I would say that the Soros Foundation their position is definitely very critical of Israel, but not like, they're more like a J Street type. Anyway, that wasn't Glenn's point at all.
$300 million to Trump's campaigns, and Trump himself said that every time the Adelsons came to the White House, they didn't ask about the United States, they asked for things for Israel. Trump went to the Knesset last year and said Miriam Adelson loves Israel more than they love the United States.
Is Trump subservient to Elon Musk?
No, I don't think Trump is subservient to
Elon Musk, at least in this last election cycle, gave significantly more than the Adelsons.
Right, he's one individual. He's one individual.
Exactly. One individual gave more than two, and also the lobbying groups. But that being said, what is it that makes you think he's controlled in at least a significant way by whatever you're saying?
What President Trump himself said. President Trump said that every single time Sheldon Adelson came to the White House, they asked for things for Israel, and he gave it to them. They didn't ask for things for the United States. He said that Miriam Adelson.
He didn't say he gave everything they asked for.
Yes, he did. He said
no.
every time. He said in
that they did. At the Israeli-American Council Summit, Trump said of the Adelsons, as soon as I'd give them something, always for Israel, as soon as I'd give them something they'd want, something else, but I gave them the Golan Heights and they never Golan Heights. I don't know why that G looks like a C. And they never even asked for it.
In fact,
the Golan Heights.
Yes. He gave them even things that they didn't ask for Israel, not for the United States.
Correct. He did not tell them times where they had talks where they disagree. He never talked about that. I know exactly which quote you're talking about. You're adding that in to push your narrative right now.
I'm not
but
adding
that being
anything.
said, we're not here to talk about.
Wait, no, but that is the narrative. What do you mean? The point he's making is President Trump is subservient to the Israel lobby. This is a point in favor of President Trump. This is a point demonstrating President Trump's subservience to the Israel lobby. What do you mean? Oh, I don't like the point you're making because it undermines my position, so please don't make it? Like, what the fuck are you saying? Wow. I can't believe you said a factually accurate thing to justify your premise and ruined my argument. That's not allowed. Why would you say truthful things that happened to support your claim, sir?
Just the Adelsons are here to talk about the pro-Israel lobby.
Wait, are the Adelsons not a fucking formative part of the pro-Israel lobby? What are we talking about? What's next? Is Haim Saban not a part of the fucking pro-Israel lobby because he's a Democrat? What are we doing? What is this conversation?
Asking you, how do you know that they are controlling Trump at least in a significant enough way to whatever your claim
What I'm saying is that President Trump makes decisions in the interest of the Israeli people and the Israeli.
Does this guy think Israel's part of the U.S.? I mean, he's a truther. He's the 51st state enjoyer like me. Our movement is growing, chat. It's growing. There's more and more every day. There's dozens of us that believe Israel is a part of the United States of America and is a state, except the most important state, like way more important than Montana. Sorry, Montana. Israel is far more important than you.
Government over and above the American people, and it's the only country for which that's true. That is subservience. Okay, we can go back to the semantic definition, but that is what I mean.
Yeah, he's about to be like, excuse me, let's define the terms. What is Israel? Excuse me, define the terms. What is President and Trump? Define the terms. What is a lobby? I mean, he did do that. He was like, what do you mean by the Israeli lobby? Do you mean J Street, AIPAC? Everything. It's everything.
And there's so many instances where President Trump has taken steps, and right now his entire focus is on a country that is Israel's primary adversary, that Israel has wanted for decades. The United States to go in and change the regime.
I understand the hyperbole. His entire focus is not on that, but I get it. But my question for you,
I would hope it is.
His entire focus is on that. Well, I guess not. He's right. His focus is shifted elsewhere right now. Ballroom. E.G. and Carroll. Yeah, this is Ballroom, $250 bill with his face on it. Reflective pool in D.C. Kennedy Center, not being named the Trump Kennedy Center. So he has some other shit that he's worried about. But you know what he's not worried about? Inflation.
It's a very dangerous war. He should be.
Your argument, you trying to prove your argument's failing because what you're saying is that he is just giving everything they want as if.
I didn't say that.
Actually, you literally said that. You said he gave everything they want.
I said at the start, I would
rewind the clip.
I said at the start, if you want to prove that there are times when Trump doesn't give everything to Israel, I would concede that it's not a binary absolute framework.
I'm trying to get my question.
Do you remember when I said that?
I do remember when you said that, and I remember when you contradicted yourself a few seconds later.
What did I say when I contradicted myself?
I already said this point, but here's the problem. When he said that people go in, we want this, and he's like, I don't really agree with that. It's like, well, we'll give you some more money. He's like, okay, I agree with it now. How do you know Trump doesn't just already align with the same ideology?
The reason I know is because President Trump spent a full decade promising people like you and everyone else who voted for him that he was not going to involve the United States in more Middle East wars, in more regime change wars. That is the basis and foundation for Trump's entire political movement. Israel comes to the United States, and there's no way to compare Israel to any other country. Netanyahu came 7 times. No other world leader came twice. We give billions and billions of dollars to Israel. I thought I let you talk, and yet...
Which ally has had the level of access that Benjamin Netanyahu has? Which ally has actually given, throughout numerous administrations, bipartisan State of the Union to Congress? Who's delivered speeches to Congress? Multiple occasions. No, 7 times is just Trump, 2. That's only what we're talking about. Which there's no comparison. There's no other country, okay? There's no other fucking country. Which ally has received $380 billion total dollars from the United States of America? Which ally has caused the United States of America to wage war with not 1, not 2, but 3 aircraft carriers against another country that has collapsed the entire fucking energy markets? There is no comparison. There's no comparison. You can't hide behind vague generalities to be like, oh, Israel's just an ally. Israel's just a small bean.
you sit there and say, let me talk, and then I get 6 words out and
Go
you
ahead.
can't control
Go
yourself.
ahead, Glenn.
So there's no comparison. We give infinitely more money to Israel. We deploy our military forces to protect Israel. President Netanyahu, Prime Minister Netanyahu came 7 times. And then when he was done coming, Donald Trump turns around and does exactly what he's been promising for.
Also, Benjamin Netanyahu was never done coming, okay? He comes inside of Trump every time he's here, and he will never stop coming inside of Trump. No, that's not poor phrasing. Glenn's right. Benjamin Netanyahu is digging out Trump's butthole, okay? Straight up. Gay sex, they're having it. They're doing it. And he's coming a lot. And Trump loves it. And he says, thank you, Mr. President. You're the real president.
For a decade that he wouldn't do, which is he goes to war in the Middle East, a regime change war in the Middle East against Israel's primary enemy after Netanyahu spent 30 years saying, this is what we want the United States to do. That is how I know that President Trump does things that Israel tells him to, even though he doesn't already believe it.
Well, first off, that's actually not proof that he does. That's just an indication that you might be right, but I'm going to correct your quote. Actually, President Trump said multiple times, just off the top of my head, I'm sure I'm missing some, he said multiple times that he doesn't want to go straight to military action with Iran, but he has made it very, very clear that if negotiations are exhausted, I will use the military option.
Were the negotiations exhausted? They weren't. They used perfidy. They used the cover of negotiations to attack Iran twice. First time it was Israel alone, and then, the United States of America joined in after the fact. And the second time, it was a collaborative effort. It's totally ridiculous. All right.
Game change?
Okay, first off, do you know what the 4 goals of the war are in Iran?
I'm asking you,
do you know what the 4 goals of the war are? Okay, what are they? Is it regime change?
They changed so many times.
No.
President Trump. There aren't 4 goals.
There has been 4 stated goals. You can go on the internet.
Oh my God, I've never seen Glenn get this mad during a debate. That's crazy. These guys are fucking... Didn't they kill the negotiators? They did. And they killed also prominent figures within the Iranian government that were more willing, more pragmatic, and certainly more willing to negotiate with the Americans. Israel did that, like Largiani.
Right now to the official government website, and you will read the 4 goals. At the beginning of the war,
Trump, in an interview with the Washington Post, said, my main goal and why I'm attacking Iran is to free the Iranian people. Is that one of the 4 goals that that President Trump said was his most important objective when going to war with Iran?
I'm going to concede something. I agree with you that President Trump speaks in very grandiose measures. He does. I'm not going to. Everything's the biggest thing ever, the most beautiful thing ever. It's the worst thing ever. I'm not going to disagree.
That was a stated goal of the war.
No, it was not. If you listen to our Department of War, if you listen to our Department of War, and by the way, you can go on.
It's the president that determines the war objectives.
I understand. Okay,
it's not the Department of War. It's the president.
That's not true. I was in the military for 12 years. That's not actually particularly true.
Who was your commander-in-chief? The Secretary of Defense?
No, it's not.
It was the president, right?
No. First off, that's not how objectives are attained. You're right. He agrees with them or disagrees with them. And again, I agree. Trump will go on interviews and he will say stuff
who sets war goals for the United States?
Well, first off, it's actually a complex measure of how it goes out. Are you asking who agrees with the finalized goals?
When a war started, who determines what the goals of the war are?
Again, it's a very complex
measure. It's the president, correct?
Again, if you're saying agree with, he gets briefs, he gets people from the Pentagon.
Who's the final decision maker about the goals of the war?
That's the right question, and that would be the commander-in-chief.
The president, right?
Right.
So
if you look at the official memo,
when we want to know what wars are,
if you look at
what the president says.
I got it. If you look at the official memo that was signed by him, that was pushed out and still on the government website to this very day, you can read the main objectives of the war.
Has he said that regime change is one of the goals of the war?
I agree that he's implied it in interviews.
Has he said it explicitly?
In the official memos where he's
that our goal is to protect.
Let me ask you something.
Okay, we got to pause there.
You need to answer my question. Has Donald Trump said that a goal of the war in Iran is to free the Iranian people by changing the regime of that country, a regime change war in the Middle East of the kind he said he wouldn't fight? Did Donald Trump say that was a goal of the war or not?
I'm going to answer you.
One word answer.
Please.
I'm going to answer you.
One word answer, or we got to move on.
Real quick answer. One word. He said it in interviews. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm coming around to the HasanAbi position that debates are a waste of time. I mean, they would be a little bit more. Debates can be productive. I've talked about this before. It's a good way to release your talking points, humiliate the opposition, humiliate your interlocutors, It's a good way to like make your side come across as, in a powerful way, and it's a good way to teach people the proper talking points are, that so they can, you know, try and do the same when they talk to other people or debate other people. There's also the capacity to change people's minds in debate. If it's the 40-40-20 rule, 40% of your side is already on your side and they're not going to move. 40% of the opposition side is on the opposition side. They're not going to move, but 20%, 10 and 10 from both sides, give or take, are movable, right? And you can actually get the opposition's 10% onto your side if you actually convincingly humiliate your opponent. The problem is, if the opposition does this secret hidden technique, which is yell and lie and get, you know, increasingly belligerent, then you can't have a productive conversation at all.
Prior to October 7th, America First, and it still means America First is having a strong ally in Israel.
What is it, John Fetterman? What? Is that what? I got to run that back.
It still means prior to October 7th, America First, and it still means America First is having a strong ally in Israel.
Damn. We had Fetterman and now we got Fetterwoman, dude. What the fuck? They made a female version of John?
I find it very interesting, this disproportionate selective outrage with this pseudo-Israel influence, AIPAC.
Pseudo-Israel influence? The fuck does that mean? Why is she using so many sentence modifiers? This makes no sense.
3.8 million compared to the billions of dollars from other foreign adversaries. You're talking about subservient. We have the Chamber of Commerce, we have Big Pharma, we have the Real Estate Association, all massively giving more funds to the lobbying world. The influence of Qatar alone, $1 billion on universities and media. Aren't you more concerned about that? Why do you never speak about the Qatari influence in America?
There's no comparing the influence of Qatar in the United States to Israel. And the proof of that is that we don't give $4 billion automatically a minimum every year to Qatar the way we do with Israel. This $3.8 billion that you said, much of which has to be spent at American arms manufacturers like Boeing and Raytheon, is like a gift certificate that the American public gives to Israel and says, here, go shopping for yourself at our arms dealers. There's no other country that gets that. We've given vastly more sums to Israel over the last several decades than any other country by far. We deploy our military for Israel. We don't do that for Qatar. President Trump has been imposing speech codes at universities to protect Israel and not for Qatar.
Yeah, we should be doing that for Qatar, honestly. He's right. Why aren't we doing that? It's the pearl of the Gulf. That's what I'm going to be advocating for going forward. Justice for Qatar. Okay? Doha impressed? Yeah. It's the pearl of the Gulf, dude. The fuck are we doing? They gave such a nice plane to Donald Trump. Why the fuck won't Donald Trump reciprocate? Yeah, make Qatar the 51st state.
Who demonstrate against Israel are being deported, not for Qatar.
Okay.
And that the amount of money itself, 3.8 is the minimum. That $3.8 billion is the minimum. We gave over $20 billion under President Biden in 2024 to Israel.
You're not being honest.
These are all facts.
Yes. They are facts, but you're not saying the whole story.
What else?
Israel is the only country that actually gives us a return on investment. That $3.8 billion, yes, 80% of it is invested.
I'm sorry. The Saudi Arabia is right there, dude. That's crazy. The amount of fucking money that these Gulf states spend in the United States of America for what? Some fucking gear, some military gear they'll never use. And then this lady comes in and is like, oh, Israel gives so much in return for the American investment. Like what? Bringing us into further wars that we don't need to fucking fight? What do we... So stupid.
Invested right back.
Glenn, have you heard of a thing called SodaStream? That's right. I rest my case, Your Honor. Have you heard of Waze?
Back into America, America jobs, American defense. And guess who tests out all of our military equipment? It's Israel, because they are in the front lines of our enemies. They are doing us a favor. We need Israel strategically, and we are grateful to have them as a strong ally.
The American people have turned against Israel because they're sick of having
no,
their
it's because
resources.
of propaganda that you're perpetuating on X. We didn't have an issue of this before October 7th.
If you look at American communities, they're falling apart. This was what President Trump...
This is Israel lobby's fault?
It's not entirely the Israel lobby's fault, but we ought to be focused...
Should we talk about Doge, the $215 billion in Doge? Maybe we should look at that?
The Israeli people have a higher standard of living than tens of millions of people in the United States, and yet they are forced...
What does that have to do with Americans?
Because Americans are forced to subsidize the Israeli military to send tens of billions of dollars to Israel to go to war for
now
Israel.
Tens of billions of dollars.
Yeah, I just told you in 2024 alone it was above $20 billion.
They were in a war.
Exactly. Every time Israel's always at war.
Every time? Israel has never asked for boots on the ground, and yes, they were in a war.
No, we pay for their wars. We pay for their wars. We pay for those wars
because it's to our interests that there is stability in the Middle East, because these are proxies to America as well.
The wars that Israel starts create instability, not stability.
Sunday, do not normalize terrorism and the Islamic Caliphate. Why are you so hyper-focused on our ally?
It's the same way that we started off the first question where people say, no, Trump doesn't make wars, and then, okay, Trump makes them, but they're justified. The point here is we do more for the Israeli lobby than any other country. You started off by saying, no, it's Qatar, and now you're saying, yes, we do more for Israel,
because
but
they're an ally
it's justified.
with good reason.
It is justified. Of course, they're an ally and they're an enemy. They spy on us. They steal our nuclear secrets.
They spy. You're selectively... Israel
dude, it's so funny. Look, don't get mad at me for saying this, but she's definitely more pro-Israel than she is pro-America. Okay? Because right there, she literally gave the game away. I mean, obviously, that's the suspicion from the start. But she went, and so does America. Like, I'm sorry. Aren't you American? The fuck? Like, that's crazy to say. She's like, yeah, and America actually fucked over Israel by spying on Israel. It's really fucked up what America did. It's disgusting. I hate America. They should give us more money. I mean, them, Israel, them, the other side, not the country I care about the most. I just happen to care about it because they're our reliable ally.
The number one surveillance threat against, not the way that Israel spies on the United States. When I did the Snowden reporting, there are documents that say here are the countries that are the greatest surveillance threat: China, Russia, Iran. Number one on that is Israel, because they treat us like an enemy. They take our money, they sponge off our citizenry, they suck money out of our money out of our country.
You never want to talk about our actual enemies. You only want to talk about Israel.
I think Glenn Greenwald is pretty open with his statement. He's saying Israel is our enemy. He's not saying Israel's our ally. He's saying Israel's our enemy. So I'm talking about America's enemies, which, by the way, beast mode. Yeah.
Israel does more damage to the United States than
You're
any other country on the planet.
Please return to your...
I'm a cuck. Buddy, there's no greater cuck than the American taxpayer. So you bet your fucking ass I'm a cuck. You are damn right I'm a cuck. And we are all cucks to the great nation of Israel, okay? We just sit there on the cuck chair and watch Benjamin Netanyahu go to fucking town, just dig in, okay? He just gets all up in Trump's pussy every fucking time he's out here. And we just sit there and we're like, please take more of our tax dollars, sir. Yeah, we're all cucks. We're in the cuckwarium.
Thank you.
Good job.
He said he reads too much Al Jazeera. Does she know he started The Intercept? Probably not.
Jesus. So here's the thing. I actually do agree with you that Israel does have an outsized influence in our government in general. I think that it's a policy thing that we have to start putting domestic policy ahead of foreign policy. What I don't agree with is your characterization of it as subservient. I think that implies a greater allegiance to a foreign country than what a president actually has. So let me understand. Tell me some of your reasons why you think it goes beyond influence.
Sure. So for decades in the United States, in both parties, when they had the White House, the policy of the United States has been that the worst thing that the United States has to overcome in the Middle East, when doing deals in the Middle East, when trying to advance our interests in the Middle East, is the fact that the Palestinians do not have a state. And the only way that the United States can ever improve its position in the Middle East is through a two-state solution. That's why, going back to the first Bush administration, back to the Reagan administration, they were threatening Israel. They were indignant with the Israelis that they were expanding settlements in the West Bank, because that would forever prevent a two-state solution, would mean that we were seen in the Middle East as suppressing the Palestinians. Israel ignored that. They expanded West Bank settlements. When the first Bush administration tried to stop it, Bill Clinton ran in 1992 accusing Bush 41 of being an anti-Semite. And ever since then, when that harsh accusatory framework came down on James Baker and George Bush and Brent Scowcroft as anti-Semites, American presidents, with some exceptions, have been petrified of opposing Israel and the Israel lobby. They can remove members of Congress like no other lobby can. They've proven that repeatedly. And so it's not just that they're our ally and we help them when it's our interest, we help them even when it's contrary to our interests, as we're doing right now with this war.
Well, yeah, you just kind of danced around it. You didn't actually say what characterizes Trump's behavior as subservient.
When you take, let me just quickly,
let me say one thing.
You want to know?
No, but let me say one thing.
Okay.
I actually do relate a lot to what you're saying, being called an anti-Semite. I'm running for Congress in Hollywood, Glendale, Burbank, and Pasadena. And the thing that I got labeled for criticizing Israel, the Israeli lobby.
Wasn't this guy like a woke cat boy or something? And then he had a fucking psychotic episode or something. And then he decided he's like right wing now. He went on. He was a Hasan derangement syndrome guy, right? Yeah, I think he might be the only YouTube slop tuber that hasn't been able to reach any success whatsoever with the Hasan derangement syndrome route. Kind of sad, really.
And the government of Israel, to be fair, I got immediately labeled an anti-Semite by my own party, by the Republican Party. But I want to understand what makes Trump subservient, what makes the influence go beyond just influence and makes him have a greater allegiance to Israel than America. You haven't answered that.
By subservience, I mean when you take interests that are in the interest of another country over your own. And subservient, are you saying why is he subservient?
No,
like what
I'm trying to
causes that?
understand
Or
your
what do you
logic,
mean by
because
subservient?
what you've described so far is influence, which we all agree there's a foreign influence in our government that's outsized, and it very often drives our politics and our politicians to go beyond the interests of Americans. But that doesn't mean that they have a greater allegiance to a foreign government than they do to their own people.
I'm not saying President Trump has a greater allegiance to Israel than he does to the United States. I'm saying that the lobby that influences him, that he's afraid of, that he takes direction from, their goal is to make sure that American politicians are serving the interest of Israel even above the interest of the United States, even when it undermines or subverts the interest of the United States. That is the point of the Israel lobby, is to make sure that Israeli interests
you're talking
stay
about the
above.
Israel lobby.
All right, we got to pause there. You've been voted out.
Good luck in your campaign.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
I'm Eden. Okay, so when you're talking about the Israel lobby, are you referring mostly to AIPAC? Or?
No, I mean, I'm certainly referring to AIPAC, but there's a
I guess it's good that they're, asking that question, because a lot of people don't realize that the Israel lobby is far greater than just AIPAC. AIPAC is just the most popularized version of it,
gigantic number of other organs and arms of the Israeli lobby.
Right, and can you give...
I think J Street is also a part of the Israel lobby, for the record, just so people understand. It's a liberal Zionist lobby, and I would go so far as to say that J Street was less offensive at a certain point, but it's still an Israel, it's a pro-Israeli lobby nonetheless.
Examples where they're going outside of legal bounds?
No, I don't. My accusation is not that AIPAC acts illegally. I do think there's a good argument.
Oh, yeah, Farah. Hit him with the FARA.
That they ought to be registered under FARA, but under our laws, they're not required
Okay, so
to.
with the FARA argument, you do know that it's American Jewish interests, right? The lobby AIPAC is.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Paul Manafort was an American citizen, okay? Paul Manafort's an American citizen. So why was he a fucking, why did he go to prison for being a foreign lobbyist? Because just because AIPAC is funded by Americans, American Jews, doesn't change the reality that they literally go to Israel and get their notes from the Israeli government. That's the reason. You can't just be like, oh, we're developing a fucking China lobby, okay? It's Chinese Americans like that happen to go to China, that happen to collaborate with the Chinese government, okay, and get their notes from the Chinese government and then come back and lobby the American government at the behest of the Chinese government. If you thought that you can get away with doing that, you'd be out of your fucking mind. Yeah, like that mayor that got the Arcadia mayor, my queen. And what she did doesn't even reach the fucking standard of what the pro-Israel lobby gets away with without any FARA restrictions whatsoever. She wrote like fucking pro-China posts on some goddamn newspaper that gets no circulation whatsoever. Is nothing in comparison to what the Israeli lobby gets to do.
For American Jewish interests. So
AIPAC
to
takes
say that it's
direction
going
from the Israeli government. They're over there all the time. I understand the argument that these are Americans, but but a lot of Americans have to register under FARA if they're taking directions from or acting on behalf of a foreign government, which I think.
That's why it's ironic that like Ali Jacoby and all these other fucking dipshits are trying to say that I'm doing this with Cuba or China or whatever the fuck. I'm not. I'm an American citizen. And I have my actual fucking perspectives. I'm also very critical of especially the Chinese government's like foreign policy at times. But those are my own personal opinions. There's no fucking cash exchange or anything like that. I'm not getting my notes from any government official. Okay? That's the difference. AIPAC, on the other hand, directly hires people that work in the Israeli government, goes to the Israeli government, gets their notes from the Israeli government, and engages in information sharing with the Israeli government, but it doesn't matter.
AIPAC is, but I'm not arguing that AIPAC is criminal.
Right.
That's a different debate.
Okay.
We can have that, but that's not the relevant question.
So I hear this argument a lot. And what I always go back to is America is voting with their dollar, okay? So yeah, there is influence, right? There is Jewish American influence, but it is because the American people want it. That's why AIPAC is so successful.
Okay, I'm glad you raised that, because actually what AIPAC does when they want to remove a member from Congress, like they did with Cori Bush or Jamal Bowman in the last cycle, like they've done with tons of them, is they spend insane amounts of money for a congressional district, like they're doing with Thomas Massie now. They don't go in and advertise and say this member of Congress isn't sufficiently supportive of Israel or is too anti-Israel, because they know that's a failing issue, because Americans don't care about foreign countries. They care about their own country like every other country.
Right.
What they do is they go in and they deceive people by saying our ads are really about the fact that he doesn't tend to potholes, or he has bad constituent services, or he doesn't support health care, or he's too this, or he's too that.
Are they lying about it?
No, it's just
so they're choosing to focus on other issues.
No, they are lying about it, but that's besides the point. The real fucking lie here is that the reason why they're trying to unseat a candidate is not because they have bad constituent services, is because they are against Israel. Nobody dumped $34 million in the fucking Thomas Massie race because they were very frustrated with the way that Thomas Massie was, I don't know, in support of Trump only 99% of the fucking way. Okay? That 1% is what matters. And that 1% was Israel. Doesn't matter what the fucking ads say. What matters is why they're deploying this biblical amount
It's
And these are issues that Americans
exactly
care
the
about.
opposite of what you said, which is that they go in
basically
and the
you're saying
reason why
they
you said the
focus on
reason why
other-
people vote for AIPAC's candidates is because they want support for Israel.
Well, you
But
know what? If they
AIPAC
raise
doesn't
the
think that
pothole
AIPAC
issue
doesn't-
and this candidate says that they're going to,
But that's not AIPAC's
then
concern. It's a totally stealth and
AIPAC
deceitful
can
campaign.
put their money wherever they want.
I know. I'm not arguing that AIPAC is a criminal organization. I'm not
Okay.
arguing that they should be in prison.
Okay.
I'm arguing that the
So you're
point of
kinda
the
saying there's
Israel
some
lobby is
nefarious
to keep. Yes, it
things
is
going on.
nefarious because the point is to in the shadows hide their agenda,
see,
which
this
is to
is super
keep American
convenient.
politicians subservient.
In a just world, after the International Court of Justice genocide case and the ICC genocide war crime case goes through and is adjudicated properly, then we would move on to all of the collaborators. And in that process, yes, a lot of people would have to go to prison, straight up. But we don't live in a just world, so that's never going to happen. Let's be fucking real. Even if the ICC and the ICJ somehow, by some stroke of luck, were to finish that case, no one that is propagandized at the behest of Israel and his genocide is ever going to see the inside of a fucking prison cell.
And captive to the interests
so
of
you
a foreign
always have
country.
to always have to revert to the conspiracy idea.
It's not a conspiracy. It's done right out in the open. I don't think it's a conspiracy.
You always have to go back to the conspiracy
I don't think
idea
it's a conspiracy.
because you can't deal
It's
with
in
the
the
fact
open.
that American Jews are voting for this.
American Jews
American Jews
do you know
are
what
putting
percentage
their
of
money
America? Do you know what
where they
percentage of
want it to
America?
go.
Yes, and you're free to do that. You're free to donate to whatever campaign you want. So am
you
I.
can
There's
make
no
an argument that
there.
we can reform the lobby system. Okay, that's fair, but Americans are voting with their dollar.
The
and this
difference
is the way that
between
they're
the
voting.
pharma lobby and the Wall Street lobby and the Silicon Valley lobby, which are gigantic,
Which are pouring
is
a
that
lot
they're
more
at
money
least
in, so
American
that's a huge
companies.
difference.
There's no other lobby that represents a foreign country that has even 1/100th of the impact that
First
the
of all,
Israel lobby has, and that's what makes it so
representing
different
an ally,
and so dangerous.
An ally. Jewish Americans have a vested interest in Israel. Okay, they're also
Why?
our ally.
What do you mean? Why do
well,
they have
a lot
that?
of some don't. Like you, right? You're Jewish.
Yeah, I don't- yeah,
So a
yeah.
lot of it's like you. So some do, some don't. Okay.
Right, right.
If some do, they can vote with their dollar. They're already our
So you're saying
allies.
a
So
lot
what's
of
wrong
Jews
with
have
that?
a vested interest in a foreign country?
Yes.
In how do they? President Trump said about Miriam Adelson, for example, who's a citizen of Israel and the United States, that he believes she has a greater loyalty to Israel. She would choose Israel when the two are in conflict. Would that
and
be
that's
your
a
choice
problem.
as well?
And I've heard other people say they have different they care more about other countries they're born in as well.
Right,
So,
but it's
like,
kind
I
of a
don't-
problem that
I don't
the
see
single
point.
richest
we can
and
police
most
that.
powerful
We can put in legislation
Israeli
to
American
stop
is
that.
somebody who's
the point.
who's in the White House all the time. According to President Trump, has more loyalty to a foreign country than she does to the
All
United
right,
States.
so
That's
kick
a pretty
her out.
gigantic
What-
problem.
so what?
Kick her out. President Trump has her in the White House every other week because of
Okay,
the
well,
vast
she's
amount
not
of
doing
money
anything
that she-
illegal. So
that's
what's
why-
the problem? You have a problem with the motivation.
A lot of
okay,
things
so
aren't
we can't
illegal
just
that you can
police
still
everybody's
criticize.
motivations.
There are a lot of things that aren't illegal that still should be criticized and dragged out into the
So
sunlight.
let's
and
criticize
the influence
it.
of
But the whole
that I am.
is this whole AIPAC is this nefarious grand puppet master thing is absolutely debunkable. Okay. AIPAC sometimes does not win. I mean, we saw with in 2015 the JCPOA the situation.
I agree. They don't always get their way. They get their way almost all the time, most of the time, and that is a huge
Again,
problem.
America's voting with their dollar. So
okay.
All right, we got to pause there. We are out of time. Please return to your seat.
Thank you.
Oh, so they lose sometimes in spite of the biblical amounts of money that they spend to subvert democracy. So I guess it's appropriate. It's all right then.
Want to be in a Jubilee video? We are always on the lookout for
oh my God, what is this?
Hello.
Hello there. There's so many things I could talk for hours on end. Even giving
Oh,
Kamala.
I bet you can. Oh, I bet you can. They got rid of the JCPOA. Yeah, they didn't even lose the JCPOA. They just got Trump in. Like literally. They spent a fuck ton of money on Trump, and Trump got in and immediately ripped it apart. So technically they did win on that too. Holy shit. Oh, God. The prompt is the Trump administration has been considerably more corrupt than the Biden administration.
Harris an appointation of, I don't know if that's a word, but appointing her as the next candidate
What is this? Turkish propagandists perpetuate this idea that the Turks rescued the city from decay, but always admit that the poor state of the city and empire was mostly due to the constant Ottoman attacks and strangling the city by blockades. The East Roman state was viable even after the Fourth Crusade. It was the Ottomans that killed it off. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Kind of seems like it's fucking copium, doesn't it? Os bayrakları os! Os bayrakları! It's been exactly 573 years since Istanbul was freed. The city was falling apart from within, and the Ottomans arrived to save it, starting the glorious era we still celebrate today. 1453, best year of my life. Is that you on the right with the drum? Yeah, that's me. I'm a part of the Mehter Marşı. I'm a part of the Mehter team, dude. It's my secret life. When I lived in Turkey, I was a drummer for Mehter. It all went downhill after 1453.
Because he wasn't able to run. And you're America first, right? That's what you're saying, right? Okay, so do you agree that it was corrupt?
So I'm somebody who believes that there was a lot of corruption in the Biden administration. My claim is not that the Biden administration was...
Yeah, this is also undefeated. Glenn Greenwald is undefeated on this. Because, like, he went, I would go so far as say overboard with how much he covered how corrupt the Biden administration was. So this is actually an about face for Glenn, if we're being real. Because he literally, I mean, he went nutty mode. And of course, the Brandon admin was corrupt. Like the Hunter Biden stuff was just like basic nepotism, right? But that basic nepotism from Hunter Biden is nothing. And I mean nothing in comparison. No such thing as going overboard to fuck. No, like there's a difference between, yes, this is basic nepotism. It's very obvious what happened. He never deserved that Burisma job. He only got it because of the Biden last name, which is what I said, right? Versus this is the most corrupt thing that anyone's ever done, especially coming off the heels of the previous Trump tenure, when, again, Trump under Trump 1 still did a fuck ton more corruption with his children than Biden ever did with Hunter Biden.
Free of meaningful corruption. It had a lot of corruption. My claim is that the Trump administration has a lot more corruption. And we can talk about what those financial deals are.
Please.
Okay, well, I'll just give you one example.
Okay.
Jared Kushner, who's now running Middle East foreign policy and negotiating Middle East policy for Donald Trump, his son-in-law.
And doing a great job.
Right before he was put into that position just a year or so earlier, he created a hedge fund, and the number one investor were the Saudis, who invested $2 billion in Jared.
Burisma was under Obama. Okay. And Joe Biden was the vice president. What do you mean? I know. Biden was the vice president. Burisma happened under Obama. Biden was the vice president. Hunter Biden was still his son. Like,
Kushner's fund, both as a reward for a job well done, for the service that the Trump administration in the first term gave to the Saudis, and also for making sure that the Saudis' interests are protected. It's basically a bribe directly to the Trump family. The Trump family created a crypto company called World Liberty Financial, 49% of which is now owned by the United Arab Emirates. We've heard so much here about how important the UAE is, about how Saudi Arabia is, and they're funneling gigantic sums of money directly to the Trump family.
Okay, but look at, I just want to interject a little bit, because look Look at Nancy Pelosi. Look at all the inside trading.
I agree with you completely.
It goes way beyond that.
No, that's
so
not
both
way beyond
sides
that.
do it. Is it right? No, but Biden administration and all of the people on the Democratic side are doing it so much worse on such a larger scale. It's affecting America.
I worked a lot on the Hunter Biden corruption case, principally that he got $50,000 a month from a company in Ukraine called Burisma when Vice President Biden had immense influence in Ukraine.
It was way more than that.
And as Andy McCarthy said, who's a longtime Republican conservative prosecutor, in order to talk about or compare the corruption, similar corruption by the Trump sons and by Jared Kushner, you have to add 2 zeros to the amounts. And I think
that's my assessment as well. Like, these are in entirely different zip codes. Okay, it's not, nothing comes close to Trump 2, and Trump 2 is so bad that even Trump 1 doesn't come close to Trump 2, and Trump 1 was still far worse than anything Biden ever did. Not anything Biden ever did as far as like genocide. I'm saying as far as like, you know, straight, naked, ambitious corruption. Trump 2 is just not even, it's out of this world. I've never... Like, I've talked about this before, but even with Erdogan or Vladimir Putin or all of these other like corrupt autocrats, right, that we think of when we think of like, you know, people who just steal as many of the resources and as funds of the governments that they control as possible. There is an environment of what's the word? They hide it better. Like they don't do it as openly as Trump does. It's kind of crazy. There's obfuscation. It's please get sent to prison. Okay, chatter. I don't want to upset you. Yeah, there is an environment of discretion with the ways in which like Vladimir Putin and you know Erdogan and the like the way that they engage in this grift. There's no tact in the way that Trump 2 operates. There was no tact in the way that Trump 1 worked either, but Trump 2 is literally just Trump coming out and being like, you're all fucking stupid. Give me your money right now. I fucking hate all of you. And then everyone's like, all right, I guess we got to give this guy our money. He's my God. Trump 2 is him running around being like, I love doing corruption. I love milking my fan base. I love doing inside trading. It's an honor to have my first ever comment pulled up. Lol, you're welcome. Of course. I've never seen anything like it at all.
that's what the concern is.
Biden was so corrupt.
We gotta move on. Thank you. You've been
Thank you.
voted
It was
out.
actually fun doing this.
Yeah. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Good. So I think that we can see corruption pretty, well in the Biden administration. You've got Joe Biden's drug addict son that got convicted on gun charges, on tax evasion charges, and
that's not even come on, man. Come on, brother. You really, you're a Republican? This is your big thing? It just sounds so stupid. We're talking about billions of dollars, billions with a B, moving around directly into the pockets of the Trump family. Checked out Hasan stream for the first time, and good Lord, the chatters in there have got to be some of the most R-worded people I've ever seen them out. Every chat is just poor grammar. Cuss words makes almost no sense. Lol. Damn, dude. Here you are using no cuss words, proper grammar, and even asking politely for me to go to prison. Same jacket? Okay, calm down. It's not the same jacket. This is swag. He doesn't have it.
Joe Biden used his pardoning power to erase that completely. But I think that we can see corruption in its finest when you have a senile old man like Joe Biden, who is getting propped up and is basically a puppet for the Democratic Party.
So I think when we talk about corruption, we're not talking generally about just bad acts or malfeasance in government. We're generally talking about the influence of ill-gotten gains or malicious motives or self-interested motives in government decisions. What made Hunter Biden, the Hunter Biden case, corrupt was not his drug addiction or his tax evasion. Those were personal bad acts on his part.
Well, it's a bad use of
the
it's a bad use of the pardoning power for Joe Biden to do that. It shows clear corruption.
Yeah, I mean, President Trump has pardoned dozens of people, all of whom are very wealthy, who stole money from investors, who have friends that are very close to the Trump administration. There's a whole pardon industry surrounding the Trump White House where if you have enough money and you can pay $1 million or $1.5 million or $2 million to close Trump associates, you will get a pardon. But the problem with the Hunter Biden case, what made that so concerning was that he was monetizing the influence that Joe Biden had in Ukraine in order to get all kinds of money for himself. This is what Donald Trump Jr. is doing, Eric Trump is doing, and especially Jared Kushner is doing in the region of the world that President Trump has been most influential, which is the Persian Gulf, where there's the most amount of money. Billions of dollars have flowed to the Trump family through properties and entities that they've created, including World Liberty Financial, including Jared Kushner's. Does that not concern you the way it did with Hunter Biden?
I'm not.
Talking about billions of dollars.
Right. Well, I mean, the HOC did report that the Biden family received $24 to $27 million.
I'm talking about billions. Again,
yeah, we're talking about billions. So basically, you're
zeros.
just basically saying that Trump was better at being.
No, I'm saying it's great. It's more damaging corruption.
So you're criticizing Trump for being more of a businessman, a better businessman than Joe Biden.
It's like saying, oh, that guy stole a Milky Way and that guy defrauded billions of dollars from old ladies, so this guy's better than this one at being a crook, being a corrupt criminal. Yes, I do think Trump's better at that.
Yeah, I mean, corruption is similar as far as how it's monetized.
Okay, we have to pause there because you just admitted the fucking premise. You agree with Glenn Greenwald. You accidentally ended up agreeing with what the whole point of contention was supposed to be. You just think that it's good. Oh my God. I'm realizing that every single time someone is coming up to Glenn Greenwald, they agree with everything that Glenn Greenwald is trying to establish, and they just go, but it's good. That's it. I'm beginning to realize that Trump supporters just look at everything Trump does and just assume that it's good. That's it. They're like, yeah, Trump killed my family, and that's good.
Pause there. Flags are up. You've been voted out.
Good, thanks.
I mean, he literally said Trump is just better at corruption, so you're mad. Dog, you're an American taxpayer. Shouldn't you also be mad at that? Like, what?
Good, Lee.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Doing well. So you're saying that Trump is more corrupt than Joe Biden? That's what you're saying?
I'm saying...
Okay, this guy's strangling puppies, right? On his free time. The energy changed. I don't like this. I feel like Glenn is in danger. Glenn, you got to get out of there. Why does he have 2 Trump hats, by the way? Wait, does he have 3?
Good, Lee.
What is that? Is that a Trump flag? Why does he have multiple Trump hats? I'm so scared. Oh, it's the red flag that they raised. Never mind. Okay, that's true. That's true. My bad. He could have just left it behind at the desk. I don't know why he brought it with him. That's the first time anyone has brought their red flag with them to the table, which is why I noticed it. Because, you know, when they're running up to the table, they just leave the flag behind on the chair, which is what you would normally do, because why would you run to the table with the flag? Hey, wait, why does he have 2 Trump hats?
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Doing well. So you're saying that Trump is more corrupt than Joe Biden? That's what you're saying?
I'm saying the Trump administration has a lot more corruption than the Biden administration has.
Okay, I'm guessing by what, the war or his kids or what?
I think we're focused primarily on financial corruption. I mean, you can talk about other kinds of corruption as well, but the concern about Hunter Biden and the money that he made off his father's influence, which I found extremely objectionable and still do, pales in comparison to the extreme fortune that the Trump kids and Jared Kushner are building off of Trump's power.
Okay, well, Trump is not corrupted at all. we're not in a war as well. Sorry, there's so many. I wanted to answer you on so many things, but.
The gummies kicked in when he got up there. Dude, this is Nick Shirley's America. This is the guy. This is Nick Shirley's biggest fan. Okay, he's like, that Nick Shirley, he's so smart. I love watching Nick Shirley. You don't understand me. Nobody understands the thought in my mind. Yeah, I said singular thought is hard to have two at the same time. I came over here after a long day of strangling puppies. I did it because Trump communicated that to me via the telly. That's right. Trump told me to strangle the puppies.
You're not being specific about how it's Trump, his administration corrupted. What exactly? Because his kids aren't the administration. It's just Donald Trump. So how is...
Well, Hunter Biden wasn't the Biden administration, but it was just the president's
I don't care about Joe Biden. I want to go on. You're saying Trump, okay? Trump administration.
He's like shocked. Maybe he's trying to understand what Glenn is saying. Maybe he'll agree with him. Let's hear him out.
How is he more
corrupt?
corrupt?
It's a comparison between the Biden administration. But
Say the most corrupt thing that Trump has done.
I'll tell you what there's a lot of things, but the main one is they created a company shortly before Trump's inauguration that's a crypto company called World Financial Liberty.
No, that's not.
You guys, if you want to...
Wait, what? That's not true? No, that is true, my friend. That's just true. That's a thing that happened. No. This is not my Trump. Not my Trump.
I can explain it, but you got to let me explain.
So you're saying that he's corrupt that in a way that he can get in trouble, just like Hunter Biden got in trouble.
There's the World Financial Liberty, which is the...
He's scared. He's scared. He's like, are you telling me Trump might get in trouble? Not my Trump. I hope not. How can we stop it, Glenn? You seem like a smart guy. You look like you read a book. Tell me how we can save Trump.
Crypto company that the UAE has invested hundreds of billions of dollars in, that has 49% ownership, that paid a huge amount of money to enrich President Trump. On top of that, he created this coin, the Trump coin, where any foreign influencers or foreign power can pour as much money as they want into Donald Trump's pocket, and have done so.
Are you aware that Trump? Are you aware that Trump never has took his presidential checks? Are you aware?
Yeah, what's the word I'm looking for? I learned it from Nick Shirley, benevolent. Are you aware Trump is the most benevolent leader we've ever had, Glenn? I bet you hate my argument now. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah. Blah, blah, Glenn.
Where that he's given up all.
Yes, that's congratulations.
Oh, that's just $400,500. That's it. Okay. Are you aware that he's given up all his everything he owns? His
Trump's
motels,
an
his
infinitely
hotels, everything.
richer man now than he was when he saw the
Are you
presidency
jealous
in
of that,
2016.
or like because he's?
Get his ass. Get this fucking charlatan's ass, King. Yeah. Are you jealous, Glenn? Kind of seems like you're peanut butter and jelly. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, how has not a single person raised the flag yet? Because this is prime hog. Everyone there is captivated by his aura. His presence has intimidated everyone into submission. They know not a single person can bring forth a better argument than this man. Are you jealous? Yeah, they're in awe of Prime Hog. I am in awe of Prime Hog.
His president, is that jealousy or something? Are you jealous of that? That he knows what to do with his money and he knows how to do it?
Okay, it's not even a joke. They are clapping. They're like, yeah, yeah. You tell him like it is, Hank. Oh my God, it's fucking awesome.
Were you a critic of Joe Biden?
He is not
Were you a
corrupt.
critic of
He's
Joe
not even
Biden?
close to corrupt. And you know what? You want to know what you're doing right now? You're saying that I saw you corrected yourself. You said you were saying Trump to the other people, but now you're talking to me and you said Trump administration.
Fucking God, dude, this guy, nothing gets past this guy. Okay, let me tell you. Wow, this man is alert. Okay, I fucking love this man. I hope the rest of the debate is just this guy. I got you. You said earlier you said Trump, and now you're saying Trump administration. Why is he sweating so much? Oh, this is fucking awesome. Oh, you thought I forgot that Trump is berbevler.
So
no, the formulation is the Trump administration.
I love when a stupid person think they got someone. You know what I mean? When they're like, yeah, I bet that stings, don't it?
Has been significantly more corrupt than the Biden administration.
Yes, but
that's
you
what
were
it's been
saying
from
Trump,
the start.
and then you were talking to them saying Trump, and now you're saying Trump administration.
I'm saying both. I explained to you how Donald Trump was corrupt.
Okay, so Trump is not the Trump is Trump. So you think he's in control of whatever happens on something else, or his
the company
kids
that
do?
received hundreds of billions of dollars from the UAE is Trump's
And that's
company.
all Trump's fault.
Trump's company. He created the company with Steve Witkoff.
Oh, what if the UAE just wanted to give money and make money? You ever think about that, Glenn? Yeah, what if they just wanted to give that money with no questions asked? Nothing in return.
Steve
Is that
Witkoff's
Trump's
kid.
fault? Yes or no?
Yes, of course it's Trump's fault. He was the
How?
one who created the company.
How is it Trump's?
Okay, when he says how, I think he's sincerely asking. Okay, you might think he's saying how as a way to, like, you know, contest his position, but I think he's just confused. How? How did that work? I don't understand. Glenn, you're scaring me. Oh, that guy was awesome. Wow. I don't think that guy's an influencer. I think he might be too stupid. Even though Nick Shirley is an influencer as well.
Fault.
Because Trump is the one who received all that money and now is
See, he's letting him cook. He's like, no, this is too good.
with the UAE. It's exactly the kind of quid
So
pro
are you
quo
saying
that
we
Trump
gotta pause there? We gotta
pause
You're
there.
saying he should be arrested?
I don't think. I
So
think
how
it
is
should
that
be.
corruption?
We got pause there. You've been voted out.
Hey,
good to see you
good
again.
to see you again. How are you?
Good. As I've been listening, I've been writing down all the areas of corruption
Oh, fucking nerd, dude. Here we go.
that I could think of from the Biden administration. And so what you have to prove is that what Trump has done is greater than all of
considerably
this.
more, exactly.
Right. So you have Biden's auto pen, where he's just signing legislation without actually not knowing what it actually is.
How do you know what
you
you
have?
knew? How do
You
you-
have
let-
OSHA.
let's go through
let me.
those.
Well,
Okay, oh God, it's just all, dude. One of the funniest parts about Trumpism is that there are people who are more intelligent than Trump, but they basically play with like training weights on for no reason because they have to like repeat Trump positions. So oftentimes, like I'm fairly certain that, well, judging by the fact that he's literate, he can write, right, and I think read. He probably is capable of crafting a better argument than the auto pen. But because it's the Trump argument and he's a part of the cult, he has to advance the auto pen argument as though this is like a major fucking point. To be like, oh yeah, Biden used the auto pen. He didn't know what any of the fucking executive orders he was signing were. Like, that's ridiculous, man.
Hold on, let me list.
Okay,
because
go ahead.
You have OSHA, where he tried to cram down vaccine mandates on working Americans unconstitutional.
That's the corruption. What does OSHA stand for? Yes, vaccine mandates would absolutely be a part of workplace safety regulations. Oh wow, I can't believe Biden did corruption by forcing OSHA regulations, which is bad, and therefore I think corruption. Corruption doesn't mean thing I don't like. As a matter of fact, seemingly you like it when Trump does it, so it's definitely not a thing that you don't like. Corruption is not just policies that you don't appreciate.
Constitutionally, you have $400 billion in COVID fraud during the Biden administration. You have Hunter Biden, and I know you agree with.
That's not. No. That's general corruption. Okay? That is general corruption. And by the way, incredible stuff, because that's actually the Trump administration's fault. Because what you're describing is PPP loans, okay? And that happened under Trump. So that's not even Biden's fault. That was Trump's fault. And even then, I wouldn't say Trump is so corrupt because he did the PPP loans, okay? Because that's just general corruption. We are talking specifically about the Trump administration's corruption and the Biden administration's corruption. Unless you find some kind of quid pro quo between Biden and like major, if there was like a kickback plan where, you know, Biden never followed through on the loans or never forced any of the companies to pay out any of those loans, and they just never actually ended up dishing out those payments to their employees as they said they were supposed to. All of these are things that companies did that are unbelievably corrupt. Okay? But if you can find an example of the Biden administration purposely turning a blind eye to this generalized corruption for some kickbacks, then you can make that argument. Okay? You can make that argument in that circumstance only. You can't just say other companies were being corrupt under the Biden administration, therefore Biden is more corrupt.
So don't need to go into that too much. You have millions of illegal immigrants entering in the country and changing the voter base. You have free college.
That's not corruption. Oh my God. Does he just think corruption is policies I don't like? I don't understand. And then you also claim that they're voting illegally, which there's no evidence for. So corruption is policy I don't like, and its impact that I just made up in my mind.
College, he tried to do that.
Also, it's unbelievably easy to impress me. I just realized because I just assumed this guy was smart because he fucking brought a notebook. That's how fucking stupid the average Republican is. That the first Republican that can write and read, I was like, well, he's obviously a smart guy. That's how low the fucking standards are.
Constitutionally, you have Burisma. He went.
Actually, you're terribly misinformed on this issue. Not only are these all corruption, they're also communism. Fuck.
After Trump illegally through different court cases, and you'll love this one. You know how much? You know who is the greatest senator who have taken the most amount of money from AIPAC? Joe Biden.
Yeah, of course. Joe Biden's a fanatical. I know that.
$4.2 million.
No, Trump has gotten more from the pro-Israel lobby, but Joe Biden has spent his entire career in captivity to Israel. So
your burden is to prove that Trump.
Wait. Even on that note, if you're gonna bring up Israel lobby donations, Biden is a diehard Zionist. Like, he's an ideologically committed ultra Zionist, and he always has been. And he's also obviously received a shit ton of money from the Israel lobby as well. But even on that note, Donald Trump still wins, like by incredibly wide margins. Like it's like 10x. What Biden received in 40 fucking years, Trump received 10x in 10.
Everything that Trump has done outweighs all those
Have
other
you
things.
heard, I think there's an issue with corruption and what that means and what that includes and doesn't, but it's not every bad act. But let's just leave that to the side for a minute.
Okay.
You sat here and you've heard me list all of the different ways in which Trump, his sons, and Jared Kushner have built a multi-billion-dollar personal fortune by trading on their power. You've heard all those. I'm not saying you agree with them, but you've heard me outline those, correct?
I've heard you outline
Do you
them,
agree or disagree with the claims that I've made about those?
Well, what I want to get to is
no, I know,
your
but we're
actual
building a comparison. So I heard you. What you put in
So
the
why
Biden
don't you
column,
go ahead
so-
and list
but
all the multiple things, right? Because you know,
I have. So I'm asking
you know the corruption there, right? Okay, so then now go ahead and list all the other things.
I just got done saying to you that while you were sitting behind me for the last 15 minutes, I've listed 6 or 7 different ways in which Trump, his sons, and Jared Kushner have built a multi-billion-dollar personal fortune by trading on his personal power. I don't think there are things that compare in the Biden administration to the level of personal corruption. And what I'm asking you is whether you
don't think going after your political opponents
I'm asking you is whether you
illegally,
think
you don't think
Trump has gone after his political opponents as well. He's tried to indict James Comey. He tried to indict Letitia James, and even the grand juries threw them out. But I'm asking you about the examples that I listed. Do you think I've accurately described the personal corruption of
I'm
Trump,
saying,
his
even
son?
if I grant your
no, but
premise,
I don't want you to grant it. I want to know if you think I've accurately described it, because we're talking about billions of dollars in personal wealth.
Glenn.
And if you think the corruption is worse in the Biden administration, tell me the billions of, with all the examples
Glenn, I want
you named,
you to defend your
do you
claim.
think
I want you to defend the claim that you're making.
I'm defending it. So Jared Kushner created a vulture capital fund, an investment fund, in which the primary investors were the Saudis, who invested $2 billion into Jared Kushner's personal fund. The Emiratis have invested hundreds of millions of dollars as well. Donald Trump, his sons, Steve Witkoff, and his sons created a crypto company that the UAE has devoted hundreds of billions of dollars to and then bought a 49% stake share in. The Qataris have done the same. Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump just created a new drone company that they're now selling to the Pentagon and getting contracts from the Pentagon that will further personally.
Trump phone. Talk about the Trump phone. Where's the Trump phone?
Enrich the Trump family. We're talking about a level, billions and billions.
Dude, this is not even like 25% of the shit that they've done, by the way. It's impossible. If Glenn Greenwald were to cover every single thing that the Trump administration has done in their second term so far, this entire video, all 1 hour and 39 minutes of it, would be just to talk about that. It's actually so crazy. They do it every day. Trump shoes. He takes a piece off of everything. It's literally mafia style. It's unbelievable. Dude, okay, here's an example. Kalshi, right? Aside from like insider trading and whatnot, Donald Trump Jr. is now sitting on both the board of Kalshi and also Polymarket. He also happens to have unprecedented access to the commission that is supposed to be overseeing and regulating the betting markets and prediction markets. Like, even then, that's just one thing. We don't even think about it. Trump coin, Venezuela gold. Are you anorexic? Thin brother, nice job. Am I anorexic? What the fuck are you talking about?
Dollars in personal wealth that did not exist before Donald Trump entered the presidency that now exists in his family by
the Trump Bible, stock manipulation.
Virtue of these deals with the exact countries on which he wields the most influence.
There's two.
I need a Republican to explain why Donald Trump Jr. being on the board of Polymarket and Kalshi is different from Hunter Biden being on the board of Burisma. It's so much worse because Burisma is a Ukrainian company. There's no guarantee that Biden is going to give them access. Whereas, like, it would be like if Hunter Biden was sitting on the board of an American company when Joe Biden was president, and that Joe Biden was literally directly in charge of the regulatory apparatus that was in charge of that company. Because at least there is plausible deniability, specifically with respect to how much how much Hunter Biden was able to manipulate Joe Biden into doing things that would be beneficial for Burisma.
Points I want to make. Okay, so first off, right, even let's say I grant all of that. Let's say I grant
Because
all
it's
of
true.
That. No, let's say I grant all of that. That still doesn't prove your claim. I brought up a whole list of things that Biden
How much
has done
money
that's
did
corrupt.
Biden
Can
and his
I
family
make my
make?
second point?
But how much?
Can I make my second point?
Yeah,
Can I
go
make
ahead.
my second point? Okay. Are American citizens not free to pursue business activities outside political office?
No, they're
Can
not.
Obama
They're
not
not.
pursue a
They're
Netflix
conflicts of
deal?
interest.
Can Obama not pursue book deals
Once
with
he's
other
out of
people?
office, he can. Once he's served 2 terms and is out of office. Was
Trump in office when this was happening?
Yes, the World Financial Liberty Company was created in the transition after he won the election and before he was inaugurated. 4 days.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not a thing. Anyway, I gotta go. I'll be live tomorrow from the homeland, back to the motherland, ladies and gentlemen. Only 6 hours and 34 minutes. I apologize. We have to stop it early, but that took a lot of me. That took a lot out of me. Sorry. Also, I was on Claritin today. I think that's part of the reason why my eye went down a little bit, if you guys noticed. And it definitely fucked up my commentary a little bit. I was like messing up my words. I noticed, and it's like supposed to be non-drowsy too. I took non-drowsy Claritin, but I think it still made me drowsy. Nice, dude. You got all these subs and showed up to work late and left early. Fuck out of here, dude. 6 hours and 30 minutes plus. Only reason why I'm fucking ending early is because I'm literally traveling again for work. Anyway, love you guys. And yeah, I'll do regular stream and also a rally with HaMAWY tomorrow. So peace, everybody.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hostile people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun lock to the stun lock to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Greenwald's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still on course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls.
A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to sea. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll play games real soon, just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll move on real soon, just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon, just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll do jet advice real soon, just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you, just you wait. Just you wait.